Chapter 9:16. Wolf Lord Drizzt, the strongest werewolf in Glimmering City. It was impossible to estimate how strong it was. After all, there were strong and weak peak sacred lords. Walking towards the werewolf Li Fuchen step by step, the wolf sovereign said slowly, "Actually, you didn't have to return." Why? If the werewolf Li Fuchen didn't return, he wouldn't know that he wasn't dead. As for taking revenge on him, Lord Wolf felt that it was impossible. In the past, this person had only been a middle holy lord and he was a peak holy lord. Moreover, even amongst peak holy lords, he was an outstanding individual. Thus, even if this person was given 100,000 years, he still wouldn't be able to take revenge. Wolfman Li Fuchen didn't reply but asked, "Just because my bloodline potential is high, you want to kill me?" Lord Wolf grinned. "That's only one of the main reasons. The other reason is that I hate you." He truly liked Fei Li, but Fei Li used to be a couple with him. Every time he thought of this, he felt uncomfortable. He knew that only by killing the other party could he feel at ease. After all, there was no need to bicker with a dead person. "I see." Wolfman Li Fuchen nodded. "Now that you're about to die, do you have any last words?" Lord Wolf asked. In his eyes, the werewolf Li Fuchen was undoubtedly a dead man. So what if the other party could kill Solid and Geese in seconds? Solid and Geese were just his two dogs that could be discarded at any time. The reason why he sent Solid and Gyth out on this mission was to test the other party. It would be fine if the other party didn't chase after him, but if he did, he would be able to settle this once and for all. "I feel that it would be better for you to leave behind your last words. I believe that Fei Li still does not know that you have come out. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die." Lord Wolf's figure flashed, and the entire world was filled with his silhouettes. Die! Countless claw shadows grabbed at Li Fuchen. It was like a violent storm. Crackle! The void was torn beyond recognition. The werewolf race's laceration rule had appeared to destroy all living things. In the hands of Lord Wolf, the tearing rules were even more terrifying. Anyone who was scratched by his claws would probably be torn into pieces and would never be able to recover. Good timing. With Li Fuchen as the center, a dense claw shadow extended out and clashed with the wolf chief's claw shadow. This time, the void was even more damaged than before. He's reached the level of a peak sacred lord. It would have been better if they hadn't exchanged blows, but once they did, Lord Wolf was immediately stunned. He thought that this person was only a peak holy lord. Who would have thought that after narrowly escaping death, Lin Ming would suddenly break through 3 levels, going from a middle holy lord to a peak holy lord? "Today, you must die," Lord Wolf bellowed. He had killed the other because he was worried that the potential of the other's bloodline would one day erupt and become an existence that surpassed him. He hadn't expected that the potential of the other's bloodline had indeed erupted, but it had been forced by him. At the juncture of life and death, it was very easy for people to stimulate their own potential. It was obvious that the other party had exploded at the moment of life and death, and it was very powerful as well. He instantly became a peak sacred lord. But the more it was like this, the more he wanted to kill him. If he didn't kill the other party, he wouldn't be able to rest easy in the future. Puff! A claw mark appeared on Li Fuchen's body and fresh blood splattered. Lord Wolf Drizzt had been famous for a long time. Be it speed or strength, they were all slightly superior to Li Fuchen. Gulai, so what if you are a peak sacred lord? In my eyes, you are just a fool that I have toyed with. Do you know that your wife, your child, they were all killed by me? Your good brother, Margaret, was also killed by me. I originally didn't want to kill him, but who asked him to know my secret? No surprise, no surprise. If you have a conscience, then go to hell to accompany them. Lord Wolf laughed heartily and spoke with a malicious and mocking tone. Lord Wolf, you are the one who should go to hell. I will let you go and apologize. PFFF. Li Fuchen had also left a claw mark on Lord Wolf's body. But this claw mark was a little shallow and only scratched a layer of skin. You are rather calm. Lord Wolf was rather surprised. He originally wanted to agitate Li Fuchen and make him agitated so that he would reveal a flaw. But so what? You still have to die. Blood Moon Claw. A blood moon appeared behind Lord Wolf. Immediately after, a blood-colored claw mark flew at Li Fuchen. Crash! Li Fuchen's body was left with 5 bloody marks. If his body wasn't tough enough, this claw would have torn his body into pieces. Let's see how long you can last. Blood Moon Consecutive Claw. Lord Wolf's body spun while countless blood-colored claw marks flew at Li Fuchen. Howl. There was a horrific wolf howl as Li Fuchen transformed into a gold werewolf. There was a horrific gold chi wave that burst out while his chi presence was increasing drastically. Only you can transform. Lord Wolf transformed as well. He was also a gold werewolf and was taller and stalwart than Li Fuchen. After transforming into gold werewolves, the duo's strength and speed had increased by 1 level. The ripping law was also more condensed and terrifying. If the duo's body wasn't tough enough, they would have been torn into pieces. Gulai, you don't have any chance. Lord Wolf was completely suppressing Li Fuchen. Even though they were both gold werewolves, there was still a difference. There were more claw marks on Li Fuchen's body. With a bang, Li Fuchen's massive body was sent flying by a single kick from Lord Wolf. He tumbled a few dozen times in the air. No wonder you are Lord Wolf. Li Fuchen stood up while his eyes were calm. Gulai, don't pretend to be calm. I won't give you any chance. It was unknown why, but when Lord Wolf saw Li Fuchen's calm eyes, he felt rather irritated. Lord Wolf, aren't you apprehensive of my bloodline potential? Today, I shall let you witness the true bloodline of a werewolf. Pouring power into the depths of his bloodline, Li Fuchen started to activate the trace of dark werewolf bloodline. Boom! The void trembled like a raging ocean. Even Lord Wolf found it hard to keep his footing. Bang! In Lord Wolf's vision, Li Fuchen's body was several times bigger. The golden chi wave was expanding like the ocean, no, it was simply like the starry sky. It was vast and majestic. Within the golden chi wave, there was black lightning that was dancing. The black lightning gave Lord Wolf an extremely horrifying feeling. He suspected that if he made contact with the black lightning, he would immediately be turned into ashes. Dark werewolf bloodline. Lord Wolf's lips were bleeding as he had bitten it. Impossible, this definitely isn't the dark werewolf bloodline. No matter how high your bloodline potential is, it is impossible to activate the dark werewolf bloodline in such a short period of time. Lord Wolf took a step back and had a deranged expression. The dark werewolf bloodline was the Wolfman race's supreme bloodline. Once it was completely activated, one would become a Wolfman Heaven monarch. Even if it was just a trace of the dark werewolf bloodline, the strength would reach an extremely horrifying level. After all, a trace and a full activation had the same power. The only difference was the duration of the battle. Li Fuchen's bloodline contained the dark werewolf bloodline and Lord Wolf knew about it. Because Li Fuchen's ancestor had once produced Wolfman Heaven monarchs and there was more than one of them. Therefore, it was precisely because of this that Lord Wolf had to kill Li Fuchen. Everything is fake. Go to hell. Lord Wolf roared in a frenzy as he charged at Li Fuchen. It is over. Li Fuchen's eyes were calm as he thrust his finger forward. PFFF. Lord Wolf's glabella was instantly pierced. Immediately after, his entire body turned into a black substance and dissipated. There was a huge difference between activating the dark werewolf bloodline and not activating it. Before activating it, Li Fuchen was much weaker than Lord Wolf. But after activating it, Lord Wolf couldn't even block a single finger from Li Fuchen. The current Li Fuchen's strength had increased by at least 100 times. Even if a heaven monarch was here, Li Fuchen was confident he could contest a few moves. Of course, it was just a few moves. The black runes in his bloodline that represented the dark werewolf bloodline might have been split into more than 10 billion runes, but as compared to the entire bloodline, it was just a trace. This trace of dark werewolf bloodline wouldn't allow him to fight for a long period of time. Once the dark werewolf's power was exhausted, he would return to his original form. Let me see his wealth first. After returning to his human form, Li Fuchen waved his hand and the spatial rings of Lord Wolf and the others landed in his hand. He first opened Solot's spatial ring. Solot didn't have a lot of wealth and it was only around 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Next was Jis. As compared to Solot, Jis was definitely very wealthy. His wealth had reached 300,000 peak-grade spirit stones and it was the same wealth of regular high-class sacred lords. Lastly, it was Lord Wolf Drizzt's spatial ring. Incredible. This time, I can split the black runes into more than 100 billion. Lord Wolf's wealth was a total of 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. Be it Solot or Jis, they were just a fraction of Lord Wolf's wealth. After keeping the spatial ring, Li Fuchen flew towards the teleportation star. Deep blue plain, Saint Spirit continent. Li Fuchen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Is the trouble resolved? I didn't think that you would actually reach the Heaven Monarch realm earlier than me. Li Fuchen could automatically receive everything that the werewolf Li Fuchen experienced. On the contrary, Li Fuchen wouldn't know everything that Li Fuchen experienced. Unless Li Fuchen sent feedback. Interesting. Li Fuchen lamented at the wonders of fate. He was able to find a dark werewolf's descendant so easily. If Gu Lai's bloodline didn't have a trace of the dark werewolf's bloodline, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to increase his strength so quickly. But in order to transform the bloodline into the dark werewolf's bloodline, I will need at least 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. It might even reach a few dozen million peak-grade spirit stones. The dark werewolf's bloodline was a supreme bloodline and to completely activate a supreme bloodline, it would require a lot of energy. Of course, everything was worth it. Chapter 9:17. Setting up a sacred masterclass array wasn't something that could be done overnight. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, and apart from observing how the tortoise-armored Saint Lord was setting up the array, he spent most of his time comprehending the cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were extremely important to the human race, even more so than martial arts. Once their martial arts reached a supreme level, the human race would be able to use it to become a Lord of Heaven. At the same time, when one's cultivation technique reached a supreme level, the human race could use it to become immortal and live as long as the heavens. A human heaven monarch that had reached the supreme level in martial art and cultivation technique was extremely terrifying. Li Fuchen guessed that the Hengyi primogenitor of the Hengyi star region was probably a heaven monarch of this level, even though the Hengyi primogenitor wasn't a human. Of course, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was still far from reaching the supreme rank. Right now, his thoughts were to push the primary extreme sword technique to the first-rate extremity. Food had to be eaten bite by bite, and the road had to be walked step by step. It was useless to bite off more than one could chew. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the primary extreme sword technique was increasing. When the primary extreme sword art was at the third-rate supreme realm, it covered the mysteries of 21 human bodies. When I was in the second-rate supreme realm, it covered the mysteries of 42 human bodies. At the level of a first-rate supreme class, it needs to cover at least 60 mysteries of the human body. If it covers too little, it means that it is not perfect. In fact, if Li Fuchen didn't care about the mysteries of the human body, his primary extreme sword technique would have already reached first-rate extremity. However, he had a premonition that once he did this, it would be extremely difficult for his primary extreme sword technique to reach the unmatched level in the future, to the extent where it might even be impossible. He had to reconstruct the technique. It was just like how a house could only be built high if the foundation was solid. I have already discovered 73 mysteries of the human body. However, not all of them can be fused into the 10th level of the primary extreme sword technique. Forcefully fusing them will only cause the primary extreme sword technique to go astray. I have to choose the most suitable fusion. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique currently only had 9 ranks. The 8th rank corresponded to the 3rd-rate extremity, the 9th rank corresponded to the 2nd-rate extremity, and the 10th rank corresponded to the 1st-rate extremity. 58, 59, 60. Li Fuchen connected the mysteries of the human body and fused them into his sword art. 61, 62. The connection continued. As Li Fuchen connected more and more mysteries of the human body, he could vaguely sense the boundless sword Tao source in the void. 66, 67, 68. Finally, when the connection reached 68 mysteries, Li Fuchen's sword art stopped circulating. It's almost time. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and poured boundless sword energy into the mysteries of the 68 human bodies. Gradually, a brand new sword diagram was formed. This sword diagram was many times more complicated than the one on the 9th level. At the same time, it was many times more profound and sharp. Just a glance at it would cause one's soul to ache and make one dizzy. The 10th level of the primary extreme sword art, completed. With a yell from Li Fuchen, a sword chi pillar burst into the sky. This beam of sword chi was incomparably sharp. It instantly pierced through the wind layer and the lightning layer, arriving at the heat layer. Finally, even the heat layer was pierced through and it arrived at the vast starry sky. If someone was watching from outside the deep blue plane, they would be able to see a pillar of light rushing out from the deep blue plane. It rushed out for hundreds of billions of miles in the starry sky before dispersing. The magnificence had an indescribable sharp killing intent. I finally reached the 10th level. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. At this moment, he felt that he was even more closely integrated with the sword Tao law in heaven and earth. He could vaguely connect with a trace of the sword Tao source. He reckoned that once his primary extreme sword art reached the supreme level, it would be able to completely connect with the sword Tao source. By then, when he fought with the enemy, it would be the same as the sword Tao source fighting with the enemy. Congratulations to the sword owner for reaching the completion stage of the divine technique. The tortoise-armored Saint Lord who was the closest to Li Fuchen was extremely astonished. Li Fuchen's strength was already formidable and with a supreme weapon, he was considered to be nearly invincible among the saints. Now that his cultivation technique had a breakthrough, he reckoned that he would be able to contest with the multicolor Divine Lord. It is just a small breakthrough. How is the array? Li Fuchen asked. The tortoise-armored Saint Lord said, if it is a mid-grade Saint Lord array, I will only need 1 year to complete it. A high-grade Saint Lord array will take at least 8 to 10 years to complete. Arrays were different from array discs. Array discs pursued convenience and portability. It might be very difficult to refine and was several times more difficult than arrays, but their functions were rather weak. As for arrays, they pursued functionality. If a high-grade Saint Lord array disc could withstand countless attacks from a pinnacle Saint Lord and multiple attacks from a peak-level Saint Lord, then a high-grade Saint Lord array disc must be even stronger and would need to withstand countless attacks from a peak-level Saint Lord. The more advanced an array disc was, the more it was like a world. It was easier said than done to break into a world. As for a peak-grade Saint Lord array disc, the tortoise-armored Saint Lord wasn't able to set it up. After all, a peak-grade Saint Lord array disc could withstand multiple attacks from a regular Heaven Monarch. No one below the Heaven Monarch realm would be able to break it. Alright, there is no hurry. Just tell me if you lack anything. Li Fuchen nodded. He also knew that setting up an array disc was very complicated and couldn't be rushed. Glimmer City, after selling everything that could be sold, the werewolf Li Fuchen had an additional 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. There were still some items that the werewolf Li Fuchen felt weren't worth it to sell, hence, he kept them. I wonder how many black runes can I split into this time. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen started to pour power into the black runes. Because some of these black magical symbols were already full of power, and some weren't, after the first division, the 10 billion black magical symbols split into 16 billion, not 20 billion. The second time, it split into 25 billion, the third time, it split into 35 billion, 2 months later, not bad, it actually split into 500 billion. The werewolf Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with black light. Previously, he had activated a trace of the dark werewolf's bloodline, but now, he had activated a trace of the dark werewolf's bloodline. The combat time might not be 50 times longer than before, but it was around 40 times longer. It seems like the werewolf race's heaven monarchs are much stronger than regular heaven monarchs. Li Fuchen could feel that his combat strength had gotten stronger again. However, he didn't fight with the heaven monarchs of the various races, therefore, he didn't know what his current strength level was. I have to go out and explore. If he continued to stay in the Glimmer City, it was too difficult to earn peak-grade spirit stones. Only by venturing into various dangerous places and ruins, would he be able to earn a large amount of peak-grade spirit stones. Let's head to the ancient Stone Star region. After finding the spatial tunnel that led to the Deep Blue Plain, the werewolf Li Fuchen arrived at the Deep Blue Plain. Originally, even if the werewolf Li Fuchen didn't completely activate the dark werewolf's bloodline, it was impossible for him to enter the Deep Blue Plain. But as the werewolf Li Fuchen's spirit soul originated from Li Fuchen, he didn't receive any rejection from the Deep Blue Plain. East Unicorn Continent, in front of the spatial tunnel that led to the ancient Stone Star region, the werewolf Li Fuchen stepped inside. It isn't bad to have a Heaven Monarch class clone. Chapter 9:18. Finally recovered. On Jade Star Mountain, Jade Star's Sacred Lord opened her eyes. It was very difficult to recover from an injury to one's origin, not to mention that he had been injured by a supreme weapon, the Fire God's axe. It was even harder to recover. Fortunately, he had retreated quickly and the injury to his origin was not too serious. That was why he was able to recover in just a few years. Holy Lord Skyfire, I won't hold it against you for now. A sharp glint flashed in the Jade Star Holy Lord's eyes. Initially, he had wanted to have a good talk with the demon clan. It was best not to start a war unless it was absolutely necessary. However, he had changed his mind now. If the demon clan was not completely destroyed, they would only be a burden. The next time the demon clan invaded, the human clan would be in even more trouble. As soon as the Jade Star Holy Lord came out of seclusion, she immediately called for a meeting. This was a secret meeting and there were only 5 participants. They were the Jade Star Sacred Lord, Jade Flower Sacred Lord, Iron Cloud Sacred Lord, Deep Blue Sword Master, and Li Fuchen. As for the other Divine Lords, the Jade Star Divine Lord did not trust them for fear that the news would leak out. During the meeting, Sacred Lord Jade Flower said, most of the Beast Lords and Peak Beast Saints are gathered on the Sky Patrolling Lord's Immortal Island. As far as I know, a Sacred Lord level alarm array has been set up on the Immortal Island, and its detection range is 1 billion miles, or even more. The range of 1 billion kilometers was too big. Even if one traveled at the speed of light, it would still take a quarter of an hour. If one tore through space, it would also take a little while. In such a long time, the demon lords would have long escaped. Iron Cloud Holy Master said, I have a secret treasure on me that can isolate me from detection. However, I don't know if it can block the detection of a Holy Lord level alarm array formation. This secret treasure was found together with the Flame Wheel of Essence in a dangerous place. With these 2 secret treasures, Sacred Lord Iron Cloud's life was pretty good when he was out adventuring. Hearing this, the Sword Master of Deep Blue said, you can't put your hopes on the secret treasure. This time, either you don't attack, or you attack and cripple the monster race. Sacred Lord Jade Flower nodded. The alert array formation is a problem. Maybe we can secretly set up a large array formation to cover the alert array formation. Sword Master, didn't you invite an array Sacred Lord back? Sacred Lord Jade Flower looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, actually, there isn't a need to go through so much trouble. I will head to Immortal Island first and attract their attention. The two of you will rely on the Iron Cloud Sacred Master's Isolation Cardinal Artifact to follow me. But this is too dangerous for you. Sacred Lord Iron Cloud said. Don't worry. Since I dare to go alone, I have at least a 90% chance of success. To be honest, if these demonic beasts didn't escape, Li Fuchen would be able to deal with all the demonic beast lords and overlords by himself. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord was the only one that was a little difficult to deal with. After all, he was a member of the Undead Legion and was extremely hard to kill. Sword Master, are you sure? The Jade Star Sacred Lord knew that Li Fuchen was very powerful, but on the Immortal Island, there were over a dozen demonic beast lords. Li Fuchen said, during this period of time, my cultivation technique has just broken through to first-rate extremity. I am confident that there won't be any problem. First-rate supreme class. The four of them were astonished. Before breaking through, Li Fuchen already had the strength of a peak-level Sacred Lord. After breaking through, regular peak-level Sacred Lords wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves from Li Fuchen. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Sword Master. The Jade Star Sacred Lord nodded. On the boundless ocean. The 5 streaks of light stopped. Another one. 5 billion kilometers and we will reach Immortal Island. Sacred Lord Jade Flower said. Wait for my news. Li Fuchen drew with his right hand and created a large opening in the void. Whoosh! Li Fuchen scuttled in. A few 100 million miles ahead, the void split open and Li Fuchen skimmed out. Without any hesitation, he drew with his right hand again. Someone is invading. On the Immortal Island, there were palaces. Once Li Fuchen entered the range of the alarm array, the demonic beast lords on the island immediately sensed it. Swish! The sky patrolling demonic lord waved his hand and formed a screen with invisible array power. The screen showed the scene of Li Fuchen tearing open the spatial zone. It's the Sword Master. The sky patrolling demonic lord's face turned dark. Just him alone. There were more and more demonic beast lords in the sky patrolling demonic lord's palace. It should be just him alone. The sky patrolling demonic lord activated the array and sensed carefully but didn't notice anyone. If he is alone, let's attack together and kill him. Some of the demonic beast lord's eyes flashed with ferocious light. That's right, I don't care what schemes he has. If we attack together, who can we not deal with? Most of the demonic beast lords nodded. They had over a dozen demonic beast lords and plenty of peak-level overlords here. If they were to be frightened by a human sacred lord and flee miserably, they would look down on themselves. Then let's kill him. The other demonic beast lords weren't afraid, let alone the sky patrolling demonic lord. Furthermore, he was a member of the Undying Legion and his body contained the undying power. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. Swish 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 swish, the demonic beast lords flew out of the palaces and arrived above the Immortal Island while waiting quietly for Li Fuchen. Very good, none of you left. The void split open and Li Fuchen arrived at the border of the Immortal Island. Kill! The Immortal Island was only a few 100,000 miles in size and this range was already within the attack range of the demonic beast lords. With the sky patrolling demonic lord as the leader, over a dozen demonic beast lords and plenty of peak-level overlords had activated their innate abilities and blasted at Li Fuchen. Break! When the Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword was executed, countless sword scars were emitted in the void. Bang boom! The attacks from the demonic beast lords and peak-level overlords were all dispersed. Even the arrays on the Immortal Island were broken. After all, apart from the alarm array, the rest of the arrays on the Immortal Island were just ordinary extreme Dao arrays. How could they block Li Fuchen's sword? What? So powerful? The demonic beast lords were shocked and felt that something wasn't right. Sword See Horizon. After executing the sword, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and overlapped with the great sun. In the next moment, a boundless silver sword sea swept down and devoured the entire Immortal Island. If one looked down from a high altitude, it would look like a silver sea. No. Li Fuchen's current strength was too powerful. Apart from the sky-patrolling demonic lord, the rest of the demonic beast lords and peak-level overlords weren't able to resist and had all died miserably. Stop! The sky-patrolling demonic lord was enraged. A horrific giant wolf emerged from the ground and struggled in the sword sea. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was no longer the Li Fuchen from the great desolate world. Back then, when Li Fuchen executed the sword See Horizon, the sky-patrolling demonic lord was still able to contest with it. It was already good enough that he could resist for a while. PFFF. The giant wolf was destroyed and the sky-patrolling demonic lord let out a groan. Damn it, why is his strength increasing so quickly? The sky-patrolling demonic lord was going crazy. When he first met Li Fuchen, he was still able to crush Li Fuchen. The second time he met Li Fuchen in the great desolate world, Li Fuchen was already able to contest with him and was even able to suppress him. The third time they met, the sky-patrolling demonic lord couldn't even withstand a single move from Li Fuchen. Undying Divine Fist. The horrific fist pierced through the sword sea and the miserable sky-patrolling demonic lord emerged from the sword sea. No wonder he is a member of the Undying Legion. Li Fuchen didn't think that he could kill the sky-patrolling demonic lord in a single sword. In terms of strength, the sky-patrolling demonic lord might only be a slightly stronger peak-level sacred lord, but in terms of difficulty to kill, the sky-patrolling demonic lord was definitely at the top. This was also the reason why he needed the cooperation from the Jade Star Sacred Lord and the others. Otherwise, he could just kill alone and wouldn't need the help of others. Flee! After piercing through the sword sea, the sky-patrolling demonic lord suppressed his shock and anger as he fled frantically. Where do you think you are escaping to? Sect Origin Sword. In the void, the sword shadows turned into a single sword shadow and penetrated the sky-patrolling demonic lord's body. The sky-patrolling demonic lord's body turned sluggish and was instantly caught up by Li Fuchen. Sword Master, don't go overboard. If you dare to kill me today, the Undying Legion will destroy the entire deep blue plane in the future. The sky-patrolling demonic lord was afraid. He might be a member of the Undying Legion, but it didn't mean that he was undying and indestructible. He was just a little harder to kill. If Li Fuchen had helpers, the sky-patrolling demonic lord would definitely die today. The Undying Legion has plenty of members. If every member dies, the Undying Legion will go to war. If that's the case, the Undying Legion shouldn't be doing anything and start a war every day. Li Fuchen didn't believe that the Undying Legion would destroy a plane just for a regular member. If the Undying Legion dared to be so arrogant, they would have already incurred the displeasure of the other super factions. Of course, this was based on the fact that the sky-patrolling demonic lord was a regular member. If the sky-patrolling demonic lord was an important member of the Undying Legion, then the Undying Legion might really send a large number of sacred lords to destroy the deep blue plane. Set. The sky-patrolling demonic lord naturally knew that the Undying Legion wouldn't take revenge for him. He just wanted to distract Li Fuchen and executed the Undying Seal while the sky-patrolling demonic lord continued to flee. The sky-patrolling demonic lord's original body was a high-tier sacred beast. The sky-patrolling demonic lord's speed was extremely fast. The spatial zone in front of him was constantly twisting and folding. The Undying Legion's ultimate skill is truly incredible. Li Fuchen was already on guard against the sky-patrolling demonic lord's Undying Seal. But the Undying Seal didn't just have a huge sealing range, it also had a powerful effect that disregarded all laws. It forcefully sealed Li Fuchen for an instant. To a sacred lord, an instant was considered a long time, and it was enough for him to escape far away. Return. Just as the sky-patrolling demonic lord thought he was safe, the void in front of him suddenly split open and the Jade Star Sacred Lord appeared. The Jade Star Sacred Lord raised her hand, and a massive chi force that was like a starry sky bubble froze the sky-patrolling demonic lord. Flower blooming, flower withering. Chapter 9:19. The sky-patrolling fiend lord's body was visibly withering. The flower in Sacred Lord Jade Flower's hand seemed ordinary, but it actually contained the power of the 100-flower matron. The 100-flower matron's strongest power was the power of withering. It could instantly revive a dying life form, but it could also cause a living life form to wither. Ah! Undying power, activate! The sky-patrolling demon lord roared. His body erupted with an oddly powerful life force, contending against Matron Centuria's power of withering. After all, the power of withering glory didn't have its roots, and the flower in Sacred Lord Jade Flower's hand only contained a wisp of the power of withering glory. After a breath, the power of withering glory disappeared, and the sky-scanning monster lord's body returned to normal. So what if it's the 100 Flowers Empress? The Undying King is the strongest existence. The sky-patrolling monster lord laughed heartily. In the past, he had been afraid of Sacred Lord Jade Flower's flower because he didn't know how much of Mistress 100 Flowers' power it contained. If it contained too much power, even his immortal force might not be able to resist it. From the looks of it now, there was nothing to worry about. Crack! It was unknown when Li Fuchen arrived behind the Sky Patrol Demon Lord and slashed down. Puff! Blood splattered as the sky-inspecting fiend lord's body was nearly split in half. Terrifying sword chi bore into his origin energy. Damn it! The sky-patrolling fiend lord was unable to stop the sword chi with his own strength. All he could do was use his undying power to stop it. After consuming a portion of the undying force, the sword chi collapsed. You forced me to do this, undying demon body. As he flew backwards, the sky-patrolling demon lord's body suddenly exploded before instantly reforming into a black shadow. It was impossible to see the details of this black shadow because it was completely blurry, as if it was the manifestation of the undying power. However, the sky-patrolling demon lord's aura was much stronger than before. It was at least 10 times stronger. Using the power of immortality to stimulate the body's potential. No, it's overdrafting the body's potential. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. The battle before their eyes had turned into a battle of unparalleled strength. Sacred Lord Jade Flower possessed the power of Goddess 100 Flowers. The sky-patrolling demon lord possessed the undying power of an undying monarch. Li Fuchen Joint Heaven Sword also had the undying sword power. As for the Jade Star Sacred Lords, they were the weakest link. Jade Lords had ventured in the universe for many years and might have some powerful means. Far away on Immortal Island, Sacred Leader Iron Cloud and Deep Blue Sword Master were searching for some fish that had escaped their net. The two of them were relatively weak, so they would not be of much help if they participated in the siege against the sky-patrolling demon lord. They're really amazing. Not a single fish escaped the net. Demon Lord's Lord Saint Dragon was Dragon and Dragon King Fiend. Over a dozen demonic beast lords and numerous P-class overlords were killed by Li Fuchen just like that. They couldn't imagine how powerful Li Fuchen was. Immortal God Fist. The sky-patrolling demon lord, who had activated his undying demon body, punched out. The terrifying black fist corroded the void, and its momentum was terrifying. You think I'm a pushover? The Jade Star Sacred Lord was enraged. The sky-inspecting demon lord's first target was him. It was obvious that the sky-inspecting demon lord thought that he was the weakest and wanted to eliminate him first. Jade Star Sky Net. Jade Star Sacred Lord roared as he channeled his Jade Star cultivation technique to its limit. Faintly, the power of the great path of the universe appeared and a visible illusory star appeared in front of Jade Star Sacred Lord. The stars revolved and revealed the aura of an indestructible grand Tao. Rumble. The black fist bombarded the illusory star, and an earth-shattering sound immediately erupted. This Jade Star cultivation method is really mysterious. Li Fuchen could see that the Jade Star Saint Lord's Jade Star cultivation technique wasn't a regular first-rate extreme state cultivation technique. It was rather closely integrated with the universe law and to a certain degree, it could borrow the universe's great Tao power. This was tantamount to making one's Shen Qi more powerful. In this way, the power of one's martial arts would naturally be greater. Unfortunately, it was still a little difficult for him to contend against the sky-patrolling demon lord, who had used two of the undead army's ultimate techniques. A wisp of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth as the Jade Star Sacred Lord flew back dozens of miles. Withering Finger. On the other side, Sacred Lord Jade Flower plucked 2 flower petals and gathered 2 times the power of withering between her fingers. She then pointed at the sky-patrolling Devil Lord. Block for me. The sky-patrolling Devil Lord had just executed a fist and didn't have time to counterattack. He had no choice but to take out a shield. Clang! The shield shook violently and rusted at a shocking speed. PFFF, in the next moment, there was a large hole in the center of the shield. The withering finger had pierced through the sky-patrolling Devil Lord. In the face of the unparalleled power of withering, a super first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact wouldn't be of much use, unless the shield's grade was peak-grade super first-rate extreme Tao. It was a pity that this was only a mid-grade super first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact. The sky-patrolling Devil Lord believed that his defense wasn't weak, and with the power of Undying, he wasn't willing to spend a few 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones to purchase a high-grade super first-rate extreme Tao defensive cardinal artifact. This shield wasn't bought by him, it was a spoil of war that he obtained after killing a sacred lord. After being pierced by the withering finger, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body dimmed significantly. Heaven Tao Divine Movement Sword. Li Fuchen appeared and vanished like a ghost and appeared behind the sky-patrolling Devil Lord again. He brandished his sword and countless sword scars covered the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body. TSS TSS TSS, sword lights burst out from the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body and the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's chi presence started to decline. Undying God Fist, die. The sky-patrolling Devil Lord hated Li Fuchen the most. He was determined that even if he had to die, he would drag Li Fuchen down with him. The sky-patrolling Devil Lord turned around and executed a fist at Li Fuchen. Seal. Li Fuchen blocked with his sword and was sent flying by the black fist. I know that your defense is extremely tough, therefore, I will not give you any chance. After activating the Undying Demon Body, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's speed was much faster than before. He easily caught up to Li Fuchen and executed fist after fist. The Undying Demon Body was the first of the Undying Legion's 3 signature skills. Once it was executed, it would be irreversible and the user would have to exhaust all of his energy. Unless it was a life and death situation, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord wouldn't even think of using it. But once he executed it, it meant that he had made up his mind and it was either his enemy or his enemy. The sword light turned into a sphere and Li Fuchen's defense was watertight. It was a pity that in the face of the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's Undying God Fist, the sphere of sword light crumbled easily and the black fist shadows blasted on his body. However, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body had also burst out with sword wounds. The duo was exchanging injuries and it was a competition to see who couldn't withstand the attacks first. During this period of time, the Jade Star Sacred Lord and the Jade Flower Sacred Lord were constantly attacking the sky-patrolling Devil Lord. The undying willpower is about to collapse. Li Fuchen's star immortal body was still inferior to the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's undying demon body. Primary Extreme Sword Body. After a long yell, Li Fuchen circulated the primary extreme sword technique to the extremity. Unknowingly, an extremely horrific sword Dao power was fused into Li Fuchen's body. The Jade Star Saint Lord's Jade Star cultivation technique was able to obtain the support of the universe great Dao power. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was naturally able to obtain the support of the universe sword Dao power too. A regular first-rate extremity cultivation technique would only involve the mysteries of 60 human bodies. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique would involve the mysteries of 68 human bodies. After being enhanced by the sword Dao power, Li Fuchen's sword art's lethality had a sudden increase. He had slashed open wounds on the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body. Incredible! The Jade Star Sacred Lord was astonished. Previously, he thought that Li Fuchen's first-rate extremity cultivation technique would be weaker than his. Right now, it wasn't just weaker, it was obviously stronger than his Jade Star cultivation technique and was more compatible with the universe's great Tao. With the trio's collaboration, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's undying demon body was ultimately unable to withstand the attacks. Bang! Half of the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body had exploded. Immediately after, the rest of his body had also exploded. This wasn't caused by the trio's attacks, it was caused by the undying demon body's own collapse. Of course, this was also indirectly related to the trio's attacks. After all, if it wasn't for the trio's frenzied attacks, the undying demon body wouldn't have collapsed so early. Don't even think about killing me. The undying demon body had completely exploded and a small radiance suddenly rushed out. Li Fuchen's eyes were sharp and could instantly see that the small radiance was an emblem. The emblem had a horrific figure carved on it. Undying Emblem. Li Fuchen immediately guessed that this emblem was the Undying Emblem. It was rumored that anyone who obtained the Undying Emblem would be able to become a member of the Undying Legion if they could activate the Undying power within the Undying Emblem. Break! Li Fuchen executed the Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword and wanted to strike down the Undying Emblem. But the Undying Emblem was extremely slippery. Before Li Fuchen's sword Qi could make contact, it had already slid to the side and couldn't even touch it. In the blink of the eye, the Undying Emblem vanished without a trace. After keeping the half-balled fresh flower, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord said, "It doesn't matter. He is only left with his true spirit. I don't think he can do anything." This mission was already considered a complete success if the Sky Patrol Beast Lord was only left with his true spirit. After all, even if the Sky Patrol Beast Lord succeeded in the possession, his strength would definitely not be as good as before. He would need an extremely long time to recover his peak strength. Of course, it was highly possible that the Sky Patrol Beast Lord wouldn't be able to recover his peak strength in this lifetime. It wasn't easy to find a body that was extremely compatible with one's true spirit. The Sky Patrol Beast Lord is dead. The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord and the Deep Blue Sword Master rushed over. Only his true spirit escaped. Li Fuchen said. A mere true spirit isn't worth mentioning. Since the demonic beast matter is settled, I will be leaving the Deep Blue Plane in a few days. The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord felt as though he was relieved of a huge burden. The Deep Blue Plane was too small for him. No Sacred Lord would be willing to stay in the Deep Blue Plane for a long period of time, especially after seeing the outside world. I am going to report to the 100 Flowers City too. The Jade Flower Sacred Lord nodded. Chapter 920. Once the demonic beasts were crippled, the situation in the Deep Blue Plane had completely stabilized. For the next few days, there would be peak-class saints or sacred lords that would leave the Deep Blue Plane. Some of them would return to their original places, some would use the spatial channel in the East Unicorn continent to venture into other star regions. During this period of time, the Deep Blue Sword Master invited Li Fuchen to the Divine Leaf City as there was a higher-class swordsman guild there. However, Li Fuchen rejected. He would definitely go to the Star Region Swordsman Guild, but not now. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. To regular martial artists, 5 years was definitely a long time. After all, their lifespan was only 100 to 200 years. To a sage, 5 years was just the time to take a nap. 7th level of Unity Realm now. With sufficient peak-grade spirit stones, all sorts of top-notch cultivation resources, and with the breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique to first-rate extremity, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed couldn't be described as 1,000 miles in a day, it was more like 10,000 miles in a day. According to the Stone Axe Saint Lord, humans are only qualified to comprehend supreme martial arts when their cultivation reaches the 9th level of Unity Realm. I wonder if it is true. When Li Fuchen was having a casual conversation with the Stone Axe Saint Lord, he learned of this rumor. The origin of this rumor was discovered by the Stone Axe Saint Lord when he was reading an ancient book. The ancient book recorded that there were 98 human heaven monarchs and every heaven monarch only became a heaven monarch after reaching the 9th level of Unity Realm. I reckon it is probably fake. Li Fuchen laughed. Which human heaven monarch didn't spend at least 100,000 years to become a heaven monarch? If they couldn't reach the 9th level of Unity Realm in 100,000 years, it could only mean that their innate talents were too poor. But how could a person with poor innate talents become a heaven monarch? This was simply a paradox. Of course, nothing was absolute and it might really be the case. If Li Fuchen wanted to verify it, he would have to comprehend a supreme sword art before he reached the 9th level of Unity Realm. Buzz! There was an intense array wave that came from a nearby place. It is almost set up. Li Fuchen flashed and appeared beside the Tortoise Saint Lord. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell wiped the sweat off his forehead and said excitedly, "Sword Master, I didn't disappoint you. The array will be completed in 3 days at most." Sacred Lord Turtle Shell was indeed surprised that he was able to finish so quickly. He had a feeling that his array Dao had improved by leaps and bounds, and he wasn't far away from being able to set up a peak-tier Sacred Lord array. The array was set up 3 days later. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell then helped set up some support and alarm arrays. In total, there were around 6 layers of arrays. Sword Master, test out the defensive power of the array. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell suggested. All right. Li Fuchen drew a first-rate extreme Dao sword and slashed at the array. Hua! It was like a sword slashing into water. As the depth increased, the resistance increased rapidly. In the end, the sword chi could only advance 30% of its depth before its strength was exhausted. What powerful defense! As expected of a high-rank Holy Lord level array formation. Li Fuchen nodded in admiration. Sword Master, why don't you try using your supreme sword? Sacred Lord Turtle Shell said. Don't worry. Li Fuchen smiled and drew the Joint Heaven Sword. Sect Origin Swords. When Li Fuchen slashed, the sword shadows turned into one sword shadow and pierced into the array. 10% depth. 20% depth. 30% depth. The sword shadow advanced at an extremely fast speed, causing the Sacred Lord Turtle Shell's scalp to turn numb. Ultimately, the sword shadow stopped at around 85% depth. What is the name of this array? Li Fuchen was very satisfied. Even though he knew that a high-rank Holy Lord level array should be able to resist his full-powered sword, he was still very surprised to see it personally. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell came back to his senses and said, "This array is called the Great Unity Mystic Water Array. It is best at defense and also has offensive effects. It can produce the Great Unity Mystic Water Divine Thunder to blast at the enemy." Sacred Lord Turtle Shell waved his hand and countless thunderballs flew out from the array. Boom boom boom. The thunderballs exploded in the air and the power was equivalent to a full-powered attack from a P-class saint. Not bad, not bad. Li Fuchen was even more satisfied. With the Great Unity Mystic Water Array, it meant that P-class saints were nothing. No matter how many P-class saints there were, they would be blasted into ashes by the great unity mystic water divine thunder. Regular sacred lords wouldn't be able to handle the countless divine thunders. Only P-class saints would probably be able to escape unscathed. The great unity mystic water array has two cores. One is the energy pool and the other is the great unity mystic water totem pillar. In normal situations, if the energy pool doesn't have any energy and relies on absorbing heaven and earth energy to sustain the array, it will only last for one day if it suffers an intense attack. Once the energy pool is filled with energy, it will be able to last for 1 year if it suffers an intense attack. Why don't you create a few more energy pools? Li Fuchen asked. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell said, 1 energy pool is enough. It is very troublesome to set up 2 energy pools and it will take a lot of time. I am unable to set up multiple energy pools for now. Furthermore, the Great Unity Mystic Water Array can absorb heaven and earth energy and also absorb a martial artist's chi. The Great Unity Mystic Water Totem Pillar is used to absorb the martial artist's chi. Therefore, as long as there are enough saints, the array's duration might not be inferior to the energy pools. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. Immediately after, Sacred Lord Turtle Shell explained all the details of the Great Unity Mystic Water Array to Li Fuchen. Sword Master, if there is nothing else, I shall return to Time Sand City first. After explaining everything, Sacred Lord Turtle Shell was planning to leave. Sacred lords like them who stayed in the outside world for a long period of time would rarely come to a certain plane. After all, the suppression in a different plane was too unbearable for them. Alright, I shall send you off. Li Fuchen expressed his understanding. A short moment later, the duo arrived at the East Unicorn continent. After passing through the spatial tunnel, the duo arrived at the ancient Stone Star region. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell, please don't expose this spatial tunnel. Li Fuchen said sincerely. Sacred Lord Turtle Shell nodded solemnly. Sword Master doesn't have to worry. Even if I die, I will not expose it. He knew how important a spatial tunnel that led to the right plane was. If anyone knew about it, it would cause a disaster. Many thanks then. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid that the Sacred Lord Turtle Shell would expose the spatial tunnel. Firstly, these spatial tunnels were constantly changing locations. Unless one was a heavenly monarch, otherwise, it would be very hard to determine the location. Secondly, when the spatial tunnel wasn't in use, it would be extremely tiny. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be impossible to notice. With the two factors combined, apart from heavenly monarchs, no one would be able to find it. The reason why Li Fuchen requested the Sacred Lord Turtle Shell not to expose it was mainly to prevent any accidents. Chapter 921. Now that the array was set up, it was time to set up the sect. Rise. In a mountain range on the Saint Soul continent, Li Fuchen waved his hand and a mystical mountain rose from the ground. Let's go. Li Fuchen carried the mystical mountain and rushed towards the Saint Spirit continent. Along the way, many people saw this scene, but no one dared to obstruct him. In the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen was no longer like the sun in the sky. It was more appropriate to describe him as covering the sky with one hand. As long as Li Fuchen was willing, apart from the Zhu clan and a few factions with deep foundations, he could easily eradicate any other faction. Saint Spirit Continent, Soaring Beauty Mountains. This mountain range was only a regular large-scale mountain range on the Saint Spirit Continent. It was big enough, but there weren't many mystical mountains. Li Fuchen didn't wish to invade other factions' mountain ranges, therefore, he searched for mystical mountains. 108 mystical mountains are all here. Tai mystic water, combine. The mystical mountains in different regions had different chi fields. If they were forcefully placed together, it would make the martial artist feel uneasy when cultivating. In normal situations, it would take a long time for the chaotic chi fields to gradually unify. It was fortunate that the higher the grade of the array, the better the effect of unifying the chi fields. The Tai Mystic Water Array was an extremely high-grade array among the high-grade Saint Lord arrays. As Li Fuchen circulated the array, the 108 mystical mountains started to form a connection. The chi fields had also gradually calmed down from the initial chaos. Sword Owner. Sword Owner, is this the location of the sect? Such an incredible array wave. After Li Fuchen gathered the saints, they arrived at the Soaring Beauty Mountains. These saints had been following Li Fuchen for a long time. Of course, there were also some who only followed Li Fuchen recently. Li Fuchen said, "Among you, those that are adept with the water Tao law, open up some lakes and rivers in the Soaring Beauty Mountains. Also, create some waterfalls and scenery. Those that are adept with the earth Tao law and metal Tao law, help build some sect buildings. Those that are adept with the wood Tao law, modify the environment." Everyone had their own specialties. Li Fuchen was actually able to do all these, but it was hard for him to do it to perfection. Sword Owner doesn't have to worry, just leave it to us. Everyone was very excited and were rubbing their palms. A few months later, the Soaring Grace Mountain Range seemed to have been reborn, and it glowed with a shocking scene. When looked at from afar, the Soaring Elegance Mountain Range that had 108 extraordinary mountains and countless ordinary mountains was lofty, magnificent, and dangerous. If one were to look carefully, one would notice that the Soaring Elegance Mountain Range that seemed to be grand and magnificent revealed an indescribably exquisite and delicate aura in its details, and it was like a pretty daughter of a humble family that possessed a restrained bearing. There were many buildings on the mountain peaks. These buildings were of different colors depending on the mountain peak. Some were gold, some were silver, some were black, some were white. Some of the buildings were extremely huge and spectacular. Other than that, most of the mountain peaks had waterfalls that cascaded down. Some of these waterfalls were graceful, some wild, and some boundless. There were almost no duplicates. Taking a closer look, the buildings on the mountain peak, such as the roads between the buildings, the squares, and the drill grounds, were all paved with neat and tidy pure jade stones. On both sides of the roads, there were 2 stone lighthouses at regular intervals. Between the stone lighthouses, all kinds of spiritual trees and herbs were planted. There were also some mountain peaks that did not have any buildings. There were only a few pavilions surrounded by clouds and mist, giving off a free and unfettered feeling. The remodeling is almost done. The rest of the remodeling will have to be done slowly in the future. It was best to make changes that were suitable for oneself. The Soaring Elegance Mountain Range was only roughly remodeling now. There were some more detailed remodeling that could be done in the future. Gather energy. In the sky above the Soaring Elegance Mountain Range, Li Fuchen waved his hand. Boundless heaven and earth energy within a radius of 10 million miles surged towards the Soaring Elegance Mountain Range. Swish swish swish, as the sound of the tsunami echoed, the Soaring Elegance Mountain Range's mountains were visibly heavier and more precipitous. The water was even clearer and the trees and flowers were even more luxuriant. Among the 6 layers of arrays, one of them was a low-grade Holy Lord class array, the Great Unity Gathering Array. This array could gather heaven and earth energy within a radius of 10 million miles, causing the concentration of heaven and earth energy within the Great Unity Gathering Array to be a few times or even 10 times denser than the outside world. With the Great Unity Gathering Array, it didn't just allow the people in the Soaring Elegance Mountain Range to cultivate at a faster speed, it could also allow the energy pool to be filled with energy faster. Splash splash. Due to the extreme concentration of heaven and earth energy, the Soaring Elegance Mountain Range even had an energy rain. The energy rain continued to fall and the astounding energy had seeped into the depths of the ground and the mountains along with the rain. 1 week later, the Soaring Elegance Mountain Range had plenty of small lakes, rivers, streams, and waterfalls. This place shall be the sect's treasure vault in the future. On a steep and mystical mountain, Li Fuchen took out a massive amount of treasures from his spatial ring and placed them into different pagodas. These pagodas were all 9 floors. The higher the floor, the higher the value of the treasures. According to the types of treasures, Li Fuchen named these pagodas as weapon pagodas, secret treasure pagodas, resource pagodas, martial study pagodas, cultivation technique pagodas. Of course, it was impossible to fill up all the pagodas. Li Fuchen didn't have any low-end treasures with him, he only had high-end treasures. After placing the treasures, Li Fuchen carved sword pattern restrictions on each of the pagodas. Once the sword pattern restrictions were activated, even saints would perish. It is time to bring them over. After everything was in place, Li Fuchen flashed and rushed towards the Emperor Sky Continent. The Emperor Sky Continent was only a mid-class continent and was incomparable to high-class continents, even if there was a massive supply of resources. This is where we are going to live from now on. In the soaring Elegance mountain range, the Li clansmen were looking around and were extremely excited. They were already very shocked after arriving at a high-class continent. After arriving at the soaring Elegance mountain range, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak and felt as though they were living in a dream. Big brother, that mountain peak is so beautiful. Our family shall live on that mountain peak. The younger sister, Li Fuxiang, pointed at a magnificent and mystical mountain and said with delight. Fuxiang, stop messing around. Don't you think it is too wasteful for the few of us to live on a mountain peak? Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan were standing side by side while Li Tianhan said with a stern expression. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile, Father, the soaring Elegance mountain range has plenty of mountain peaks. It is nothing to occupy a mystical mountain. Let's live on this mountain peak. Xiaodai, you shall live too. Li Fuchen's family had already treated Li Xiaodai as a part of the family, and Li Fuchen had also treated Li Xiaodai as his younger sister. Apart from the Li clan, there were also the Azure Water sect, Floating Sky Mountain, and even some people from the Emperor Sky Continent that had connections with Li Fuchen. Like the Safflower Empress and her group of people. Apart from the Emperor Sky Continent and the 7-Color Continent that had connections with Li Fuchen, as long as they were willing to come, Li Fuchen would bring them over, like the Red Rainbow sect or the South Forest Martial Institution. In short, for the establishment of the sect, Li Fuchen had brought everyone that he knew and was willing to come over. In any case, the soaring Elegance mountain range's territory was enough to accommodate billions of people, and there wasn't a need to worry about the quality of life. On the 1st of January, the Sword Sect was established and Li Fuchen was the Sword Sect Patriarch. Under him were the Sect Protector, Inner Sect Elders, Outer Sect Elders, Inner Sect Deacons, Outer Sect Deacons, Direct Disciples, Inner Sect Disciples, Outer Sect Disciples, and Miscellaneous Disciples. Among them, the Sect Protector must have the strength of a saint, therefore, there wasn't a single one. The Inner Sect Elders and Outer Sect Elders must be saints, and there were currently 23 of them. Inner Sect Deacons, Outer Sect Deacons, and Direct Disciples corresponded to Law Phase Realm Emperors. Inner Sect Disciples corresponded to Primary Sea Realm Monarchs. Outer Sect Disciples corresponded to Battle Spirit Realm Masters. The Odd Job Disciples corresponded to martial artists below the Battle Spirit Realm. Of course, there was an age restriction, and those that were too old were unable to become disciples of the Sword Sect. The establishment of the Sword faction had shaken the entire Deep Blue Plain. All the major factions had sent saints over to congratulate. On the way to congratulate, some of the sage monarchs met each other and started chatting. From now on, the number one power in the Deep Blue Plain will be the Sword Sect. Exactly. It can only be said that the Sword Master is too powerful. He is invincible below the Lord of Heaven. Before the Sword Sect, no other faction dared to proclaim themselves as the number one faction in the Deep Blue Plain. The Zhu clan couldn't do it, and neither could some of the sects left behind by the Heaven Monarchs. After all, if one wanted to be known as the number one power, one had to be strong enough. Relying on one's foundation was useless. The atmosphere in the Zhu family was stifling. Ancestor, the sword sect is extremely powerful now. Our Zhu clan's days are probably not going to be easy. In the Zhu clan's main hall, all the ancestors were gathered together. The number one ancestor, the Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, Zhu Sanqiu, was seated on the host seat. Zhu Sanqiu had a gloomy expression as he grunted, "My Zhu clan has existed for millions of years. During these millions of years, how many sects have turned into ashes and vanished in the river of history? I believe that the sword sect will also decline completely in the near future. In addition, after a period of time, I will leave the deep blue plain and head to a distant star region to search for the Zhu clan." Zhu clan. All the ancestors were shocked. In the Zhu clan, only they knew that the Deep Blue Plains Zhu clan wasn't a main clan and was just a branch of the Zhu clan. When the demigod ancestor was still around, the two clans still had some contact. After the demigod ancestor went missing, the Zhu clan and the Deep Blue Plains Zhu clan hadn't contacted each other for countless years. The true Zhu clan had plenty of saints and even plenty of heaven monarchs. That was where most of the wealth of the demigod ancestor was hidden. If they could find the Zhu clan, a sword sect wouldn't be enough. The Zhu clan's ancient record stated that the Zhu clan is in another star region. It is too dangerous to travel across star regions. An ancestor of the Zhu clan was worried. Between the star areas was a completely dark space without any light. No one knew what kind of dangers were lurking there. If there was a teleportation formation, one could directly teleport there. However, even if there was a teleportation formation, it was in the hands of some powerful heavenly monarchs. Therefore, the Sacred Lord had to travel through the endless darkness to cross the star areas. Chapter 922. After the sword sect was established, it started to recruit disciples. It might be called the sword sect, but the sword sect didn't only recruit swordsmen. Be it swordsmen or other types of martial artists, the sword sect recruited them all. Of course, the prerequisite was that the innate perception must be high. For this, Li Fuchen constructed a sword pagoda and a martial tower. Passing the first floor of the sword pagoda or martial tower would allow one to become an outer sect disciple. Passing the second floor of the sword pagoda or martial tower would allow one to become an inner sect disciple. After 1 year, the sword sect was gradually on the right track. There were 200,000 outer sect disciples and 30,000 inner sect disciples. As for direct disciples, they weren't recruited directly, therefore, there were only Wuxia and Wuxia. There were more odd job disciples and there were more than 1 million of them. Only a minority of these odd job disciples would become official disciples in the future. Most of them would become staff members of the odd job hall when they reached the age and cultivation level, managing a large number of odd job disciples. Seeing that the sect was on the right track, Li Fuchen left the deep blue plain and headed for the Divine Leaf City. The Divine Leaf City was the most peculiar universe city in the horizontal river star region. This universe city was constructed on a piece of leaf. It was said that this leaf was the leaf of the world tree. This leaf had drifted for countless years and the Divine Leaf City Lord used this leaf to construct the Divine Leaf City. Back then, there was a heaven monarch war because of the world tree's leaf. Ultimately, the Divine Leaf City Lord had the geographical advantage and was powerful enough to force the Divine Leaf City Lord to retreat. On the teleportation star, Li Fuchen saw the Divine Leaf City. The universe is huge and there are truly all sorts of wonders. Li Fuchen was truly astonished. In his vision, there was an unimaginably massive green leaf floating in the universe. On the leaf, there was a universe city. If the leaf is so big, wouldn't the world tree be bigger than a plane? After calming down, Li Fuchen flew towards the Divine Leaf City. The Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild was very imposing and grand. The main door was a building that looked like a giant sword. On both sides, there were 2 Sword Dao saints guarding the door. A short moment later, the Deep Blue Sword Master walked out. "Sword Master, over here." The deep blue sword master smiled. Li Fuchen walked over and asked, "How do I join the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild?" Regardless of whether it was the Deep Blue Plains Swordsman Guild or the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild, the nature was the same. There wasn't a strict superior-subordinate relationship. Everyone was gathered together with the primitive spirit of helping each other. To join the God Leaf City's Swordsman Guild, there are 3 prerequisites. Firstly, you must be a Sword Dao Saint. Secondly, you must make an oath. Thirdly, every 10,000 years, you must complete a guild mission. It could be said that joining the Swordsman Guild was not difficult at all. However, after joining, one would be subject to some restrictions. For example, under the circumstances where one was not being harmed, one could not betray the guild. One could only help the guild if it was within one's capabilities. When the guild encountered a strong enemy, one had to work together to fight against the enemy. One could not retreat. In short, if one violated any of these rules, not only would one suffer a backlash from the oath, but one would also be expelled from the guild. In serious cases, one would have to face the guild's judgment. As for the benefits of joining a guild, there were naturally plenty of them. Otherwise, most of the Sword Dao Saints wouldn't be attracted to join. After entering the Swordsman Guild, Li Fuchen realized that the 2 Sword Dao Saints guarding the entrance weren't humans. The Deep Blue Sword Master explained, "Cultivating martial arts and cultivation techniques isn't the privilege of the human race. There are plenty of races that can cultivate martial arts and cultivation techniques. Of course, the human race is the best among them." After making the oath inside the Swordsman Guild, Li Fuchen officially became a member of the guild. The guild might not have a strict hierarchy, but there was a difference in grades. The higher the grade, the higher the authority. According to strength and contribution, there were a total of 7 grades. They were low class, mid class, high class, peak class, morning star, radiant moon, and glorious Sunday. At the same time, each grade was further divided into 3 ranks, making a total of 21 ranks. Generally speaking, the Morning Star rank corresponded to the Sword Dao Saint Lord. The Deep Blue Sword Master was currently a first-level Morning Star rank member. The Radiant Moon and Glorious Sun ranks corresponded to Heaven Monarchs. However, the God Leaf City's Swordsman Guild didn't have any Glorious Sun rank members. Even the guild leader was only a 3rd-level Radiant Moon. Of course, strength alone wasn't enough, contribution was also required. Li Fuchen didn't have any contribution at all, therefore, he wasn't even a low-class member and was only a reserve member. If a preparatory member wanted to become a junior member, they needed to earn 1,000 contribution points, an intermediate member 10,000, a high-grade member 100,000, a peak member 1 million, a Morning Star 10 million, and a Radiant Moon 100 million. According to the Deep Blue Sword Master, the contribution points required to promote wasn't a lot. The crucial point was whether one had the strength to promote. If one didn't have the strength, even if they earned 100 million contribution points, they wouldn't be able to promote. It seems like I have to earn 1,000 contribution points first. Reserve members didn't have any authority in the Swordsman Guild and were only considered members of the guild. The Deep Blue Sword Master said, "In the God Leaf City, the best way for reserve members to earn contribution points is to collect the Divine Leaf Dew." "What is the Divine Leaf Dew?" Li Fuchen asked. The Deep Blue Sword Master laughed and said, "The Divine Leaf Dew is the dew on the leaves of the World Tree below the God Leaf City. This dew gathers the essence of the universe and is also mixed with a trace of the World Tree's power. It is extremely beneficial for saints' cultivation. At the same time, it can be used to nurture all sorts of rare herbs and spirit trees. If you can collect a bottle of Divine Leaf Dew, you can obtain 100 contribution points." Why would the God Leaf City Lord allow everyone to collect the Divine Leaf Dew? Li Fuchen was rather curious. The leaves of the World Tree, which were also known as the Divine Leaves, were massive and the dew on them was definitely endless. However, there were plenty of life forms living in the God Leaf City. If they continued to collect, the amount of divine leaf dew would definitely be astonishing. The Deep Blue Sword Master explained, the divine leaf dew can be regenerated. No matter how much is collected, it will still be condensed when the time is up. It is just like the leaves of nature. In the morning, they will condense dew. After collecting the dew, it won't affect the leaves and there will be more on the next day. Even if you don't collect it, as time passes, it will gradually evaporate and it will be a waste. Of course, the God Leaf City Lord wouldn't possibly open up all the regions for you to collect dew. Right now, there are only a total of 100 regions that can be collected and they are all at the corners of the divine leaves. The dew at the main and secondary veins of the divine leaves have all been channeled to the God Leaf City Lord residence by the God Leaf City Lord with an array. In addition, only saints can stand on the divine leaves. Those below saints won't be able to withstand the prowess of the divine leaves and will be instantly annihilated. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. The divine leaves were too massive and even the God Leaf City Lord wouldn't be able to collect all the dew. Therefore, it was better to open it up and attract everyone to reside in the God Leaf City. One had to use the teleportation array to head to the collection points. Each teleportation cost 10 peak-grade spirit stones. It might not seem like a lot, but there were plenty of saints in the God Leaf City. Furthermore, many of the saints would have to collect dew multiple times a year. As such, the number of peak-grade spirit stones that the God Leaf City Lord would be extremely shocking. Sword Master, I will not be going. At a collection point near the teleportation array, the Deep Blue Sword Master said. Alright, I will go alone. Li Fuchen handed over 10 peak-grade spirit stones and stepped onto the teleportation array. Right now, there were already 98 saints from various races standing on the teleportation array. It would only be teleported when there were 100 of them. In just a short moment, 2 more foreign race saints arrived. Buzz! A radiance rushed into the sky and shot out of the God Leaf City. This is the divine leaf. When the radiance descended, Li Fuchen and the other 100 saints appeared. This was a man-made plaza and there were plenty of saints seated cross-legged in the plaza. Looking into the distance, there was a vast expanse of green outside the plaza. Li Fuchen could vaguely see a layer of barrier that was emitting a faint light at the end. Walking out of the plaza, Li Fuchen arrived at the surface of the divine leaf. Originally, Li Fuchen thought that the surface of the divine leaf would be very rough, after all, it was so huge. But after arriving, he realized that the surface of the divine leaf was extremely smooth and there weren't any cracks or holes. Such powerful pressure. Once Li Fuchen landed on the surface of the divine leaf, he felt his body sinking. A boundless pressure was emitted from the surface of the divine leaf. Just as the Deep Blue Sword Master said, if anyone below the saint level dared to come to the surface of the divine leaf, they would be instantly annihilated. Li Fuchen could see that a few of the weaker foreign race saints had strenuous expressions. It was as though they were carrying a mountain. There wasn't any communication. After arriving at the collection point, everyone immediately split up and searched for the divine leaf dew. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen collected the first divine leaf dew. The divine leaf dew looked like a type of dew that was glowing with colorful radiance. It contained astounding vitality and extremely pure power. There is one here and one there. The divine leaf's prowess was extremely powerful and Saint's spiritual awareness couldn't be released too far. If it was too far, it would be torn apart. But Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at the Heaven Monarch level and it could be released to a relatively far distance. Therefore, in just half a day, Li Fuchen had collected a few hundred bottles of divine leaf dew. If others knew about this, they would probably be flabbergasted. In normal situations, a saint would be extremely lucky to collect 1 bottle of divine leaf dew in a week. After all, on the divine leaf, the speed was extremely slow and the spiritual awareness couldn't be released too far. It wasn't as useful as using one's eyes. One day later, Li Fuchen had collected over 1,000 bottles of divine leaf dew. 1 week later, Li Fuchen had collected 10,000 bottles of divine leaf dew. 10,000 bottles of divine leaf dew was equivalent to 1 square of divine leaf dew. If converted to contribution points, it would be equivalent to 1 million contribution points. It was enough for Li Fuchen to become an elite member. It was a pity that the Swordsman Guild had a rule that the divine leaf dew could only be exchanged for 100,000 contribution points. The excess could only be sold to the Swordsman Guild and couldn't be converted into contribution points. It is about time to go back and rest. After staying on the surface of the divine leaf for an entire week, Li Fuchen felt that it was strenuous. Regular saints would only be able to stay on the surface of the divine leaf for around 2 hours. Those that were more formidable would be able to stay for a few hours. If they felt that they couldn't endure it, they would immediately return to the man-made plaza to meditate. There were plenty of times when collecting 1 bottle of divine leaf dew in a week was already extremely lucky. Some of the weaker and unlucky saints might not even be able to collect 1 bottle of divine leaf dew in a month. Therefore, in order to earn back the 10 peak-grade spirit stones for the teleportation fee, some of the saints would stay here for a few years or even a few dozen years. In the outside world, 10 bottles of divine leaf dew were equivalent to 1 peak-grade spirit stone. "This brother, can you sell me some divine leaf dew?" After arriving at the man-made plaza, a Sword Dao saint came over. "Are you from the Swordsman Guild?" Li Fuchen asked. "That's right, I am here to earn contribution points. If I didn't come, I wouldn't know. It is simply too difficult to collect divine leaf dew. After 3 months, I have only collected 7 bottles. I still need 3 more bottles to complete the mission. I will give these 3 bottles to you." Li Fuchen tossed over 3 bottles of divine leaf dew. It wasn't necessary to collect the divine leaf dew personally to earn contribution points. 3 bottles of divine leaf dew weren't considered much for Li Fuchen, and it didn't matter if he gave it to the saint. "Many thanks then." Chapter 923. 20,000 bottles, 50,000 bottles, 100,000 bottles. Li Fuchen had tried the divine leaf dew and it was indeed helpful for cultivation. Even if Li Fuchen didn't use it, he could leave it for the sword sect. Therefore, he planned to spend more time to collect more divine leaf dew. The divine leaf city lord residence had a giant lake, and in the center of the lake was a lone island. In a pavilion on the lone island, 2 figures that were emitting supreme chi presences were drinking tea and chatting. If there was a saint here, they would be shocked to find out that this giant lake was actually formed by the divine leaf dew. The 2 figures that were drinking tea and chatting were actually the divine leaf city lord and 100-flower empress. Divine leaf city lord, 700 peak-grade spirit stones per cubic meter will do. 100-flower empress, divine leaf dew is worth 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones per cubic meter in the outside world. 700 is too little. Previously when we transacted, it was 780. You should know that in the outside world, you have accumulated a large amount of god leaf dew over the years. Now that all of this god leaf dew has appeared on the streets of God Leaf City, a cubic meter of god leaf dew would be worth 600 to 700 top-grade spirit stones. Hee, 100-flower empress must be joking. The divine leaf dew isn't just popular in the divine leaf city, it is one of the most important resources in the entire horizontal river star region or even the entire universe. I am only friends with 100-flower empress. If it is any other heaven monarch, it will be at least 900 peak-grade spirit stones per cubic meter. Alright, 750 it is then. 100-flower empress let out a sigh. She needed too much, otherwise, she wouldn't bargain as it would be too embarrassing. 100-flower empress, is it still 10 million cubes this time? The divine leaf city lord asked. 100 million cubes. 100-flower empress replied. 100 million cubes. No wonder. The divine leaf city lord smiled bitterly. 100 million cubes was equivalent to 75 billion peak-grade spirit stones. No wonder the 100-flower empress would bargain so ruthlessly. How about this? I will give you 730 per cubic meter. The Divine Leaf City Lord took the initiative to bargain. You should know how difficult it is to construct a city on the leaves of the world tree. 90% of the peak-grade spirit stones that I earned were used to maintain the array and prevent it from collapsing. The might contained within the world tree's leaf was too strong. The God Leaf City's array was constantly being attacked. One had to know that as long as the formation was not under attack, it would be able to maintain itself by absorbing the world's origin chi. Once it suffered an intense attack, even if the essence chi pool was filled with essence chi, it would not last for long. Therefore, the God Leaf City Lord had to invest a huge amount of spirit stones into the essence chi pool every year. In addition, in order to prevent powerful lords of heaven from touching the leaves of the world tree, he also set up several supreme tactical arrays on the surface of the leaves of the world tree. Each supreme tactical array ate a lot of top-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, he had to eat them. If not for these reasons, the God Leaf City Lord would have given 100 Flowers Empress 100 million cubic meters of God Leaf Dew for free. Don't cry about being poor. Everyone in the entire Hengi Star region knows that you are the wealthiest. Even the Hengi primogenitor cannot compare to you, said Matron Centauria with a smile. Although they were both lords of heaven, there was a huge difference in wealth. The wealth gap between ordinary heaven lords was normal. However, the moment one became the city leader of a universe city, their wealth would increase exponentially. It was not an exaggeration to say that the wealth of any city leader of a universe city was at least 100 or even 1,000 times that of an ordinary heaven lord. However, the wealth of the God Leaf City Lord was 10 or 100 times that of other universe city leaders. Matron Centauria controlled the power of withering glory and could cultivate a large number of precious herbs. However, her wealth was far less than that of the God Leaf City Lord. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. All these years, I have been living very carefully. Sometimes, I envy you guys. There are not so many people eyeing you. The God Leaf City Lord sighed. As far as he knew, there were not many leaves of the world tree in the entire universe. Those who had obtained the leaves of the world tree were all at the same level as the Hengi primogenitor. Some of them were even demigods. Only he was much weaker. If it was not for the geographical advantage and the top-grade secret treasure, the leaves of the world tree and the God Leaf City would have changed owners long ago. He would have been killed long ago. Hearing this, Matron Centauria was silent. Many years ago, she witnessed the war of heavenly lords because of the leaves of the world tree. That war was so tragic that several heavenly lords died. If there were no accidents, in the near future, there would be another war of heavenly lords because of the leaves of the world tree. After all, the leaves of the world tree were one of the most elite treasures in the universe. At a harvesting location, the amount of divine leaf dew that could be produced within a certain period of time was limited. After harvesting 200,000 bottles of divine leaf dew, Li Fuchen obviously felt that the efficiency had decreased by more than half. It seems like I have to change a harvesting location. After teleporting out, Li Fuchen headed to the next harvesting location. Just like that, a year had passed and Li Fuchen had harvested 500,000 bottles, which was equivalent to 50 cubic meters of divine leaf dew. Li Fuchen didn't continue harvesting. To be honest, it wasn't worth it to spend all his time on harvesting divine leaf dew. 50 cubic meters of divine leaf dew was only worth 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones. With his strength, even if he didn't harvest divine leaf dew, he would still be able to earn that many peak-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, at his level, he had to know that strength was everything. With strength, wealth would come rolling in. Without strength, it would be hard to earn wealth. It could be said that wealth was an embodiment of strength. If one pursued wealth over strength, it would definitely be neglecting the essentials. If it wasn't for the divine leaf dew's prowess that was beneficial to his cultivation, he wouldn't have spent a year harvesting divine leaf dew. 50 cubic meters of divine leaf dew will be enough for the sword sect for a long time. The divine leaf dew was normally used by saints. If it was used by those below saints, a single drop would have incredible effects. 50 cubes would naturally be able to use it for a very long period of time. Apart from the people closest to Li Fuchen, if anyone else wanted to obtain the divine leaf dew, they would need a massive amount of contribution points. Li Fuchen wouldn't allow them to obtain it for free. Swordsman Guild. After exchanging 1,000 bottles of divine leaf dew for 100,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen officially became a beginner member. Next, he would have to pass the mid-class and high-class tests before he could continue to advance. Inside the testing hall, bang! Li Fuchen casually brandished his sword and sent a mid-class saint puppet flying. A moment later, Li Fuchen sent another high-class saint puppet flying. Congratulations, you are officially a high-class member of the Swordsman Guild. As the examiner, the Deep Blue Sword Master handed Li Fuchen a guild emblem. Thank you. Li Fuchen received the guild emblem. Next, if you want to continue earning contribution points, you will have to complete guild missions. I know. Li Fuchen nodded. In the Swordsman Guild, there were great benefits when one's rank increased. After reaching the Morning Star realm, one could use contribution points to exchange for divine leaf sap. As compared to the divine leaf dew, the divine leaf sap was 10,000 times more valuable. A single bottle of divine leaf sap could be sold for 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones in the outside world. It was a pity that the divine leaf sap couldn't be seen in the divine leaf city. It would only be seen in auctions, and it had to be at the Morning Star auction. As time passed by, Li Fuchen cultivated while completing guild missions one after another. During this period, he even made a trip back to the Deep Blue Plain. Originally, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan's cultivation had already reached the Primary Sea Realm. One was at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm while the other was at the 4th level of Primary Sea Realm. After consuming a large amount of divine leaf dew, their cultivation broke through consecutively. It probably wouldn't take long before they broke through to the Law Phase realm. The younger sisters, Li Fuxiang and Li Xiaodai, had progressed to the Primary Sea Realm after consuming the divine leaf dew. Shang Guanyu had progressed to the peak level of Law Phase realm and was just a step away from the Soul Merge realm. I might barely be able to make them become saints one by one. But after that, it will depend on their own fortune. If their fortune isn't good enough, they will die of old age sooner or later. With Li Fuchen's ability, he could easily transform a person from a normal bone frame to an 8-star bone frame. With endless resources and a long period of time, it wasn't impossible to push them to the saint's level. But after that, it wasn't something that could be solved with endless resources. The higher the saint's level, the higher the requirement for innate perception. It could be said that at the saint's level, a 9-star bone frame was basically the standard. The crucial thing was the perception. If the perception wasn't good enough, one could only increase the cultivation level honestly. Cultivation techniques and martial arts wouldn't be able to have a significant increase. If one purely increased the cultivation level, the increase in lifespan would be limited. A regular high-level saint would only have a lifespan of around 200,000 years. Li Fuchen's lifespan was at least 1,000,000 years. Heaven monarchs were even more incredible as their lifespan was tens of millions of years. Heaven monarchs that possessed supreme cultivation techniques would have the same lifespan as the heavens and would be immortal. Forget it, I am thinking too far ahead. Perhaps after such a long period of time, I might be able to make the people around me become heaven monarchs. The greatest motivation to become an expert was naturally to satisfy oneself. To Li Fuchen, allowing the people around him to live was to satisfy himself. If he couldn't even change the fate of the people around him, then the meaning of cultivation would be overshadowed. After a few more years, Li Fuchen completed guild missions and finally became a P-class rank 3 member. He wasn't too far away from the Morning Star level. I am actually going against a heaven monarch. On this day, Li Fuchen suddenly frowned. The information from the werewolf Li Fuchen surprised him. During these years, the werewolf Li Fuchen was like a fish in the water in the ancient stone starfield. The speed at which he earned peak-grade spirit stones was even faster than Li Fuchen. The original 500 billion black runes in his bloodline had now split into 10 trillion runes. His combat time had increased by more than 10 times and his strength had increased significantly too. But Li Fuchen was rather worried that he was going against a heaven monarch so early. No matter what, the duration of combat was the werewolf Li Fuchen's weakness. A heaven monarch's power was endless and could continue to fight. The werewolf Li Fuchen's peak strength could only be maintained for a certain period of time. Once he couldn't eliminate the heaven monarch or escape during this period of time, he would be completely killed. I hope the heaven monarch isn't ridiculously strong. Chapter 924. In the ancient stone star field, two figures faced off against each other in a space filled with ruins. Amazing. As expected of a dark werewolf. On the other side of Li Fuchen was a 6-meter-tall foreign heaven monarch with a lizard head and a lizard tail. If there were knowledgeable people here, they would be able to tell that this alien heavenly lord was from the Comoros tribe. Although the Comoros were not a powerful race, they were still a fighting race. Deep in their souls, there was a brand of warlike imprint. The Comoros race's heaven monarch was emitting a horrific aura presence. He was only 6 meters tall, but he gave off the feeling that he was a cosmic beast whose prowess could cover the stars in the universe. Just now, a simple collision between the two had destroyed all the stars within billions of miles. Under the powerful collision, this area had temporarily become a dead zone. Any living being below the heavenly monarch realm would be torn into pieces by the chaotic energy. Only divine lords would probably be able to survive here. Why did you find me? Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't understand. He didn't offend the other party in any way, the two of them just happened to meet. It's just to get stronger. Your dark wolfman bloodline is useful to me. If you're willing to let me take half of it, I can let you go. The Comoros race's heaven monarch grinned sinisterly. He could immediately see that the wolfman Li Fuchen's bloodline hadn't completely transformed into the supreme bloodline, the dark wolfman bloodline. If Li Fuchen had completely transformed, the Comoros race's heaven monarch wouldn't make a move so easily. The wolfman race's heaven monarchs were infamous. Let's fight. Wolfman Li Fuchen transformed. After the transformation, he reached a height of 4 meters. The hair on his body was no longer a pure golden color, but a dark golden color. Black lightning flashed around him. As compared to many years ago, the werewolf Li Fuchen's control of his power was much more refined. If there was a day when his power wasn't exposed, his combat strength would reach an even more unbelievable level. Boom! The two of them collided again. An intense light burst forth. The star ruins within a range of tens of billions of kilometers were completely blasted into dust. In the center of the light was a black hole. The collision between the two of them actually created a black hole. However, this unstable black hole was quickly shattered by the second collision between the two of them. Boom boom boom, this was different from the first probing attack. This time, the two of them did not use their ultimate moves, but their strength was almost at the limit. Amazing, truly amazing. His bloodline has yet to completely transform, but he already possesses the same power as me, Lord of Heaven Boa. How enviable. Boa Heavenly Lord was indeed very envious and jealous. In terms of combat talent, the Wolfman race was at least in the top 5 among the many races in the universe. The Comoros race was not even in the top 10. If he had the talent of the Wolfman race, he, Boa Heavenly Lord, would be at least 10 times stronger than he was now. If you had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, I might not be your match. But now, you will die for sure. As he spoke, Heavenly Lord Boa's figure disappeared. Wolfmanly Fuchen's expression changed as he extended his spiritual awareness. However, his Heavenly Lord's spiritual consciousness was unable to detect Heavenly Lord Boya. Bang! All of a sudden, the Boa Heaven Monarch appeared behind Li Fuchen and sent him flying with a fist. Teleportation? Not really. It's more like invisibility. Wolfman Li Fuchen felt a sweetness in his throat and nearly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was fortunate that the Wolfman race's defense was extremely tough, otherwise, he would have been injured by that fist. Such powerful defense. The Boa Heaven Monarch's expression was getting more sinister. Die, die, die. The Boa Heaven Monarch repeatedly blasted his fist on Wolfman Li Fuchen's body. Get lost. The wolf claws that were sharp like divine weapons clawed on the Boa Heaven Monarch's body. You are actually able to attack me? The Boa Heaven Monarch lowered his head and looked at his bone-deep chest. He was extremely shocked. His innate ability, changing color, allowed him to blend perfectly with the surroundings. Unless one's spiritual awareness was at an extremely high level, it was impossible to detect him. Blood Moon Claw. Wolfman Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to waste his breath and sent a blood-colored claw at the Boa Heaven Monarch. As compared to the Wolf Lord Drizzt's Blood Moon Claw, Wolfman Li Fuchen's Blood Moon Claw contained the laceration law and had obviously reached a qualitative change. Layers of void were split open and time seemed to have stagnated. The Boa Heaven Monarch couldn't dodge in time and could only cross his arms while a layer of black covered his body. Innate ability, Harden. Clang clang. The Blood Moon Claw slashed across the Boa Heaven Monarch's body and burst out with resplendent sparks. Didn't break the defense. Wolfman Li Fuchen's eyes turned sharp as a large amount of darkness power flowed into his palm. Due to the bloodline not fully awakened, his darkness power wasn't endless. When executing his finishing move, the consumption of darkness power was 10 times or 100 times faster than normal. Dark Moon Claw. When the Dark Moon Claw, which was of a higher class than the Blood Moon Claw, was executed, the universe was plunged into darkness. A horrific wave instantly swept across the Boa Heaven Monarch's body. Crackle. The Boa Heaven Monarch's hardened ability crumbled and his arms turned into black substances that scattered. Impossible. The Boa Heaven Monarch let out a painful voice. His hardened ability was enough to increase his defense by 10 times, but it was instantly broken. His arms grew out again and the Boa Heaven Monarch burst out with a yell. A horrific sound wave blasted at Wolfman Li Fuchen. Wolfman Li Fuchen was sent flying and vomited a large mouthful of fresh blood. The sound wave was a shock wave and it could cause an object to vibrate inside and outside. It was extremely hard to defend against. Die. Seeing that the sound wave was so effective, the Boa Heaven Monarch continued to blast Li Fuchen with the sound wave. Absorb. Wolfman Li Fuchen set up a layer of darkness barrier around his body. He wasn't an official werewolf race Heaven Monarch yet, and there were still loopholes in the power of darkness. If he was an official werewolf race Heaven Monarch, all the attacks from the Boa Heaven Monarch would be absorbed by the power of darkness. Right now, he could only set up the darkness barrier to absorb the attacks. But this way, the consumption was rather huge. Damn it, why are the Dark Wolfmen so powerful? The Boa Heaven Monarch was extremely enraged. He realized that he had underestimated the Wolfman race Heaven Monarch and the Dark Wolfman bloodline. Of course, the Boa Heaven Monarch had to admit that their Comoros race Heaven Monarchs had overly simple combat methods and were completely countered by the Wolfman race Heaven Monarchs. If it was any other race's Heaven Monarchs, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. I cannot conserve the darkness power anymore. I have to defeat the enemy in a single move. Boundless and horrific darkness power surged out from his bloodline. Wolfman Li Fuchen brandished his right claw and plunged the universe into darkness. An intense wave was like a violent storm that enveloped the Boa Heaven Monarch. Bang bang bang, the Boa Heaven Monarch's body started to explode, and the places that exploded were all turned into black substances that scattered. Flee! Even though the Boa Heaven Monarch knew that Wolfman Li Fuchen's darkness power wasn't endless and it would be exhausted in a short period of time, he didn't dare to take the risk. If Wolfman Li Fuchen had the ability to kill him before his darkness power was exhausted, then he would suffer a huge loss. After tearing open the spatial zone, the Boa Heaven Monarch vanished without a trace. Humph, you still want to spy on me? Wolfman Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with cold light as he reached into the void with his claw. Ah! From the depths of the void, the Boa Heaven Monarch's miserable scream could be heard. I still have 80% of my darkness power left. After letting out a breath, Wolfman Li Fuchen muttered to himself. If it was a normal battle, Wolfman Li Fuchen would still have 99% of his darkness power left and would be able to fight for a very long time. However, executing the Blood Moon Claw, Dark Moon Claw, and Darkness Barrier exhausted too much darkness power. If he had enough darkness power, Wolfman Li Fuchen wouldn't mind chasing after the Boa Heaven Monarch. I wonder what class of regular Heaven Monarch is this Boa Heaven Monarch. After seeing everything, Li Fuchen revealed a trace of a smile as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. Wolfman Li Fuchen was very powerful and his darkness power was all round in both offense and defense. Not only could it erode the enemy's body, it could also absorb attacks. If the duration of the battle wasn't considered, even a Heaven Monarch who was much stronger than Wolfman Li Fuchen might not be able to gain the upper hand. Of course, it was mainly because the Boa Heaven Monarch's combat methods were too monotonous. If Wolfman Li Fuchen encountered a foreign race Heaven Monarch who had many combat methods, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the opponent. After defeating the Boa Heaven Monarch, Wolfman Li Fuchen sniffed and flashed into the void. A while ago, Wolfman Li Fuchen discovered a sacred masterclass starry sky giant beast, the silver pattern beast in the ancient stone star region. This kind of starry sky giant beast was extremely valuable, and if he could capture it, it would be able to be sold for a few million peak-grade spirit stones. It was a pity that the silver pattern beast was too fast, and if it was given a chance, it would be able to teleport away. It was fortunate that Wolfman Li Fuchen had already memorized the silver pattern beast's scent. As long as the silver pattern beast didn't escape too far, Wolfman Li Fuchen would be able to find it. The horizontal river star region had a total of 11 Cosmos cities, like the Myriad Spirit City, Divine Leaf City, and Hundred Flowers City. From the distribution, the Myriad Spirit City, Divine Leaf City, and Hundred Flowers City were basically in the same region and were rather close to each other. The Cosmos City that was the furthest from the Divine Leaf City was called Gloom City. Gloom City was like a giant beehive and was emitting horrific chi presence. In the horizontal river star region, Gloom City could be said to be a place where dragons and snakes were mixed together. There were plenty of vicious experts that gathered in Gloom City. To most of the people, this place was definitely a tiger's den and they wouldn't come here easily. On this day, in the starry sky that wasn't far away from Gloom City, there was a sword-shaped ship that was rapidly traversing. On the ship, there were a total of 4 sacred lords. Li Fuchen was one of them. He was heading to Gloom City for a guild mission. This mission was to escort a family to the Divine Leaf City, and it was a Morning Star class mission. Among the 4 sacred lords, only Li Fuchen was a P-class rank 3 member. The other 3 were Morning Star class members. Every time I come to Gloom City, I feel very depressed. How can I not be depressed? Gloom City is constructed on top of an insect nest. I wonder how can there be such a huge insect nest in the universe? What do you think the people living in Gloom City are thinking? If it was me, I wouldn't be willing to stay here. Apart from those vicious devils, most people wouldn't have a choice. After all, it is too far to head to other Cosmos cities. Only a minority of people are willing to take the risk. In addition, Gloom City might be a little chaotic, but there are rules. Apart from having a tough life, it is still possible to survive. Chapter 925. At the side, Li Fuchen didn't reply. He didn't know the three Sword Dao sacred lords previously, but after accepting the mission, he got to know them one by one. These three Sword Dao sacred lords were the Swift Wind Sword Master, Blood Tear Sword Saint, and Thunder Sword Master. All of them were peak-level sacred lords. The Swift Wind Sword Master was from the Wind Spirit race, and the Wind Spirit race was adept at Wind Dao Law. They didn't just have fast movement speed. After cultivating sword arts, their sword art speed was also unbelievably fast. The Blood Tear Sword Saint was a sacred lord of the Blood race. That's right, he was from the same race as the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. But he wasn't as incredible as the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord and was only considered a regular peak-level Sacred Lord. The most incredible was the Thunder Sword Master. He was from the Thunder Sense race and had extremely powerful strength. Among the Sword Dao Sacred Lords of the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild, he was definitely top 20. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived at Gloom City. As expected. Looking at the beehive-like Gloom City, Li Fuchen understood. This Gloom City was similar to the insect lair in the Dark Chaos Spatial Zone, but it was several times bigger. It seemed like the Gloom Heaven Lord had either fought with the insectoids or discovered an insectoid ruin and found a Heaven Monarch class insectoid lair. He then used the lair as the foundation to construct Gloom City. It wasn't hard to imagine that Gloom City, which used a Heaven Monarch class insectoid lair as the foundation, would definitely have all sorts of unbelievable abilities. Anyone who wanted to attack Gloom City would have to think twice. In Gloom City, the Darcy clan had a grave atmosphere. The Darcy clan might not have a lot of members, but it was still a Sacred Lord class clan and had a rather high status in Gloom City. But after the death of the Patriarch, the Violent Wind Sacred Lord, the Darcy clan situation had been deteriorating. It wasn't because the clan's influence was declining, but because the Darcy clan obtained an artifact that they shouldn't have. This artifact was a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact. Strictly speaking, a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact was a damaged supreme cardinal artifact. But its power was extremely powerful and regular peak-level sacred lords wouldn't be able to withstand it. When Sacred Lord Gale was still around, he was still able to fully activate this secret treasure. There weren't many sacred lords below the Heaven Monarch realm that dared to offend the Dasla clan. However, after Sacred Lord Gale died, the Dasla clan didn't even have a single peak-level Saint Monarch. Thus, they weren't able to fully activate the secret treasure. Gloom City was different from other cities in the universe. Here, conflicts were allowed. It was just that killing wasn't allowed. The life of the Darcy family was extremely difficult. Under the coercion of some peak holy lords, the Darcy family was even prepared to hand over a quasi-supreme treasure. Luckily, Sacred Lord Gale's friend from the past came to Gloom City at this time and found out about the Darcy family's troubles. Holy Lord Gale's friend happened to be a top member of Godly Leaf City's Swordsman Guild. As a top member, he issued a Morning Star rank guild mission, which was to bring the Darcy family to Godly Leaf City. The main hall of the Dasla family. The flame-destroying Devil Master has given his ultimatum. If you still don't hand over the Annihilation Bracelet, I will annihilate the entire Darcy family. The Darcy clan had a total of 4 saints. At this moment, the 4 saints had gathered, and one of them said helplessly, "I'm really not willing to give up the Annihilation Bracelet just like that." The youngest saint said unwillingly. He was the great-grandson of Sacred Lord Gale, Ibu Daslu, and the current patriarch of the Darcy family. The Annihilation Bracelet was naturally with him, so he was very unwilling to hand it over. One had to know that a quasi-supreme secret treasure was too precious. It was worth at least 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones. He was an ordinary saint, and with the Annihilation Bracelet, he could instantly rise to the level of an ordinary holy lord. When he reached the peak of a saint, he would probably be able to display the strength of a peak holy lord. The flame-destroying Devil Master is one of the top 10 holy lords in Gloom City. If he is willing to pay the price, he can annihilate the Darcy family. The oldest saint sighed. In Gloom City, it was still possible to kill someone. It was just that the price was too high. Even a peak Holy Lord wouldn't be able to bear it. Wait a little longer. Lord Cruz said that he has already issued a Morning Star rank mission. I believe that in a few days, the Swordsman Guild will come. Ibu gritted his teeth. So what if the Swordsman Guild comes? That is the flame-destroying Devil Master. The saint who had been silent all this while couldn't help but speak up. To be able to rank in the top 10 Holy Lords of a universe city, such a Holy Lord could no longer be described as a peak Holy Lord. He could almost be called an invincible Holy Lord. Normally, it wasn't difficult to kill a peak Holy Lord. Any invincible Holy Lord or close to invincible Holy Lord could easily kill an ordinary peak Holy Lord. However, to kill an invincible Holy Lord was difficult and almost impossible. This was because an invincible Holy Lord already stood at the peak of Holy Lords. Even if an invincible Holy Lord was stronger than them, there was a limit to their strength. For an existence like the flame-destroying Devil Master, unless a few invincible Holy Lords spent a large amount of time to surround and kill him, it was impossible to kill him. Moreover, they still had to be wary of him escaping. If his escaping techniques were better, even 10 invincible Holy Lords working together wouldn't be able to kill him. Under normal circumstances, the Swordsman Guild would at most send a few peak Holy Lords. As for sending invincible Holy Lords, it wasn't very likely. A universe city only had a few invincible Holy Lords. The Godly Leaf City Swordsman Guild had gathered all the invincible Holy Lords of the Sword Dao in the entire horizontal River Star region. They might have more invincible Holy Lords, but it was estimated that there wouldn't be more than 10 of them. These 10 invincible Holy Lords definitely wouldn't do missions normally. Without paying a huge price, it would be strange if they came. Even a peak Holy Lord is fine. I don't believe that the flame-destroying Devil Master would dare to kill the Holy Lords of the Swordsman Guild. Moreover, the Swordsman Guild is one of the superpowers of the universe. Some of their methods aren't something we can imagine. Ibu was hopeful about the Swordsman Guild. Patriarch, the people from the Swordsman Guild are here. At this moment, an emperor from the Darcy clan rushed in. The people from the Swordsman Guild are here. Quickly invite them in. Ibu was overjoyed. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen and the others arrived at the Darcy clan's grand hall. Patriarch of the Darcy clan, Ibu, greets the 4 sirs. Ibu didn't dare to put on airs. He lowered his head and cupped his fists first. The other 3 saints of the Daslu clan also lowered their heads and cupped their fists. Lifting his eyes slightly, Ibu sized up Li Fuchen and the others. They are all very strong. Their auras are even stronger than grandfather's. They are at least at the peak Holy Lord level. In particular, the Sword Dao Holy Lord in the lead has a terrifying aura. He is most likely a peak Holy Lord. Ibu had seen plenty of sacred lords in Gloom City, therefore, he was able to judge their strength based on their chi presences. In his opinion, the strongest among the 4 was definitely the one on the right side of Li Fuchen. It was a middle-aged man with thunderous eyes and a very imposing aura. Patriarch Ibu, you can call me Swift-Wind Sword Master. Let me introduce you. This is Blood Tier Sword Saint, this is Primary Extreme Sword Master, and this is the famous Lightning Sword Master of our Swordsman Guild. The first to speak was the Swift-Wind Sword Master. He had a gentle personality and was the best at interacting with people. Sirs, please take a seat. Ibu gestured with his right hand. After taking a sip of tea, the Swift-Wind Sword Master asked, Patriarch Ibu, how many members does the Daslu clan have? Sirs, I am Cole. Right now, the Daslu clan has a total of 15,892 members. The one who spoke was the oldest saint of the Daslu clan. It is still alright, it isn't a lot. After making the arrangements, we will leave immediately. The Lightning Sword Master nodded. In the universe cities, a Sacred Lord clan would only have over 10,000 members, and it was considered a small number. There were some Sacred Lord clans with deep foundations that had hundreds of thousands or even millions of members. We are leaving now. Ibu didn't react in time. If you have any ideas, you can voice them out. The Swift Wind Sword Master said. Ibu took a deep breath and said, "Today, the Flame Destruction Devil Lord gave us an ultimatum and wants us to hand over the Annihilation Bracelet. I reckon that the Flame Destruction Devil Lord spies are everywhere outside." Flame Destruction Devil Lord, huh? The Lightning Sword Master raised his brows. He had heard of the Flame Destruction Devil Lord and knew that this demonic demon Sacred Lord wasn't easy to deal with. The Lightning Sword Master didn't have any confidence either. It doesn't matter if we leave now or later. I don't believe that the Flame Destruction Devil Lord will dare to make a move on our Swordsman Guild. The Blood Tear Sword Saint licked his blood-red lips. As a pinnacle Sacred Lord, his title was the Blood Tear Sword Saint because he felt that this name sounded better than the Blood Tear Sword Master. The Blood Tear Sword Saint is right. It doesn't matter if we leave now or later. We can also disrupt the enemy's arrangements. The one who spoke was Li Fuchen. In the deep blue plain, he was the Sword Master. In the Divine Leaf City, in order to avoid too much trouble, he chose a new title for himself. It was the Primary Extreme Sword Master. Under the suggestion of the four, the Daslu clan immediately started to move. A few hours later, over 10,000 members of the clan headed for the city gate of Gloom City. Flame Destruction Devil Lord, the Daslu clan is preparing to leave Gloom City. Once the Daslu clan made a move, the Flame Destruction Devil Lord immediately received the news. Trying to leave? You are truly courting death. The Flame Destruction Devil Lord was a demonic demon Sacred Lord with a pair of bull horns on his head and dark red eyes. He let out a cold snort while his eyes were filled with anger. After exiting Gloom City, the Thunder Sword Master waved his hand and a sword-shaped ship appeared out of nowhere. The sword-shaped ship was a high-grade Extreme Dao Cardinal artifact. But as it was a ship-type Extreme Dao Cardinal artifact, it was more expensive than regular Extreme Dao Cardinal artifacts. When the sword-shaped ship was enlarged, it was easy to accommodate over 10,000 individuals. Everyone had a large space to move around. On the deck, the members of the Daslu clan looked at the departing Gloom City. They were relaxed but also disappointed. Gloom City might not be a good place to stay, but the Daslu clan had lived here for many years. They were a little reluctant to part with it. "Father, Mother, are we coming back?" A young boy from the Daslu clan asked his parents. "We are not coming back. We are going to a better universe city than Gloom City." The boy's parents rubbed the boy's head. "These four are the Sacred Lords of the Swordsman Guild. If my Daslu clan has a Sacred Lord, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state." Eppo Wire looked at Li Fuchen and the others with respect and desire. She was Ibu's daughter and her innate perception was one of the best in the entire history of the Daslu clan. It wouldn't take long for her to become a saint too. But a saint and a Sacred Lord were two different. Eppo Wire desired to possess the power of a Sacred Lord. The sword-shaped ship didn't fly far before it was caught up by a faster ship. It was a black ship that was emitting a fiery chi presence. "It is the Flame Destruction Devil Lord's ship." Chapter 926. Where do you think you're going? At the bow of the black ship, the flame-destroying demon lord, who was as tall as a few people and had a pair of huge horns on his head, looked down at everyone on the sword-shaped ship. "Flame-destroying demon lord, give the Swordsman Guild some face and let them go," the Swift Wind Sword Master said. They had 3 peak Sacred Lords on their side and were not afraid of the flame-destroying demon lord. "The Swordsman Guild is nothing. I'll give you 2 choices now. Either die with the Darcy family or scram immediately." The flame-destroying demon lord didn't put the swordsman guild in his eyes at all. This was Gloom City, not Godly Leaf City. Would the swordsman guild dare to send people into Gloom City to kill him? Even a heavenly monarch wouldn't dare to enter Gloom City to kill a person, let alone a sacred lord. Interesting. We're going to protect the Darcy family. A dangerous light flashed in the blood-tear sword saint's eyes. Courting death. Demon lord, let me kill them. As an invincible sacred lord, the flame-destroying demon lord had a few peak sacred lords following him. One of them volunteered. Hearing this, the flame-destroying demon lord nodded. He would definitely take down the Darcy family, but before that, it was not a bad idea to have some fun. With the flame-destroying demon lord's approval, the peak sacred lord flew out of the black ship. I am Sacred Lord Mamba. Who dares to fight me? Let me. The blood-tear sword saint flew out of the sword-shaped ship. Tell me your name. Sacred Lord Mamba held a snake-shaped weapon and pointed it at the blood-tear sword saint. Losers don't have the right to know my name. The blood-tear sword saint's speed was extremely fast as he flew towards Sacred Lord Mamba. Die. Sacred Lord Mamba waved the snake-shaped weapon, and countless snakes appeared and swept towards the blood-tear sword saint. Whoosh! The blood-tear sword saint's body turned into countless black bats and scattered, causing Sacred Lord Mamba's attack to miss. The blood race was an existence whose combat strength was not inferior to the wolfman race. In terms of difficulty, they were even more difficult to deal with. Of course, there were differences in strength amongst the blood race. If it was Sacred Lord Bloodlust, the black bat he turned into was many times smaller than the blood-tear sword saint, it was like black smoke. There were too many black bats, and because they were formed by the dark force, it was useless even if Sacred Master Mamba scattered the black bats, unless all the black bats were destroyed in an instant. Puff! Behind Sacred Master Mamba, the blood-tear sword saint appeared and pierced through his body. I, Sacred Lord Fog Spirit, would like to learn from you. A cloud of mist suddenly appeared on the battlefield and attacked the blood-tear sword saint. Shameless. I, the Swift Wind Sword Master, will teach you a lesson. On the sword-shaped ship, the Fast Wind Sword Master turned into a gust of wind and leapt towards Sacred Lord Fog Spirit. Before he even arrived, countless streaks of sword chi shot over. Go! The remaining peak sacred lords next to the flame-destroying demonic lord all charged into the battlefield. From this, one could see that the blood-tear sword saint and the swift wind sword master weren't normal peak sacred lords. Even though they were fighting against many, they were still able to hold their ground. You're all a bunch of trash. I still have to make a move. The flame-destroying demonic lord's expression became ugly. The flame-destroying demonic lord's body started to turn into energy and instantly appeared in front of the blood-tear sword saint. Die! A palm formed from energy slammed toward the blood-tear sword saint. Run! The blood-tear sword saint's pupils contracted. He had a feeling that the flame-destroying demonic lord's palm had the possibility of killing him. His body turned into countless bats that escaped in every direction. The next instant, the flame-destroying demonic lord's palm reached in. Space was pierced through, and the edges of space started to melt as well. More than 99% of the black bats were instantly turned to dust. The blood-tear sword saint's face was pale white, and fear lingered in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was fast enough, he would have died under the flame-destroying demonic lord's palm. Reverse Destruction Lightning Sword. 2 bolts of lightning crossed the battlefield. The lightning sword master had attacked. Your strength isn't bad. The flame-destroying demonic lord grinned as he looked at the 2 sword gashes on his body. My attack is ineffective. In the lightning sword master's eyes, the sword gashes on the flame-destroying demonic lord's body healed immediately. The flame-destroying demonic lord was like a lump of molten iron that hadn't solidified. Any attack would be ineffective and would at most destroy a trace of the flame-destroying demonic lord's strength. You take a palm of mine too. The flame-destroying demonic lord's palm struck out. The palm force was like molten iron, and it was blinding. 3 heads and 6 arms, seal. The lightning sword master held a sword in each of his 6 arms. The 6 swords crossed and faced the molten iron palm force. Boom! A wave of energy that could incinerate everything exploded. Be it the black ship or the sword-shaped ship, they were both sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. This was with someone controlling the ship. If no one was controlling the ship, it would be normal for the ship to be sent flying hundreds of millions of miles away. Apart from the flame-destroying demonic lord and the lightning sword master, the rest stopped fighting. At this moment it was difficult for them to even protect themselves, let alone fight as if nothing had happened. Wave after wave of energy exploded. PFFF. Spurting out a mouthful of boiling blood, the lightning sword master was sent flying. The flame-destroying demonic lord was too strong. In the Swordsman Guild, probably only the few unrivaled Sword Dao sacred masters could contend against him. Tell me your name. The flame-destroying demonic lord spoke. Lightning Sword Master. The Lightning Sword Master's eyes were solemn. Lightning Sword Master, I'll give you a chance now. Leave the Darcy clan and scram immediately. Otherwise, you can be buried here with them. The flame-destroying demonic lord thought that he had already given the Swordsman Guild a lot of face. Of course, this was mainly to leave a way out for himself. If he killed the members of the Swordsman Guild, he could stay in Gloom City for the rest of his life. However, if he dared to leave Gloom City, he would definitely be hunted down by the Swordsman Guild. Don't agree to it. Ibu roared in his heart. Once the Swordsman Guild abandoned them, their outcome would definitely be miserable. Even if they offered up the Annihilation Bracelet, they would still be tortured by the flame-destroying demonic lord. The other members of the Darcy clan also had a miserable expression. At this moment, their fates were in the hands of the Swordsman Guild. The feeling of being abandoned at any moment made their hearts stop beating. Flame-destroying demonic lord, you are underestimating us and the Swordsman Guild. The Swift Wind Sword Master and the Blood Tear Sword Master flew to the side of the Lightning Sword Master. My Swordsman Guild will never cower. Triple Absolute Sword Formation. The Lightning Sword Master and the others' chi presences suddenly connected. In the next moment, 3 swords with different colors gathered above the trio's heads. Extreme Dao Battle Formation. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. Different grades of battle formations corresponded to different cultivation levels. For example, a Class 8 battle formation could only combine the combat strength of a Law Phase Realm Emperor. A regular Class 9 battle formation could only combine the combat strength of a regular Saint. An Extreme Dao battle formation was a Class 9 Peak Tier battle formation. It could combine the combat strength of a Peak Class Saint or a Sacred Lord. Of course, Extreme Dao battle formations had different grades too. A high-grade Extreme Dao battle formation could increase the power of the battle formation. It was unknown what grade of Extreme Dao battle formation this Triple Absolute Sword Formation was. Battle formation huh? Come on then. The flame-destroying demonic lord was extremely heroic and arrogant. Wind Absolute Sword, attack. The Lightning Sword Master and the others roared out. Above their heads, the slightly transparent sword suddenly flew out and turned into a shocking sword light that slashed at the flame-destroying demonic lord. Just in time. The flame-destroying demonic lord blasted a fist at the sword light. Bang boom. The sword light's power was much stronger than the Lightning Sword Master's sword art. The flame-destroying demonic lord's body shook. Darkness Absolute Sword. If the first sword wasn't enough, the Lightning Sword Master and the others executed the second sword. This time, it was a black sword that contained the astounding power of darkness. I see. Li Fuchen understood now. The triple absolute sword formation would produce different swords depending on the sword Dao law that the person who set up the formation possessed. The first wind absolute sword obviously corresponded to the swift wind sword master. The second darkness absolute sword corresponded to the blood tier sword saint. If there were no surprises, the third blue sword should be the thunder absolute sword and corresponded to the lightning sword master. Boom! The black sword chi wreaked havoc while the flame-destroying demonic lord took a step back. Thunder absolute sword. Before the flame-destroying demonic lord could react, the third sword arrived. It was a blue sword, and once it was executed, it immediately turned into a thunderous sword light. Bang boom! The flame-destroying demonic lord's body was covered in thunderous sword chi as he kept taking steps back while his eyes revealed a trace of pain. The thunder absolute sword had already injured him. Courting death. The flame-destroying demonic lord was infuriated. His body that looked like it was formed from molten iron was emitting a dazzling radiance. Astounding power was gathering. Don't give him a chance. Execute 3 swords at once. As the swift wind sword master's voice echoed, 3 different colored sword lights were blasted at the flame-destroying demonic lord. If the invincible sacred lord is so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be the invincible sacred lord. Li Fuchen shook his head. He could see that the triple absolute sword formation wasn't a high-grade extreme Dao battle formation. It should be a mid-grade extreme Dao battle formation. If it was a high-grade extreme Dao battle formation, it might be able to suppress the flame-destroying demonic lord. Hellfire Fist. The flame-destroying demonic lord burst out, and it was hard to imagine what kind of power was contained in his body. As he blasted out his fist, the pitch-black and dim universe suddenly lit up. It felt as though the entire universe was burning red. Boom! Circles of fire waves burst out, and the 3 sword lights only lasted for a few breaths of time before they immediately crumbled. Immediately after, the fire waves reached the thunder sword master and the others. There was a cracking sound. The triple absolute sword formation had crumbled. Die! The flame-destroying demonic lord was bursting with murderous intent and only wanted to kill the thunder sword master and the others. Not good. The thunder sword master and the others quickly activated their extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifacts and hoped that they could withstand the fire waves. Flame-destroying demonic lord, let me try you. A figure appeared in front of the thunder sword master and the others. Seeing the fire waves approaching, the figure drew his sword and cleaved. PFFF. The fire waves split to the sides and dissipated shortly after. Primary Extreme Sword Master. The Swift Wind Sword Master was shocked. In the Swift Wind Sword Master's opinion, Li Fuchen was able to participate in this mission because he had connections and was here to freeload contribution points. They didn't really mind, after all. A long time ago when they just joined the Swordsman Guild, they also freeloaded contribution points. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen's strength to be so powerful and split the flame-destroying demonic lord's finishing move in a single sword. What? Chapter 927. This move, Hellfire Fist, was not an ordinary ultimate move. It contained a trace of primal chaos. This meant that his fiendish demon bloodline already contained a trace of a supreme bloodline. To think that the Swordsman Guild would actually send an invincible sword Dao Saint Lord over. The flame-destroying Devil Master snorted coldly as he felt a headache coming on. He could only suppress an invincible Sacred Lord at most. It wasn't very possible for him to completely defeat him. Moreover, the Lightning Sword Master and the other 2 were assisting him with their extreme Dao battle formation. Flame-destroying Devil Master, if you need my help, just let me know. Several 100,000 kilometers away, another large ship appeared. It was a bird-shaped ship, and its hull was covered in layers of huge feathers. At the bird's head, a bald man with bluish-purple skin stood there with a disdainful expression. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit. Eevee's expression changed, as did the faces of the Dassler clansmen. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit, are you really that kind to help me? The flame-destroying demonic lord's eyebrows furrowed as wariness appeared in his eyes. If he could enter the top 10 of the Gloom City Sacred Lords and had a chance to enter the top 5, then Sacred Lord Giant Spirit could definitely enter the top 5 or even the top 3. This was mainly because Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was a Sacred Lord of the Titan race, and the Titan race was the only existence in the universe that could fight against the God race in terms of individual battle power. Any member of the Titan race, as long as they reached the Saint Monarch realm, they would have the strength of a peak Saint Monarch. If they cultivated a little, they would have the strength of a Holy Lord. In comparison, the other races were far inferior. Take the human race for example. When they just advanced to become a saint, they would be the weakest saint. After that, there would be mid-stage saints, high-stage saints, peak-stage saints, and finally, the Saint Lord. They would need to slowly climb up the ranks. Unfortunately, the Titan race had fewer members than the Protoss. Otherwise, who knew who would be the number 1 race in the universe? It's over. Could it be that the heavens want to destroy my Darcy clan? The members of the Dassler family despaired. One flame-destroying demon lord was already extremely difficult to deal with. Now that there was an even more powerful giant spirit Saint Lord, the Dassler family had no hope at all. No, it was not completely hopeless. The Dassler clansmen looked at Li Fuchen. Right now, only Li Fuchen could save the Dassler clan. Of course, the precondition was that Li Fuchen had the strength to contest with the Flame Destruction Devil Lord and the Giant Spirit Saint Lord. I, Sacred Lord Giant Spirit, have always been kind. As long as you pay me some compensation, I can help you deal with your enemies. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit didn't think much about the Annihilation Bracelet. No matter how strong the Annihilation Bracelet was, it would at most be on par with him. At most, it would be a little stronger than him. In terms of actual battle strength, it wouldn't be of much use. The Titan race believed in their own power and not external power. How many supreme-grade spirit stones? Tell me. The flame-destroying Devil Lord knew that Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was only interested in peak-grade spirit stones. 3 million. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit extended 3 fingers. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit, you're too greedy. 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. The flame-extinguishing Devil Master's net worth might be around 10 to 20 million supreme-grade spirit stones. However, all of them were resources and treasures that he could use for himself. In terms of pure supreme-grade spirit stones, he only had a few million. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit shook his head. A quasi-supreme secret treasure can be sold for at least 5 to 10 million. You're the one who made the most out of it. 3 million. If not, I'll leave immediately. The flame-destroying Devil Master thought for a few breaths and said in a low voice, after this is done, I will give you 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones. All right. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit revealed a faint smile. He was not afraid that the flame-destroying Devil Master would go back on his word. If he did, Jiang Yi would definitely make him pay more than 3 million supreme-grade spirit stones. You go first. The flame-destroying Devil Master cupped his fists. Sure, I'll let you see the strength of Sacred Lord Giant Spirit. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit didn't move as his right hand formed a fist and punched out. Boom! At this moment, Sacred Lord Giant Spirit became the center of heaven and earth. His every action contained the power to shake heaven and earth. This is the Titan race's Sacred Lord. This was also the first time the Thunder Sword Master and the others saw the Titan race's Sacred Lord, and they were shocked. Just in time. Li Fuchen slashed with his sword. Crackle. Between the duo, there was a huge crack in the void. This crack was too big and felt as though it was going to split the starry sky in the universe. In the next moment, there was a horrific shockwave. Apart from the flame-destroying Devil Master, everyone else was sent flying. One of the peak stage sacred lords beside the flame-destroying devil master vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and had a few broken bones. Such ferocious power. Li Fuchen was sent flying for a few hundred miles. If he didn't have the star immortal body, he would definitely be injured. It seems like I am not a match for Sacred Lord Giant Spirit without the Joint Heaven Sword. Li Fuchen's current strength was definitely extremely powerful. Even without the Joint Heaven Sword, he was still able to contest with the flame-destroying Devil Master. However, he was still inferior to Sacred Lord Giant Spirit. Receive my second fist. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit floated down from the bird-shaped ship. While he was descending, he executed another fist. When this fist was executed, the starry sky trembled. A fist that was as big as a star was smashing at Li Fuchen. Primary Extreme Sword Body. Li Fuchen circulated the Primary Extreme Sword technique to the extremity. Suddenly, there was a horrific sword Dao power that supported him. Sect Origin Swords. 10,000 sword shadows turned into a single sword shadow and thrust at the star-sized fist. Crackle. The instant the sword shadow penetrated the fist, it shattered. This time, Li Fuchen retreated by 100 miles again. Alright, receive my third fist. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit's chi presence started to surge while his eyes were shooting out with dazzling radiance. PFFF. The void was penetrated and a fist that wasn't big but had boundless power was blasted at Li Fuchen. I can't block it. This fist was too fast and too ferocious. Just as Li Fuchen had this thought, he was sent tens of thousands of miles away. His bones were cracked and fresh blood was splattered. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was rather surprised. For the third fist, he had almost used his full strength but wasn't able to severely injure Li Fuchen. It seemed like Li Fuchen's body toughness was extremely formidable. His strength might not be stronger than the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord, but he is extremely aggressive. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's technique type. He was more fearful of the Sacred Lord's crushing type. After all, in terms of technique, no one could win against Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was able to utilize his strength to the fullest. Triple Extinction Sword Formation, 3 swords at the same time. It was unknown when the Thunder Sword Master and the others had set up the battle formation. While the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was attacking Li Fuchen, 3 sword lights slashed at the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit. Clang clang. The sword lights drew across the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit's skin but didn't leave a mark. Foolish. The Titan race's body toughness is number 1 in the universe. The Flame Destruction Demon Lord revealed a mocking expression and also a trace of vague envy. A mere ant dares to attack me? The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit turned around and shattered the Triple Extinction Sword Formation with a single palm strike. He then sent the Thunder Sword Master and the others flying. What should I do? What should I do? Bu and the members of the Daslu clan were already in despair. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit was too powerful and was even stronger than the Flame Destruction Demon Lord. Furthermore, he didn't have any weakness. Joint Heaven Sword, it is your turn. Li Fuchen's injuries instantly recovered and he drew the Joint Heaven Sword. The moment the Joint Heaven Sword was drawn, a pressing cold intent permeated the void. Even the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit felt a slight chill. Supreme Weapon. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord's eyes lit up and their breaths became erratic. A single supreme weapon would be worth at least 20 to 30 million peak-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a huge fortune for the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord. A single quasi-supreme artifact, the Annihilation Bracelet, was enough to put the Daslu clan in a predicament. A single supreme weapon was enough to make Sacred Lords go crazy. I must obtain it. The Sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord were roaring in their hearts. Especially the Sacred Lord Giant Spirit, his voice rumbled like thunder, hand over the supreme weapon and I shall spare your life. Do you think I took out the joint heaven sword to create trouble for myself? Li Fuchen's face flashed with a mocking expression. Courting death. The sacred Lord Giant Spirit lunged at Li Fuchen. On the other side, the Flame Destruction Demon Lord had also lunged over. Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword. Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen executed a slash. Sword marks ignored the spatial distance and slashed at the sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The sacred Lord Giant Spirit's indestructible skin was instantly slashed open and blue and purple blood flowed out. The Flame Destruction Demon Lord was in a more miserable state as his body was covered in sword marks and it was useless even if he turned into his energy form. In the face of a supreme weapon, if an energy form was useful, then the supreme weapon wouldn't be called a supreme weapon. Titan Fist. Hellfire Fist. The sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord ignored the wounds on their bodies and executed their finishing moves. They swore to seize the supreme weapon from Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, the trio's battle had instantly entered the climax. The dark and gloomy universe would burst out with intense radiance from time to time. Within a radius of a few 100 million miles, it had turned into a land of death and it was still expanding. In comparison, Li Fuchen who had the joint heaven sword was the strongest, the sacred Lord Giant Spirit was second, and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord was the weakest. But in a 1 versus 2 situation, Li Fuchen wasn't able to gain the upper hand. The joint heaven sword was indeed able to slash open the sacred Lord Giant Spirit's skin and destroy the Flame Destruction Demon Lord's energy form. But so what? It wasn't able to severely injure the Flame Destruction Demon Lord and was only able to exhaust some of the Flame Destruction Demon Lord's vitality and power. It was fine if Li Fuchen couldn't gain the upper hand, but the sacred Lord Giant Spirit and the Flame Destruction Demon Lord couldn't gain the upper hand even after working together. It made the duo depressed and anxious. After a period of time, the duo realized that Li Fuchen was so powerful. One of the reasons was the supreme weapon, the other was his tyrannical body. If Li Fuchen didn't have a tyrannical body, it was impossible for him to not reveal any flaws during the fight. I cannot drag this on anymore. Li Fuchen didn't wish to drag it on any longer. This place was too close to Gloom City. Once the news was leaked, he might be surrounded by a large group of sacred lords and might even be attracted to heaven monarchs. No matter which one it was very dangerous for Li Fuchen. I have no choice but to execute this move. Li Fuchen's eyes were extremely sharp. 10% of the sword energy in his body was extracted and gathered on the joint heaven sword. At the same time, a wisp of chi blood source was also extracted. Sword chi returned to origin. Chapter 928. What? This sword? A bad feeling flashed through Sacred Lord Giant Spirit's heart. This sword gave him the feeling that it had already transcended time and space, transcended the rules, and everything else had lost its meaning in front of this sword. Not good. The flame-destroying Devil Master was also shocked. At their level, their premonitions of danger were very strong. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's sword move was too mystical. The Flame Destruction Devil Lord could feel the presence of primal chaos and it was even deeper and clearer than his Hellfire Fist. As Li Fuchen brandished his sword, the radiance at the tip of the sword flowed to the body of the sword. This radiance wasn't dazzling to the eyes. The so-called dazzling was to repel all other existences. It was just like the light of the sun, which was pure light and didn't contain any impurities. However, the radiance of the sword seemed to encompass all existences, or rather, it could melt all existences. It was the light of primal chaos. This sword was also a sword that led to chaos. The moment the sword appeared, time and space collapsed. The giant miracle divine lord and the flame-destroying demon master were struck at the same time. Ah! The flame-extinguishing Devil Master screamed in agony. This sword slashed directly at his origin source, causing it to be severely injured. On the other side, Sacred Lord Giant Spirit wasn't having a good time either. His source had been injured as well. Li Fuchen's move already had the elegance of a supreme sword move and could directly attack the enemy's source. Unless the enemy was a Lord of Heaven, very few people would be able to withstand it. How could the duo know that Li Fuchen had spent many years to push this sword move to the super first-rate extremity? Returning sword chi to the origin actually meant that the sword chi had returned to the primordial chaos. To put it simply, this sword move was a sword move that led to the supreme sword move. One day, when this move reached its peak, it would become a supreme sword move. Now, this move could be considered a quasi-supreme sword move. Unfortunately, it was precisely because this move had yet to be perfected that he had to pay a price to execute it. If Li Fuchen didn't have to pay a price, he wouldn't even need to reveal the Joint Heaven Sword. He could simply use any other artifact sword to execute 8 or 10 moves of sword chi return to origin and would be able to severely injure the Giant Spirit Sacred Lord and the Flame Destruction Devil Lord. Returning sword chi to its origin requires it to naturally return to the primal chaos. I can't do that for now, so I can only use a huge amount of sword chi and a wisp of the origin of chi and blood to force it to return to the primal chaos. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. He won. Around the battlefield, the spectators had yet to react. What a terrifying sword move. The Lightning Sword Master and the other two were astonished. This was the strongest sword move that they had ever seen. As for the supreme sword move of the Sword Dao Heaven Monarch, they had never seen it before. It wasn't included in the list. Let's go. Sacred Lord Giant Spirit had a grim expression as he teleported back to the bird-shaped ship. For an impossible goal, it was not worth it to injure his origin source. Right now, his origin source was only lightly injured. He would be able to recover after recuperating for a period of time. If his origin source was seriously injured, he might not be able to recover even after dozens or hundreds of years. Damn it, damn it. The flame-destroying Devil Lord fled even faster than Sacred Lord Giant Spirit. His source was severely injured, and if Li Fuchen executed a few more sword moves, the severe injuries would turn into severe injuries. He might not be able to recover even after a few thousand years. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. If he did, he would only be able to kill the Flame Destruction Devil Master and wouldn't be able to kill the Giant Spirit Sacred Master. Furthermore, if he couldn't finish off the Flame Destruction Devil Master within 10 sword moves, he would be the one dying. After the black ship and bird-shaped ship left, Li Fuchen flew back to the sword-shaped ship and said, "Let's go." If they didn't leave early, there might be complications. All right. The Thunder Sword Master controlled the sword-shaped ship and advanced at extreme speed. Primary Extreme Sword Master, I am truly impressed. You are definitely considered one of the strongest swordsmen below the horizontal river Star Region's Heaven Monarch. On the sword-shaped ship, the Swift Wind Sword Master praised. If Li Fuchen wasn't here, the three of them would be humiliated and might even lose their lives. It was mainly up to them to give up on the mission. That's right. There might be swordsmen that are similar to the Primary Extreme Sword Master, but there is no one that is stronger than the Primary Extreme Sword Master. The Thunder Sword Master nodded. Li Fuchen's final sword move was too horrific. In his opinion, this sword move was already considered a quasi-supreme sword move. The Blood Tear Sword Saint said, "From what I know, in the Divine Leaf City, only the Wind Cloud Sword Master can contest with the Primary Extreme Sword Master." That's right, it should be the Wind Cloud Sword Master. The Swift Wind Sword Master agreed. Wind Cloud Sword Master Li Fuchen knew of the Wind Cloud Sword Master. This person was publicly recognized as the #1 Sword Dao Sacred Master of the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild. His Wind Cloud Sword Art was a quasi-supreme sword art. 1 week later, seeing that no one was chasing after them, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. It seems like I am overthinking. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. It was true that not every heaven monarch had a supreme weapon, but heaven monarchs lacked a suitable supreme weapon and not just any random supreme weapon. As for the value of a supreme weapon, heaven monarchs wouldn't bother about it. Those that could become heaven monarchs would have at least a few 100 million or a few billion in wealth. A few tens of millions of peak-grade spirit stones wasn't something that they would bother about. Of course, there were two situations that would cause heaven monarchs to fight over the supreme weapon. Firstly, if the supreme weapon was right in front of them, some heaven monarchs would still fight over it. Secondly, if the supreme weapon was a high-grade or peak-grade supreme weapon, heaven monarchs would definitely fight over it. A few tens of millions of peak-grade spirit stones were normally for low-grade and mid-grade supreme weapons. High-grade and peak-grade supreme weapons were worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones. For the next few days, it was still peaceful. Everyone let out a breath of relief and started to chat and laugh. Especially the Darcy clan, all of them looked as though they had escaped from death. They were glowing and felt refreshed. The Divine Leaf City wasn't the Gloom City. In the Divine Leaf City, the rules were very strict. The Darcy clan's days in the Divine Leaf City would definitely be 10 or 100 times better than in the Gloom City. After experiencing this incident, Ibu had the intention to auction the Annihilation Bracelet. The Annihilation Bracelet was a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact. If it was auctioned in an auction, it would be sold for at least 5 million peak-grade spirit stones. If one was lucky, it might be sold for close to 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. With so many peak-grade spirit stones, one could purchase plenty of cultivation resources to increase one's strength and a clan's strength. In fact, in the Gloom City, if the Flame Destruction Devil Lord was willing to spend a few million peak-grade spirit stones to purchase the Annihilation Bracelet, Ibu would grit his teeth and accept it. The crucial point was that the Flame Destruction Devil Lord was only willing to spend 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was simply like dismissing a beggar. That's right, perhaps I can sell it to him. Ibu's eyes lit up. You want to sell the Annihilation Bracelet to me? Li Fuchen looked at Ibu with curiosity. That's right. If you are willing to offer a basic price, this Annihilation Bracelet will belong to you. Ibu's price was 3 million peak-grade spirit stones. The reason why Ibu was willing to sell it to Li Fuchen at a low price was mainly because Ibu wanted to befriend Li Fuchen. If he could befriend an invincible sacred lord, it would be greatly beneficial for the Daslu clan's future development. After all, an invincible sacred lord would be able to live for at least a few million years as long as they didn't perish in an accident. In the future, if the Daslu clan was in trouble, Li Fuchen wouldn't leave them to die, right? Once Li Fuchen progressed to the Heaven Monarch realm, it would be incredible. If a Heaven Monarch casually took care of you, you would have a meteoric rise. Can I take a look at the Annihilation Bracelet? Li Fuchen asked. Sure. Ibu took out the Annihilation Bracelet from his spatial ring. The Annihilation Bracelet was a gray bracelet. Li Fuchen received it and used his spiritual awareness to look inside. No wonder it is a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact. After withdrawing his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen had a praising expression. The Annihilation Bracelet contained the Annihilation power and it was extremely powerful. According to Li Fuchen's deduction, if the Annihilation Bracelet's power was fully activated, it would be able to injure the giant spirit Sacred Lord. Previously, in order to force the giant spirit Sacred Lord to retreat, Li Fuchen didn't just expose the Joint Heaven Sword, he had also executed the Sword Qi Return to Origin that was harmful to himself. However, it wasn't an easy task to completely refine a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact. One had to comprehend the mysticism within first. Only after comprehending it, would the quasi-supreme cardinal artifact's strongest power be released. Or one could use powerful power to link the quasi-supreme cardinal artifact's secret pattern, allowing the wielder to utilize 90% of the power. I cannot afford it. Li Fuchen handed the Annihilation Bracelet to Ibu. Ibu didn't accept it. Primary Extreme Sword Master, it is all thanks to you that the Daslu clan is able to escape from Gloom City. If you like this annihilation bracelet, you can take it for 3 million. Of course, if you don't have 3 million peak-grade spirit stones, you can pay a deposit first. It won't be too late to pay in the future. I am taking advantage of you too much. Li Fuchen shook his head. To be honest, Li Fuchen wasn't willing to take advantage of others. He wasn't a person who liked to take advantage of others, and there wasn't a need to either. Primary Extreme Sword Master, please accept it. Otherwise, you will be looking down on my Daslu clan. Right now, Ibu had already made up his mind to give up on the annihilation bracelet. Even if Li Fuchen didn't give a single peak-grade spirit stone, he would accept it. Furthermore, Li Fuchen didn't seem like such a person. Ultimately, Li Fuchen accepted the annihilation bracelet. The deposit was 1 million peak-grade spirit stones, and the remaining 2 million peak-grade spirit stones would be paid within 20 years. Apart from that, Li Fuchen also promised Ibu that if the Daslu clan encountered any trouble in the future, Ibu could look for him. After hearing this, Ibu was ecstatic. With this promise, everything was worth it. Time elapsed. After obtaining the annihilation bracelet, Li Fuchen had been comprehending the annihilation secret pattern in the annihilation bracelet every day. During the comprehension process, Li Fuchen gradually confirmed that the annihilation bracelet was indeed a ruined supreme cardinal artifact. Because some of the secret patterns inside had a supreme charm. If he could comprehend them completely, it would be of great help to him in mastering supreme sword moves. Chapter 929. Whether it was Ibu or the members of the Dalsi clan, it was their first time visiting Godly Leaf City. Each and every one of them was stunned by the magnificence of Godly Leaf City. They found it hard to imagine how there could be such a large leaf in the universe. A universe city was only half the size of it. Thinking that this place would become their new home, the Darcy clan couldn't help but feel excited. They couldn't wait to experience life in Godly Leaf City. After taking the treasures, Li Fuchen naturally had to make arrangements for the Darcy clan. After completing this Morning Star Guild mission, Li Fuchen was successfully promoted to a Morning Star Rank 1 member. With his status as a Swordsman Guild's Morning Star Rank 1 member, he was able to find a suitable manor for the Darcy clan with ease. After making arrangements for the Darcy clan, Li Fuchen went into seclusion and prepared to refine the annihilation bracelet in one go. It doesn't matter if it's a supreme-grade secret treasure or a quasi-supreme secret treasure, it's extremely difficult to refine it. Most of the people who obtain it probably use their own strength to connect the secret patterns of the secret treasure. However, this way, they won't be able to bring out the full power of the secret treasure. Li Fuchen was very clear that 90% power and 100% power might seem to be only 10% difference, but it was actually a world of difference. Once the power of the artifact was fully stimulated, it could trigger the source power within it. The cardinal artifact's source power was extremely hard to recover, but it was powerful enough. If Li Fuchen risked exhausting the annihilation bracelet source, he reckoned that he might be able to kill the giant spirit Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen didn't know how the other quasi-supreme cardinal artifacts were, but this annihilation bracelet was definitely a precious item among the quasi-supreme cardinal artifacts. Be it the deceased patriarch of the Darcy clan, the current patriarch Ibu, or the Flame Destruction Devil Lord, all of them had underestimated the annihilation bracelet. If they knew that the annihilation bracelet was more precious than they imagined, it was unknown what they would think. A few months later, Li Fuchen finally refined the entire annihilation bracelet. A fragmented supreme pattern was ultimately a fragmented supreme pattern. If it was a true supreme pattern, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to comprehend it even if he had 100 years. Annihilate. Inside the manor, Li Fuchen wore the annihilation bracelet on his wrist and poured his sword energy into it. Puff! A grey light flashed forward, and an extreme Dao weapon was immediately annihilated into nothingness. He actually managed to destroy an extreme Dao weapon so easily. Li Fuchen gasped in admiration. After all, although he could destroy normal weapons, he could not completely destroy them like the Annihilation Bracelet. Perhaps only by using the coalescence of Sword Aura could he achieve this. At least before I become a Heaven Monarch, the Annihilation Bracelet will be useful. Spending 3 million peak-grade Spirit Stones and a promise to exchange for the Annihilation Bracelet was worth it for Li Fuchen. Even if he progressed to a Heaven Monarch one day, the Annihilation Bracelet could be given to others and wouldn't be wasted. Swordsman Guild. Give me 10 bottles of Godleaf Sap. After reaching the first level of the Morning Star Realm, Li Fuchen could purchase the Divine Leaf Juice. However, a rank 1 Morning Star could only buy 10 bottles, a rank 2 could buy 50 bottles, and a rank 3 could buy 500 bottles. Alright, a total of 10 million contribution points. The Divine Leaf Juice was 10,000 times more valuable than the Divine Leaf Dew. Li Fuchen only had a total of 10 million contribution points and 90% of his contribution points had been deducted. Fortunately, contribution points were easy to earn. After deducting 10 million contribution points, Li Fuchen took the Divine Leaf Juice and returned to the manor. I heard that the Divine Leaf Juice is extremely mystical. I wonder how effective it is. Li Fuchen opened the bottle stopper and poured the Divine Leaf Juice into his mouth. Firstly, there was a spicy taste that spread throughout his limbs and bones, followed by an unimaginable sweetness. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, after a few days, after consuming all 10 bottles of Divine Leaf Juice, Li Fuchen's cultivation had progressed from the initial level of the 7th level of Unity Realm to the middle level of the 7th level of Unity Realm. This was just 10 bottles of Divine Leaf Juice. If there were 100 bottles, Li Fuchen would probably be able to progress to the 8th level of Unity Realm. Apart from that, the Divine Leaf Juice didn't just allow his cultivation to increase, it also allowed Li Fuchen's mind to comprehend more laws. The World Tree contained the world's marvel, which was also the marvel of the universe. The leaf juice naturally had all sorts of mystical effects and could allow the user to comprehend more laws out of nowhere. I have to earn more contribution points and also some peak-grade Spirit Stones. Li Fuchen couldn't act as though he owed the Darcy clan 2 million peak-grade Spirit Stones. At the residence of the Deep Blue Sword Master. Great wine. No wonder it is the Divine Dew wine brewed with the Divine Leaf Dew. The Deep Blue Sword Master finished a bottle of wine in a single gulp and spoke with delight. 10 bottles of Divine Leaf Dew would only cost 1 peak-grade Spirit Stone. But the Divine Dew wine would cost 500 peak-grade Spirit Stones per bottle. After all, to brew a single bottle of wine, 1,000 bottles of Divine Leaf Dew would be consumed. In addition to the materials, labor, and brewing fees, a bottle of Divine Dew wine would be sold at such a high price. Normally, the Deep Blue Sword Master wouldn't even be willing to drink it. 1 bottle would cost 500 peak-grade Spirit Stones, 100 bottles would cost 50,000 peak-grade Spirit Stones. Even with his entire wealth, he wouldn't be able to drink a lot of bottles. Sword Master, how can you be willing to give me such good wine? Actually, you can buy a lesser Divine Dew wine. The Divine Dew wine was worth 50 peak-grade Spirit Stones and the Deep Blue Sword Master would only drink it a few times a year. Li Fuchen laughed and said, "How can I give you the Divine Dew wine?" Li Fuchen lamented in his heart. The Universe City was simply a dazzling world. In this place, with peak-grade Spirit Stones, one could lead a befuddled life. Without peak-grade Spirit Stones, it would be hard to even take a step forward. Putting aside everything else, just the wines alone would cost a single peak-grade Spirit Stone to purchase countless bottles. The expensive wines would cost a few thousand or tens of thousands of peak-grade Spirit Stones. It was said that the Myriad Spirit City's City Lord, the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch, drank the wine brewed with star liquid. This kind of star liquid wine was worth 1 million peak-grade Spirit Stones per bottle. The meat he ate was the meat of the starry sky giant beast, Thunder Divine Bull. It was the best quality meat in the universe, and due to the deliciousness of the meat, the value of the Thunder Divine Bull was 100 or 1,000 times more than other starry sky giant beasts. Even regular heaven monarchs wouldn't be able to afford it. Only City Lord class heaven monarchs like the myriad spirit heaven monarch could afford it. The dessert was the peak grade 100-flower cake cooked by the 100-flower empress. It was also something that regular heaven monarchs couldn't eat. Only during the 100-flower assembly that was held once every 10,000 years, some heaven monarchs would have the chance to eat it. It could be said that a casual meal from the myriad spirit heaven monarch would be comparable to the wealth accumulated by a regular sacred lord for many years. As compared to the myriad spirit heaven monarch, the divine leaf city lord was definitely wealthier. They were currently drinking the god dew wine, while the divine leaf city lord was drinking the world dew. A single bottle was worth 5 million peak-grade spirit stones, and the wealth of many pinnacle sacred lords wasn't even as expensive as a bottle of wine. Li Fuchen brought a total of 10 bottles of god dew wine, in addition to some precious meats and dishes to go with the wine. As they ate and chatted, Li Fuchen asked, "Are there any places near the divine leaf city that can earn contribution points and peak-grade spirit stones?" The deep blue sword master drank a mouthful of wine and said, "There are 3 ruins and 5 dangerous places near the divine leaf city. These 8 places are all suitable for your goals. But I suggest you go to the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. This ruin was only discovered a few 100,000 years ago and is considered a new ruin. Normally, ruins that were discovered within 1,000,000 years were called new ruins." Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. Li Fuchen was curious. The Voodoo Ancestor is a supreme heavenly lord from the ancient era. His strength is at least on the same level as the Hengi Primogenitor. His ruins are filled with all sorts of restrictions, traps, and sorcery arts. It has an extremely high requirement for the strength of the explorer, but it is also because of that, there are a lot of treasures inside. It isn't like other ruins and dangerous places where saints with some strength can explore. After a long time, no matter how many treasures there are, they would have already been plundered, unless you enter the core of the ruins. But the core of a ruin is too dangerous. Even a heaven monarch would be in danger, let alone a sacred lord. Li Fuchen nodded in response. In terms of rewards, a new ruin would definitely be better than an old ruin. In addition, a ruin with a higher requirement like the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins was more suitable for him. After obtaining a lot of information about the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins from the Deep Blue Sword Master, the duo continued to drink. Li Fuchen was here to gather information along the way. After all, in the Swordsman Guild, he would be able to obtain information by spending some effort. He was mainly here to drink with the Deep Blue Sword Master. In the Divine Leaf City, he and the Deep Blue Sword Master were from the same hometown. As fellow villagers, they naturally had some common topics. Once the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins was discovered, it immediately became the #1 ruin among the 3 ruins in the vicinity of the Divine Leaf City. It was even the #1 ruin in the Horizontal River Star region. Those that explored the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins weren't just the Divine Leaf City's sacred lords, there were also sacred lords from other cities in the universe. Li Fuchen shuttled through the rocks and quickly approached the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. As he got closer, he could feel a special wave that was emitted from a distance. Is this the witchcraft wave? Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. The Voodoo Ancestor was the heaven monarch of the Voodoo race, and the Voodoo race was innately able to execute witchcraft. In the universe, the human race's martial arts system was undoubtedly a very glorious system. There were only a few that could be on par with it. The Voodoo race's witchcraft system was an existence that was on par with the martial arts system. If the martial arts system was to integrate the laws of nature into physical combat, allowing for stronger combat strength, then the witchcraft system was to study everything in the world and then simulate and strengthen everything in the world. In the universe, there were very few people who were willing to offend the Voodoo race. The Voodoo race's witchcraft was too outrageous, and if one wasn't careful, one might fall into the witchcraft Tao. But it was unknown when it started, the voodoo race gradually declined. In the horizontal River Star region, it was very rare to see a voodoo race saint, let alone a voodoo race sacred lord or a voodoo race heaven monarch. In a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the entrance of the voodoo ancestor ruins. Chapter 930. Whoosh! A streak of light streaked across from hundreds of thousands of miles away, flying towards the metal gate. Li Fuchen could immediately see that the light was a foreign race sacred lord. The sorcerer ruins had an extremely high requirement for an explorer's strength. Anyone below a holy lord would almost certainly die if they entered the sorcerer ruins. This was because the spells, traps, and witchcraft within all corresponded to holy lords. Those below a holy lord simply wouldn't be able to resist them. After a while, Li Fuchen also entered the metal door. The world outside and inside the metal gate were two completely different worlds. Inside was a huge passageway. This passageway was completely prepared for the giants. It was 5 kilometers high and 4 kilometers wide, and was paved with 10-meter wide black-brown stones. On the walls of the passageway, there were 2 torches every 50 kilometers. These torches had been around for countless years, but they had never been extinguished. The metal gate will teleport the person who enters to a random location in the periphery of the voodoo ancestors' ruins. I wonder where I am right now. The Swordsman Guild had many missions related to the voodoo ancestors' ruin. One of them was a long-term mission, and the mission content was to supplement the map of the voodoo ancestors' ruin. The voodoo ancestors' ruins were too dangerous. If one wandered around unscrupulously, even a heaven monarch might perish. If they had a map, they could save a lot of time and danger. Unfortunately, the voodoo ancestors' ruin wasn't only dangerous, but it was also extremely huge. Until now, the map that the Swordsman Guild had drawn was probably not even 1/10,000th of the voodoo ancestors' ruin. Moreover, many of the maps couldn't be connected. Taking out a crystal ball, Li Fuchen began to draw a map. This crystal ball was called the Heavenly Crystal Ball. It was the same as the Heavenly Crystal Ball he had used to explore the savage secret realm in the deep blue plain. However, there were differences in the quality of the Heavenly Crystal Balls. The Heavenly Crystal Ball used in the deep blue plain was only a low-grade Heavenly Crystal Ball. The Heavenly Crystal Ball in front of him was a high-grade Heavenly Crystal Ball. It was specially used to draw maps of universe-level ruins and danger zones. After all, the spatial energy contained in a low-grade Heavenly Crystal Ball was too little. It was not enough to scan universe-level ruins and danger zones. Along the path of the ruins, Li Fuchen moved forward at a moderate pace. After traveling for several thousand miles, 2 forks appeared, one to the left and the other to the right. Men on the left, women on the right. Li Fuchen walked towards the left fork. Walala! There was the sound of running water in the ditches on both sides of the tunnel, as if something was swimming. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that it was a school of strange fish. Ignoring these strange fish, Li Fuchen continued forward. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen took a glance at the Heaven Crystal Ball and frowned. The map drawn in the Heaven Crystal Ball was a meandering line that didn't form any regions. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen came to the front of a hall. The hall was brightly lit, and one could faintly see the glow of treasures flickering within, causing one's heart to waver. But entering the hall wasn't so easy. There was a passageway in front of them, and the stone floor had 5 different colors. Just now, a holy lord had tried to fly over, but he was instantly diced up by countless void threads. Then, a swarm of flying insects swallowed him up into nothingness. You can't fly there. At the front of the hall, apart from Li Fuchen, there was also the hidden fog race's Saint Lord. His brows furrowed as his gaze fell upon the 5-colored stone slabs. If there were no surprises, the key to entering the hall was on the stone slab. Sir, what do you think? The hidden fog Saint Lord turned around and asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "This is obviously a restriction trap. It is a pity that I don't know much about restrictions and traps. If there was someone who was proficient in restrictions and traps here, they would be able to see through the distribution of the 5 colored stone slabs and the flow of energy in the void." Of course, Li Fuchen might not know much about restrictions and traps, but his spirit soul power was able to see through restrictions and traps. Some of the 5 colored stone slabs had hidden mechanisms, while some didn't. Red, white, green, yellow, black. Li Fuchen found the correct path. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen stepped on the red stone slabs, then the white stone slabs, green stone slabs, yellow stone slabs, and black stone slabs. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen arrived on the other side. Incredible. He actually found the pattern in an instant. I originally wanted to kill him, but it is fortunate that I didn't. The hidden fog Saint Lord revealed a delighted expression and followed closely. No. When the hidden fog Saint Lord stepped on the green stone slabs, a drop of green liquid suddenly dripped onto his body. This drop of green liquid was extremely terrifying. The hidden fog Saint Lord's body was corroded and there was a large hole. The bright green liquid was rapidly spreading out. The hidden fog Saint Lord wanted to turn into mist to neutralize the corrosive power, but it was useless. In the dense mist, the bright green liquid was still spreading out. In just a short moment, all the mist was dyed green. Immediately after, the mist dispersed. Such a vicious liquid. Li Fuchen had a slight change in expression. After the hidden fog Saint Lord turned into mist, he could ignore most attacks. Logically, a drop of venom shouldn't be able to poison him to death. With my star immortal body, I shouldn't be afraid of this venom, but I will still be injured. Li Fuchen didn't enter the hall. Instead, he returned to the passage and picked up the hidden fog Saint Lord's spatial ring. Not bad. It is worth around 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen opened the spatial ring and nodded. This hidden fog Saint Lord didn't have a particularly powerful chi presence. It was already good enough to have 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. After entering the hall, Li Fuchen immediately saw a scroll and a wooden puppet on the table at the end of the hall. It was these 2 items that were flickering with radiance. Li Fuchen walked towards the table. Clang! Just as Li Fuchen approached the table, the 2 armored puppets on both sides of the table came to life. These 2 armored puppets had an empty interior and were covered with armor. It felt as though there was an invisible force supporting the armor. These should be the voodoo puppet. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Sorcery arts were mysterious and strange. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the incantations of the deep blue plane contain traces of sorcery arts. The voodoo puppet on the left raised its axe and cleaved at Li Fuchen, while the voodoo puppet on the right raised its spear and thrust. Clang! Li Fuchen repelled the 2 voodoo puppets with a single sword and in a split second, he cleaved at the head of the voodoo puppet on the left. The helmet was sent flying by Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen frowned. Soon enough, the helmet flew back and landed on the shoulder of the voodoo puppet again. Is there a need to exhaust the voodoo puppet's power? If that was the case, the voodoo puppet was rather terrifying. Chapter 931. Voila! 10 minutes later, the 2 witchcraft puppets were scattered into a pile of armor. Under Li Fuchen's all-out attack, the voodoo puppet's power was finally exhausted. Li Fuchen picked up an armor component from the ground and extended his spiritual awareness inside. Interesting, this should be a witchcraft armor. Inside the armor, Li Fuchen saw plenty of patterns. These patterns were similar to incantations, but they were even more vivid. It was like a combination of incantations and words. Li Fuchen knew that this was a shaman pattern, a kind of tool pattern of the witch race. Immediately after, Li Fuchen checked the voodoo puppet's axe and spear. Both of them had sorcery patterns on them. It was obvious that the axe and the spear were sorcery weapons. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Li Fuchen kept all the sorcery armors and weapons. It didn't matter what kind of armor or weapon it was, in normal situations, all races could use it. These sorcery armors and weapons might only be low-grade super first-rate and extreme Dao, but they were enchanted with sorcery arts that could greatly increase the wielder's strength, speed, and other attributes. Therefore, in terms of value, they weren't inferior to mid-grade super first-rate extreme Dao armors and weapons. 2 voodoo puppets are so valuable. I wonder what treasure is on the table. Li Fuchen used his hand to suck the scroll and the puppet into his hand. The scroll was called Curse of the Moon, and it was a witchcraft scroll. After pouring energy into it, one could activate the witchcraft spell Curse of the Moon. According to the description, this witchcraft scroll had reached the level of a mid-grade, superclass, extreme grade. As for the little puppet, it was called the Death Scapegoat Puppet. It could save one's life at a crucial moment. It was also at the extreme grade. These things aren't very useful to me, but I can sell them. However, it was indeed useless against Li Fuchen. After all, with his strength, apart from heaven monarchs, no one would be able to threaten him. If a heaven monarch made a move, the moon incantation scroll and the death substitution puppet wouldn't be of any use. Of course, these 2 treasures were very valuable. Together, they could be sold for at least 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Keeping the scroll and puppet, Li Fuchen scanned the area. At the end of the hall, there were 2 passageways. Without much hesitation, Li Fuchen walked towards the left passage. There was a saying that went, "Fortune comes from danger." There were many treasures in the voodoo ancestors' ruins, but at the same time, it was also extremely dangerous. After 1 month, Li Fuchen realized that if a certain area's restrictions and traps were extremely formidable, then that area's treasures would definitely be of a higher grade. The restriction trap that Li Fuchen encountered at the start was considered a rather formidable restriction trap in the periphery of the voodoo ancestor ruins. Most of the sacred lords would be dead if they encountered such a restriction trap. Those that could survive were either P-class sacred lords or those sacred lords that were proficient in traps. This is simply picking up the best quality spirit stones. Li Fuchen lamented. After 1 month, he had obtained a rough estimate of more than 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was more than what he obtained in a year in the ancient stone city. Of course, in terms of grade, ancient stone city could not compare to the voodoo ancestors' ruins. After all, the voodoo ancestors' relic was the #1 relic in the horizontal river star field. If my soul wasn't this powerful, I would probably be the same as the other saint lords, struggling to move forward. I would have to rely on luck. To be able to obtain so many treasures, his soul force played an important role. His soul force was practically unobstructed in the voodoo ancestors' ruins. Whether it was the walls of the passageway, the sorcery arrays, or the traps, he could see through them with a single glance. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had already been in the voodoo ancestors' ruins for 1 year. Li Fuchen stopped in front of a passageway. This restriction trap is probably able to severely injure or even kill me. The danger level is at least 5. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. During the scanning process with his soul force, he could feel the danger level of the restriction trap. If the first restriction trap they had encountered had a danger level of around 3, then this restriction trap's danger level was at least 5, or even higher. It is fortunate that I have the soul force. Li Fuchen advanced carefully and avoided some trigger points. Soon enough, Li Fuchen passed through the restriction trap. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen entered the hall. This hall was extremely grand and spacious. There were a total of 6 voodoo puppets and each of them looked extraordinary. A few months ago, there were 4 mid-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets in the hall behind the danger level 4 trap. Right now, these 6 voodoo puppets should be high-grade Saint Lords, right? Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The Voodoo Ancestor Ruins voodoo puppets were formed with voodoo armor and voodoo weapons. Low-grade super first-rate voodoo armor and voodoo weapons formed low-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets. Mid-grade super first-rate voodoo armor and voodoo weapons formed mid-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets, and so on. High-grade super first-rate voodoo armor and voodoo weapons naturally formed high-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets. According to the rarity of witchcraft armors and witchcraft weapons, a low-grade Holy Lord witchcraft puppet was worth around 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, a middle-grade Holy Lord witchcraft puppet was worth around 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and a high-grade Holy Lord witchcraft puppet was worth around 10 million top-grade spirit stones. But right now, there were 6 high-grade Holy Lord witchcraft puppets. How could Li Fuchen know that he was no longer in the outer region of the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins? He was gradually in the center of the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. The restriction traps here were extremely dangerous. In normal situations, only heaven monarchs would be able to pass through, it was impossible for Saint Lords. Bang 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 bang, the high-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets were extremely powerful. In a 1 versus 6 situation, Li Fuchen wasn't able to gain the upper hand and was being suppressed instead. Annihilation. With a swing of his left hand, a gray beam of light from the annihilation bracelet struck one of the voodoo puppets. However, it was only able to stop the puppet for a few breaths of time. One day, 1 week, in the hall that was a few hundred miles in radius, a human and 6 voodoo puppets were in a frenzy battle. Basically, Li Fuchen would suffer over a dozen attacks every 15 minutes. In such a situation, only existences like the multicolor Divine Lord and the giant Spirit Sacred Lord would be able to resist. The 9 Revolution Island Lord might be able to resist too. As for the rest, including the Bloodthirst Sacred Lord, Thunderstorm Sacred Lord, and the Flame Destruction Devil Lord, they wouldn't be able to resist. Half a month, 1 month, these are the high-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets. Li Fuchen believed that if he didn't have a powerful spirit soul, the star immortal body, and the joint heaven sword, he wouldn't have been able to resist a long time ago. Each of these 6 high-grade Saint Lord class voodoo puppets had the strength of an unrivaled Saint Lord. Furthermore, because they were puppets, their bodies were impenetrable. Li Fuchen's attacks weren't effective at all. 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and persevered. Chapter 932. 5 months. 6 months. Before coming here, Li Fuchen would never have thought that he would have to battle with 6 voodoo puppets for half a year. In the past, his battles always ended in a very short period of time. If an invincible Holy Lord proficient in witchcraft was here, it might not take this long. Li Fuchen thought to himself. On the 7th month, Li Fuchen finally felt the power of the voodoo puppet weakening. In the 8th month, the voodoo puppet's power was halved. In the 9th month, Li Fuchen was already able to suppress 6 voodoo puppets with ease. The 10th month. Walala. With a flash of sword light, the 6 witchcraft puppets collapsed one after another, turning into piles of armor and weapons. As expected, it's a top-tier witchcraft weapon. Picking up a piece of armor, Li Fuchen revealed a look of joy. High-grade super first-rate armor was useless to him, but high-grade super first-rate witchcraft armor was still very useful to him. There's no rush. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the table at the end of the hall. On the table, there was a scroll and a metal ring. After opening the scroll, Li Fuchen let out a soft gasp. This scroll was a peak-grade moon incantation scroll. He had a total of 19 moon curse scrolls, 11 low-grade moon curse scrolls, 5 mid-grade moon curse scrolls, 2 high-grade moon curse scrolls, and 1 supreme-grade moon curse scroll. Previously, Li Fuchen had activated a low-grade incantation of the moon scroll. The incantation of the moon was able to freeze time and space and crystallize objects. Even an unorthodox extreme Dao weapon wouldn't be able to withstand it. Li Fuchen reckoned that a low-grade incantation of the Moon Scroll should be able to instantly kill a regular sacred lord. From this, one could imagine what sort of might a mid, high, and top-quality Moon Curse scrolls would possess. It's really hard to determine the value of this scroll. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The curse of the Moon Scroll was naturally very precious, but it was a pity that it could only be used once. Once it was used, there would be no more. Keeping the peak-grade Moon Incantation Scroll, Li Fuchen's attention landed on the metallic ring. After exploring with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen quickly found out the details of the metallic ring. This was a sorcery ring with a sorcery spell permanently engraved inside, Sky Sorcery's Gaze. In the Witch race, the Witch race's sacred lord was called the Witch Sage, the Witch race's sacred lord was called the Witch Lord, and the Witch race's heavenly monarchs were called the Heaven Witch. For example, the Witch ancestor was an extremely powerful supreme Heaven Witch. Heaven Witch Gaze. From the name, it was obvious that it was extraordinary, but Li Fuchen didn't know how extraordinary it was. If this ring were to be auctioned, it would fetch at least 10 or 20 million best-grade spirit stones. He didn't put the ring on his finger immediately. This ring needed to be refined, so he couldn't use it even if he wore it now. I can study witchcraft armors and weapons now. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a set of sorcery armor flew up and covered his body. With a burst of sword energy, Li Fuchen forcefully penetrated the shaman patterns on the witchcraft armor. Static field. Li Fuchen realized that this set of sorcery armor was engraved with a sorcery art. Static field. As the name suggested, it was a force field that could stop all things. Once an attack entered the static field, it would slow down until it was still. No wonder when I was fighting with the sorcery puppet, I felt that my sword art was rather sluggish. It was imaginable how powerful the static field was to be able to make Li Fuchen's sword art sluggish. The 6 sets of witchcraft armors were all engraved with the static field. In fact, there wasn't a better sorcery art than the static field. Think about it, the closer the enemy's attack was, the slower it would be. How was one going to fight? As long as the difference in strength wasn't huge, one would be able to suppress the enemy. As for the 6 witchcraft weapons, they were an axe, a spear, a saber, a sword, a hammer, and a rod. These 6 witchcraft weapons were engraved with a sorcery art called the Divine Assistant Sorcery Art. This sorcery art could allow the wielder to wield the witchcraft weapons with faster speed, greater strength, and more concentrated force. High-grade super first-rate extreme Dao witchcraft weapons. In terms of value, they aren't inferior to peak-grade super first-rate extreme Dao weapons. In the outside world, peak-grade super first-rate extreme Dao weapons were worth more than 1 million best-grade spirit stones. Only a few pinnacle sacred lords could afford to use them. As for a full set of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao witchcraft armor, it is even more valuable. The value of an armor was originally higher than a weapon. Generally speaking, a single piece of peak-grade super first-rate extreme Dao armor would be worth more than 3 million best-grade spirit stones. If it was a full set, the value would be doubled. After all, a full set of armor would have a defense that was far superior to a single piece of armor. In short, a full set of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao witchcraft armor and witchcraft weapon would be worth around 10 million best-grade spirit stones. 6 sets would be around 60 million best-grade spirit stones. With the addition of the more precious witchcraft ring and the peak-grade moon incantation scroll, Li Fuchen's harvest this time was close to 100 million best-grade spirit stones. It was almost comparable to some heaven monarchs that had just progressed. Let me refine this set of witchcraft armor first. Until now, Li Fuchen didn't have a single piece of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao armor. Now that he had a full set of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao witchcraft armor, he was naturally going to use it first. However, the witchcraft armor wasn't that easy to refine. When the witchcraft armor was at 50% completion, Li Fuchen was unable to continue refining it. The result of not being able to refine it completely was that he could only forcefully use his sword energy to penetrate the witchcraft armor's secret patterns. He would only be able to utilize 90% of the witchcraft armor's effects and not 100%. Unless he researched sorcery arts to a certain extent, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the witchcraft armor. Immediately after, Li Fuchen refined the witchcraft sword to 50% completion. In the outside world, there were times when the joint heaven sword wasn't needed and he could use the witchcraft sword to fight. Furthermore, when the witchcraft armor and the witchcraft sword were used together, it would increase his strength. Finally, Li Fuchen took out the witchcraft ring. I wonder what kind of power is the witchcraft inside, Heaven Witch Gaze. Heaven Witch corresponded to Heaven Monarch. To be honest, Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine what was so terrifying about the Heaven Monarch's gaze. Could it be that a single glance from a Heaven Monarch would kill the invincible Sacred Lord? Li Fuchen didn't think so. Refining the witchcraft ring was much harder than refining the witchcraft armor and witchcraft weapon. After spending a long time, Li Fuchen was only able to refine 30%. But it was enough as long as he could refine a portion of it. Next, Li Fuchen could use the sword energy to connect the runes of the witchcraft ring. Activate. As the runes of the witchcraft ring were connected, Li Fuchen activated the Heaven Witch Gaze. Silently, a pair of illusory eyes condensed in the void. This is. Li Fuchen might not be facing the illusory eye directly, but when he scanned with his spirit soul force, he noticed that under the gaze of the illusory eye, his spirit soul force was slightly sluggish. If he didn't sense carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it. Freeze the spirit soul. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. The Heaven Witch Gaze might only be able to slow down his spirit soul power a little. If it was used on his spirit soul, it probably wouldn't have any effect at all. But Li Fuchen's spirit soul was a purplish red spirit soul and it was much stronger than any other Heaven Monarch's spirit soul. If it was able to slow down his spirit soul power, it would probably be able to freeze a regular Heaven Monarch's spirit soul. Li Fuchen didn't know how long it would last. A Heaven Monarch's spirit soul was definitely inferior to his. But a Heaven Monarch's spirit soul would definitely be extremely powerful after being nourished by the Supreme Chi presence and shouldn't be underestimated. Could the witch race also be proficient in Soul Dao techniques? As the illusory eyes vanished, Li Fuchen guessed. The Heaven Witch Gaze and the Heaven Monarch Gaze couldn't be confused. A regular Heaven Monarch's gaze would only be able to suppress a Sacred Lord. Chapter 933. It is time to leave. To be honest, if it was possible, Li Fuchen would like to explore the Voodoo Ancestors' ruins for a period of time. But after battling with the 6 high-grade Sacred Lord-class shaman puppets for 10 months, his star immortal body was on the verge of collapse and his vitality was severely depleted. Even his source was injured and it was already a miracle that he was able to last until the end. If he continued to explore, it wouldn't be an adventure, it would be courting death. Following the route that the Heaven Crystal Ball detected, Li Fuchen returned the way he came. A short moment later, he arrived at the vicinity of a teleportation platform. Along the way, Li Fuchen noticed 3 teleportation platforms. These teleportation platforms were used to teleport explorers that entered the Voodoo Ancestors' ruins out. Buzz! A radiance lit up and Li Fuchen vanished from the teleportation platform. After returning to the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion. If his source wasn't treated in time, it would rapidly worsen. This was also the reason why the Giant Spirit Saint Lord and the Flame Destruction Devil Lord immediately retreated after their source was injured. A few months later, after consuming a massive amount of precious resources, Li Fuchen's source was finally healed. As for the vitality that was depleted, it could be recovered slowly. Of course, it would be faster if he consumed some vitality replenishing resources. Let me inquire about the prices of the sorcery armors and weapons. The voodoo ancestors' ruins were in the vicinity of the Divine Leaf City, and there were definitely plenty of sorcery armors and weapons flowing into the Divine Leaf City. The prices should have already stabilized. After a series of inquiries, Li Fuchen found out that a low-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery weapon would cost 10,000 to 20,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A mid-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery weapon would cost 100,000 to 200,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery weapon would cost 1 million to 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. As for the sorcery armors, they were much more expensive. A set of low-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery armor would cost 50,000 to 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A set of mid-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery armor would cost 500,000 to 1 million peak-grade spirit stones. A set of high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao sorcery armor would cost 5 million to 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. This time, he had obtained a total of 24 witchcraft weapons and 24 sets of witchcraft armors. Among them, there were 10 low-grade, super first-rate witchcraft weapons, 8 mid-grade super first-rate witchcraft weapons, 6 upper-grade super first-rate witchcraft weapons, 10 low-grade super first-rate witchcraft armors, 8 mid-grade super first-rate witchcraft armors, and 6 upper-grade super first-rate witchcraft armors. Their total value was between 40 to 80 million top-grade spirit stones. The other things aren't cheap either. I've made a huge profit this time. Other than the witchcraft armors and witchcraft weapons, every treasure in the voodoo ancestors' relic was extremely precious. For example, a low-grade moon curse scroll was worth 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, a mid-grade moon curse scroll was worth 200,000, a high-grade moon curse scroll was worth 1 million, and a top-grade moon curse scroll was worth more than 5 million. There were 60,000 low-grade death scapegoat puppets, 300,000 mid-grade death scapegoat puppets, 2 million high-grade death scapegoat puppets, and 10 million top-grade death scapegoat puppets. There were 200,000 low-grade witchcraft rings, 1 million mid-grade witchcraft rings, 5 million high-grade witchcraft rings, and 30 million top-grade witchcraft rings. In the voodoo ancestors' relic, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 19 moon curse scrolls. Among them, there were 11 low-grade moon curse scrolls, 5 mid-grade moon curse scrolls, 2 high-grade moon curse scrolls, and 1 peak-grade moon curse scrolls. He obtained a total of 12 death scapegoat puppets. There were 8 low-grade death scapegoat puppets, 3 mid-grade death scapegoat puppets, and 1 high-grade death scapegoat puppet. He obtained a total of 7 witchcraft rings, 3 low-grade, 2 mid-grade, 1 high-grade, and 1 peak-grade witchcraft ring. All in all, the total value was around 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. If the witchcraft armors and witchcraft weapons were included, the total value would be around 90 million to 130 million peak-grade spirit stones. This was also the market price. If they were to be auctioned, it was possible for them to reach 150 million or even higher. There is no hurry to sell them. It won't be too late to sell them at the auction. Li Fuchen resisted the urge to sell these treasures. He was planning to sell them at a morning star or radiant moon auction in a certain city. Of course, he could sell some other things first. At the voodoo ancestors' relic, he obtained a spatial ring from a hidden fog race's sacred master. The resources and treasures inside were worth around 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, he killed plenty of demonic beast lords and peak-class overlords in the deep blue plain and obtained all their wealth. After including the Sky Patrol beast lords' wealth, if he sold them all, he would be able to gather 2 million peak-grade spirit stones with ease. 3 days later, Li Fuchen had a total of 3 million peak-grade spirit stones. After giving the Darcy clan 2 million peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen still had 1 million peak-grade spirit stones. Swordsman Guild, 10 bottles of divine leaf juice. After entering the voodoo ancestors' ruins, Li Fuchen had explored a significant area. After appraisal, he would be able to obtain 10 million guild points. Li Fuchen didn't hide it and immediately used it to exchange for the divine leaf juice. Li Fuchen believed that 10 bottles of divine leaf juice should be able to allow him to reach the late stage of the 7th level of Unity Realm. As expected, after consuming 10 bottles of divine leaf juice and absorbing a large amount of peak-grade spirit stones qi, Li Fuchen's cultivation had successfully reached the late stage of the 7th level of Unity Realm. He was getting closer to the 8th level of Unity Realm. In fact, Li Fuchen's cultivation was rather difficult to break through. If it was any other saint, it wouldn't be so difficult. The first-rate extremity cultivation technique allowed Li Fuchen's strength to grow stronger, but it also allowed his cultivation level to be abnormally stable. When breaking through, there was a very high requirement for the density and purity of the energy. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the difficulty for Li Fuchen to break through to the 8th level of Unity Realm was at least 100 times harder than regular saints. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's depleted vitality had already been replenished with all sorts of resources. In the manor, there was a sword light that was emitting primal chaos radiance that flashed by. The void of the divine leaf city was pierced and there was a pitch-black hole. My sword chi return has improved again. Right now, I only need 100% sword energy to execute this move. There was a huge difference between 10% sword energy and 100% sword energy. The former could only execute 10 swords, while the latter could execute 100 swords. It is a pity that I still need to consume a wisp of chi blood source. At this moment, Li Fuchen deeply understood the price he would have to pay if his cultivation level wasn't high enough. If his cultivation level was high enough, he wouldn't consume any chi blood source when executing this sword move. The sword energy would probably be less than 0.1%. The 0.1% sword energy might be a lot, but the effect of executing this move was thousands or even tens of thousands of times better than other moves. He is coming soon. Li Fuchen was waiting for something. 1 month later, a tall figure entered the divine leaf city. He is finally here. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The person was none other than the werewolf, Li Fuchen. In the voodoo ancestor ruins, the stronger one was, the more wealth one would obtain. Li Fuchen's spirit soul might be able to see through all traps, but he didn't have enough power. He would only be able to deal with high-grade Holy Lord Shaman puppets at best. If Li Fuchen was around, he would probably be able to deal with high-grade Holy Lord Shaman puppets with just a few claw attacks. He would probably be able to deal with peak-grade Holy Lord Shaman puppets with ease. Of course, before that, Li Fuchen was preparing to evolve Li Fuchen's bloodline into the Dark Wolfman bloodline. Li Fuchen had a great harvest in the ancient stone starfield and had obtained around 30 million peak-grade spirit stones. With the 30 million peak-grade spirit stones, half of Li Fuchen's bloodline had already been converted into the Dark Wolfman bloodline. However, if he wanted to convert the other half, he would need at least 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was much more than what Li Fuchen expected at the start. In another 2 years, the Silver Moon City will be hosting a Radiant Moon class auction. Take these items and head over first. Li Fuchen handed Li Fuchen a spatial ring that contained all the items that were going to be auctioned. Alright. After receiving the spatial ring, Li Fuchen didn't say anything else and left the Divine Leaf City. I will just wait patiently in the Divine Leaf City. Li Fuchen didn't plan to head to the Silver Moon City. With Li Fuchen around, there shouldn't be any problems. If Li Fuchen went, he would only be a burden at the crucial moment. Next, I will strive to increase the sword chi return to a higher rank. According to what Li Fuchen knew, the Wind Cloud Sword Master's strength was definitely above him. Unless Li Fuchen had the Joint Heaven Sword, he wouldn't be a match for the Wind Cloud Sword Master. This was mainly because when the Wind Cloud Sword Master executed the Quasi-Supreme Sword Art, the Wind Cloud Sword Art, there wouldn't be any repercussions. At most, it would just consume some sword energy. Li Fuchen wasn't like Li Fuchen, who would need to consume a large amount of sword energy and chi blood source. It was impossible for him to prolong the battle. Half a year later, on a giant martial stage inside the Swordsman Guild, primary extreme sword master, be careful. My red leaf sword art is sometimes called the blood leaf sword art. In the center of the martial stage, Li Fuchen and the red leaf sword master stood 100 meters apart. The red leaf sword master was a charming woman in red clothes. She was extremely powerful and was one of the few unrivaled sword Dao sacred lords in the Swordsman Guild. The duo naturally didn't have any grudges on the martial stage. After all, they didn't know each other in the past. The reason the two of them appeared on the martial stage was to exchange pointers. At their level, it was no longer useful to just immerse themselves in bitter training. They had to fight in actual combat, and the effect would naturally be the best if they fought against a sword saint sovereign who was at a similar level. Apart from that, during the spar, they could also absorb the sword Dao essence of others and perfect their own sword Dao. This was the duo's main objective. Cling 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 cling, a distance of 100 meters didn't have any meaning in the duo's eyes. In the next moment, the duo suddenly clashed. Red leaf sky. The red leaf sword master's sword swung upwards. The sky was filled with red leaves that fluttered in the air. It was bright and beautiful. Sword sea horizon. Li Fuchen brandished his sorcery sword and a silver sword sea surged out. Bang bang. In the air, the silver sword sea and the red leaf sea clashed and caused a distortion in time and space. 10 moves, 100 moves, 1,000 moves. Without relying on the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen's strength was around the same level as the red leaf sword master. In fact, the red leaf sword art was more complete. After all, the red leaf sword art had 6 moves while Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art only had 3 moves. The third move, sword chi return, couldn't be used recklessly. Primary extreme sword master, this is the 7th move that I created a few dozen years ago. Drifting red leaves. Be careful. All of a sudden, the red leaf sword master's chi presence changed. There was a desolate and austere chi presence that caused the air to turn gray. Quasi-supreme sword move. Chapter 934. After comprehending a quasi-supreme martial art, Li Fuchen was already halfway into the Heaven Monarch level. If there were no accidents, the Red Leaf Sword Master would become a Heaven Monarch in just a few years. Sword Chi returned to origin. In a situation where the weapons were similar, the quasi-supreme sword move could only be countered with the quasi-supreme sword move. Bang! In the center of the martial stage, a black hole was produced and the horrific gravitational force caused the void to distort. Clang! Sheathing the sword, the Red Leaf Sword Master said, "I cannot defeat you. I cannot defeat you either." To be honest, if Li Fuchen didn't have the witchcraft longsword, his strength should be slightly inferior to the Red Leaf Sword Master. It was mainly because the Red Leaf Sword Master's quasi-supreme sword move was more perfect and was closer to a supreme sword move. For the following days, Li Fuchen would frequently spar with the Red Leaf Sword Master and both of them would obtain plenty of sword Dao comprehension. Inside the manor, crackle. When Li Fuchen executed a sword strike, the void was blasted open with a pitch-black hole. 1000, Li Fuchen slowly let out a breath. After a period of comprehension, his sword chi return to origin had improved again. Right now, he only needed 1000 sword energy and a trace of chi blood source to execute this move. Cling 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 cling. On the Swordsman Guild's martial stage, Li Fuchen and the Red Leaf Sword Master had another spar. But this time, the Red Leaf Sword Master was at a disadvantage. Incredible. He actually improved so much. The Red Leaf Sword Master's eyes flickered with radiance. Previously, her strength was similar to Li Fuchen. In terms of sword art rank, she was actually superior to Li Fuchen. But now, Li Fuchen's sword art was already on the same level as her. I have to thank the Red Leaf Sword Master for not hesitating to teach me. Li Fuchen believed that his sword Dao accumulation was already rather deep. He had read countless sword Dao manuals and had countless sword Dao skills in his mind. After sparring with the Red Leaf Sword Master multiple times, Li Fuchen gradually integrated all the sword Dao skills and incorporated them into the sword Qi return to origin. It also depends on the individual's perception. If the perception isn't good, even with the guidance of a sword Dao Heaven Lord, it won't help. The Red Leaf Sword Master had finally witnessed Li Fuchen's terror. She had been in the Swordsman Guild for tens of thousands of years. She had seen most of the Sword Path secret manuals of the Swordsman Guild and fought with many Sword Path sacred lords. She had even sparred with the number 1 Sword Path sacred lord of the Swordsman Guild, Wind Cloud Sword Master. Furthermore, every 1,000 years, the President Sword Wind Heaven Monarch and Vice President White Rainbow Heaven Monarch would take turns to teach them a thing or two. But even so, her progress was extremely slow. She had only created the quasi-supreme sword move Drifting Leaves a few decades ago. I'm afraid the third Lord of Heaven of the Swordsman Guild will be you and Sword Master Windcloud, Sword Master Red Leaf continued. She might have also created a quasi-supreme sword move, but it was the result of her accumulation for tens of thousands of years. Li Fuchen might have intentionally concealed his age, but he didn't look more than 10,000 years old. He might only be 1,000 or 2,000 years old. To be able to create a quasi-supreme sword move at such a young age, it was only a matter of time before he became a Heaven Monarch. Thank you for your auspicious words, Sword Master Red Leaf. Li Fuchen replied humbly. Primordial Extreme Sword Master, please come to the Swordsman Guild. 1 month later, the Red Leaf Sword Master used the communication token to send a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't suspect anything and rushed towards the Swordsman Guild. In a conference hall of the Swordsman Guild, Sword Master Red Leaf smiled and said, Primordial Extreme Sword Master, let me introduce you. This is Sword Master Windcloud. Sword Master Windcloud, this is the Primordial Extreme Sword Master that I mentioned to you earlier. Primordial Extreme Sword Master, it is our first meeting. The Sword Master of the Wind Cloud Sword was a handsome young man. In his calm eyes, there was a hint of supreme dignity. Greetings to Sword Master Windcloud. The instant Li Fuchen saw Sword Master Windcloud, his heart shivered. The Sword Master Windcloud was obviously evolving into a Heaven Monarch. His body contained a wisp of supreme Qi presence, and it meant that his bloodline had already fused with the power of a quasi-supreme sword art. Every race had different methods to progress into a Heaven Monarch, but in the end, it was all related to the same thing, bloodline. It didn't matter what race it was, after becoming a Heaven Monarch, the bloodline would definitely be a supreme bloodline. The difference was that the human race's bloodline was a martial Dao bloodline. The martial Dao bloodline was an acquired bloodline. It was produced and a martial artist cultivated the martial Dao to a certain extent. In order for the martial Dao bloodline to evolve into a supreme bloodline, the martial artist would have to cultivate a supreme martial art. Once a supreme martial art was cultivated, the martial artist would be able to communicate with the corresponding martial Dao source power to strengthen their bloodline. If Li Fuchen cultivated Sword Dao, he would be able to communicate with the Sword Dao source power. Some martial Dao contained many other Daos, therefore, they would be able to communicate with a lot of martial Dao source power. When the martial Dao source power was fused together, it would form a new type of martial Dao source power. In short, the human race's martial Dao bloodline was considered the most diverse bloodline. Basically, everyone's martial Dao bloodline was different. Correspondingly, the human race was also one of the strongest races in the universe. The malleability of the martial Dao bloodline allowed the human race's potential to be comparable with the divine race. Even the demon race wasn't comparable. Due to the strength of the martial Dao bloodline, many races started to cultivate the martial Dao and planned to use the martial Dao to become a Heaven Monarch. Take the Swordsman Guild for example, there were a large number of foreign race swordsmen. Of course, foreign races were foreign races after all. Their martial Dao talents were still inferior to the human race. The foreign race's martial Dao prodigies were also inferior to the human race's martial Dao prodigies. Take the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Red Leaf Sword Master for example. They were both humans and not foreign races. Wind Cloud Sword Master, you haven't returned to the Divine Leaf City for a few centuries. I wonder what stage your Wind Cloud Sword art has reached. The Red Leaf Sword Master was eager to give it a try. She believed that her Red Leaf Sword art wasn't inferior to the Wind Cloud Sword Master from a few centuries ago. Since the Red Leaf Sword Master is interested, then let's spar on the martial stage. The Wind Cloud Sword Master laughed. Soon enough, the trio arrived at the martial stage. Wind Cloud Sword Master, be careful. The Red Leaf Sword Master brandished her sword and countless red leaves enveloped the Wind Cloud Sword Master. The Wind Cloud Sword Master shook his head and said, "Red Leaf Sword Master, show me your strongest move. Hundreds of years ago, no one could force me to use my full strength. I hope you can this time." As he spoke, the Wind Cloud Sword Master easily broke the Red Leaf Sword Master's sword move. Alright, falling red leaves. The Red Leaf Sword Master displayed a quasi-supreme sword move. Seeing this, the Wind Cloud Sword Master's eyes lit up. I remember that hundreds of years ago, you didn't manage to comprehend a quasi-supreme sword move. I didn't expect you to comprehend it this time. No wonder you want to challenge me. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Break. The Wind Cloud Sword Master's sword slashed across and the sound of cloth tearing was heard. A gust of wind and clouds swept across the universe and instantly broke the falling red leaves of the Red Leaf Sword Master. Puff! The Red Leaf Sword Master spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What, so strong? The Red Leaf Sword Master couldn't believe it. Ever since she comprehended the falling red leaves a few dozen years ago, she had some fated encounters and had great improvements. She thought she was able to contest with the Wind Cloud Sword Master, but she didn't expect that she couldn't even withstand a single move. The Wind Cloud Sword Master withdrew his sword and said slowly, "For the past few centuries, I have already communicated with the source power of the Wind and Cloud Sword Dao. It is normal that you aren't a match for me." His sword Dao was the Wind and Cloud Sword Dao and it contained the Wind Dao, Cloud Dao, and Sword Dao. Therefore, the martial Dao source power that he communicated with was the Wind Dao source, Cloud Dao source, and Sword Dao source. No wonder, you are actually able to communicate with the source power. The Red Leaf Sword Master was convinced. Primary Extreme Sword Master, I can see that you are very strong. I wonder if you are willing to have a match. The Wind Cloud Sword Master turned around and looked at Li Fuchen. The Sword Dao was the Dao of slaughter. To a certain extent, swordsmen love to fight and the Wind Cloud Sword Master wasn't an exception. I shall accept your invitation. Li Fuchen was naturally willing to have a match with the Wind Cloud Sword Master. After sparring with the Red Leaf Sword Master multiple times, Li Fuchen had already benefited a lot. If he sparred with the Wind Cloud Sword Master, there would probably be more benefits. On the stage, the two unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords stood 100 meters apart. The duo didn't make a move immediately and stood there quietly. There was an indescribable chi field that was slowly emitting. It was just a few breaths of time, but the Red Leaf Sword Master felt as though a long time had passed. This made her frown slightly. Normally, only those with a higher level of strength would be able to make her have an illusion. The Wind Cloud Sword Master who has communicated with the source power is already considered a quasi-heaven monarch. If I am to fight with him, I will immediately be at a disadvantage. Can the Primary Extreme Sword Master withstand it? The Red Leaf Sword Master didn't even blink as she stared at the stage. Huff! The Wind Cloud Sword Master's figure vanished while a Sword Dao power that was surging like a sea of clouds suddenly blasted at Li Fuchen. Such terrifying power. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. He didn't even need to think and released the sword chi return at a certain spot in the void. Rumble. The void distorted to the extreme and a black hole was formed. It was accompanied by fearsome black lightning that extended in all directions. You are actually able to receive a move from me. Good. The Wind Cloud Sword Master's voice echoed from all directions. Immediately after, it was unknown when majestic wind and clouds gathered around Li Fuchen. The wind and clouds contained astounding sword Dao power and were blasting at Li Fuchen in waves. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he brandished his sword to counter the attacks. Each move was the sword Qi return. Of course, each move might be the sword Qi return, but the form was actually different. When a sword art reached this level, the sword moves contained limitless possibilities. When facing different enemies, the sword moves would evolve into different attack methods and wouldn't be repeated. Bang bang bang, on the martial stage, there was a chaotic scene. There were all sorts of horrific scenes that would only appear in dangerous places in the universe. The primary extreme sword master's sword art improved again. The Red Leaf Sword Master took a deep cold breath. Previously, Li Fuchen had already improved once. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to improve again. How could there be such a sword Dao prodigy in this world? PFFF. Finally, Li Fuchen still wasn't a match for the Wind Cloud Sword Master's Wind Cloud Sword Art. He was sent flying by the sword Dao power and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. No wonder you are the Wind Cloud Sword Master. I concede defeat. Li Fuchen didn't make another move and spoke with admiration. The Wind Cloud Sword Master's figure appeared and shook his head with a smile. You are very strong too. I am almost using my full strength. The Wind Cloud Sword Dao was a combination of wind, cloud, and sword Dao power. Therefore, he was the wind, he was the cloud, and he was the sword. During the battle with Li Fuchen earlier, he had already executed the quintessence of the Wind Cloud Sword Art. Chapter 935. In the manor, there was a small lake that was as clear as a mirror and didn't have any ripples. Li Fuchen sat on the lake and didn't reveal his qi presence. His heart was like still water. As the sword qi return realm gradually increased, Li Fuchen gradually understood that the process of progressing to the Heaven Monarch was actually a re-examination of one's sword Dao. It was just like an old man reminiscing about his past life. There was a sudden ripple on the lake. Li Fuchen was obviously still sitting cross-legged, but the lake was filled with his figures. Each of these Li Fuchen executed a sword move and in a split second, the lake was filled with sword qi that rushed into the sky. At the Swordsman Guild's martial stage, 100 moves. The Red Leaf Sword Master was appalled. Previously, Li Fuchen was far from being a match for the Sword Master of Wind Cloud. This time, he actually persisted for 100 moves. Most importantly, Li Fuchen was able to consecutively execute 100 moves of quasi-supreme sword moves. It meant that his sword moves had reached a new level and wouldn't consume qi blood source when executing them. Every time the Red Leaf Sword Master executed the Red Leaf Drifting Fall, she would consume a trace of qi blood source. Because it was very minute, she didn't really mind it. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't casually execute the Red Leaf Drifting Fall either. The Red Leaf Sword Master was shocked, but the Sword Master of Wind Cloud was even more shocked. He had only interacted with Li Fuchen for a short period of time and had never witnessed Li Fuchen's exceptional sword Dao perception. My Wind Cloud Sword Art has a total of 5 moves. The 4th and 5th moves are both quasi-supreme sword moves. During normal times, the 4th move, Sword Heart of Wind Cloud, is enough to instantly kill any sword Dao Sacred Lord. I didn't think that I would use the 5th move today. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud lamented in his heart and his eyes flashed with radiance. If Li Fuchen was able to force him to use the 5th move, Li Fuchen might be evenly matched with him in the future. Such an opponent would allow him to reach the Heaven Monarch level faster. Primary Extreme Sword Master, you have already witnessed the 4th move, Sword Heart of Wind Cloud. Next is the fifth move, Sword Heart Quiet. You better be careful. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud twisted his sword and a terrifying sword intent pierced through layers of time and space to engulf Li Fuchen. When facing this sword move, Li Fuchen was only able to withstand for a few breaths before he was turned into a bloody person. This wasn't because the Wind Cloud Sword Master was too ruthless. In fact, if the Wind Cloud Sword Master didn't stop, Li Fuchen's star immortal body might not be able to resist. The Netherworld Sword Heart was clearly the same as his Sword Chi convergence, it was connected directly to the primal chaos and origin energy. However, compared to the returning Sword Chi, the Tranquil Sword Heart was undoubtedly closer to a supreme sword move. I lost. The blood on his body disappeared, and Li Fuchen was convinced. His opponent's move allowed him to see a higher level of Sword Dao, and it also opened a door for him. Originally, this door would only open after a few days. To be able to force me to use my fifth sword move, you are one of the few below the Heaven Monarch realm. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud sighed. Li Fuchen's heart was moved. From the Wind Cloud Sword Master's words, there were a few sacred lords in the horizontal River Star region that could force the Wind Cloud Sword Master to use his fifth move. It made sense as the horizontal River Star region was massive and there must be some sacred lords that were progressing to the Heaven Monarch realm. It wasn't possible that the Wind Cloud Sword Master was the only one. Sword Master Fengyun, I'm afraid you'll become a heavenly lord within 100 years. The Red Leaf Sword Master looked at Li Fuchen and then at the Wind Cloud Sword Master. She couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. As compared to these two individuals, her Sword Dao talent was still inferior. The Wind Cloud Sword Master shook his head, it isn't that easy. I might have already communicated with the origin energy, but it isn't a simple task to officially step into that level. In the near future, he would definitely become a Heaven Monarch, but no one knew the exact date. A moment of enlightenment might allow him to instantly become a Heaven Monarch. Perhaps, he would only be able to step into the Heaven Monarch realm after countless years of bitter cultivation. The lake was like a bright mirror. Li Fuchen's heart was like a bright mirror that reflected countless sword arts. Sword Chi convergence. So this is the case. Li Fuchen opened his tightly shut eyes and his eyes were extremely bright. It was like the first ray of light that split the heaven and earth. It pierced through the darkness and revealed the truth. Swish. Countless Li Fuchen appeared from his body. These Li Fuchen had all executed the Sword Chi return to origin sword move and had pure sword intents. Sword. Chi. Return. Origin. It was unknown when Li Fuchen stood up and let out a voice. As he uttered the last word, countless Li Fuchen entered his body. In the next moment, an extremely dazzling Sword Chi pillar burst into the sky. It pierced through the sky and reached the origin of the universe. This Sword Chi pillar was too dazzling and most of the people in the Divine Leaf City could see it. This sword intent. The Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Red Leaf Sword Master were shocked as they vaguely guessed who it was. Interesting. After the Wind Cloud Sword Master, this is the second swordsman from our Swordsman Guild that communicated with the origin. In the depths of the Swordsman Guild, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe opened his eyes and revealed a smile. City Lord Residence, the Divine Leaf City Lord was drinking tea. Another one that communicated with the origin energy. Speaking of which, during the recent tens of thousands of years, the number of Heaven Monarchs in the horizontal River Star region seems to be increasing. I am afraid another great era is coming. With the birth of a new Heaven Monarch, there would be the death of an old Heaven Monarch. When a new Heaven Monarch was born and the old Heaven Monarch wasn't dead yet, it would be a great era. The Sword Chi pillar reached the end of the universe. A wisp of Sword Dao origin energy followed the Sword Chi pillar and descended onto Li Fuchen. SS. Li Fuchen couldn't help but let out a sound. When the origin energy entered his body, it was truly comfortable. From the bloodline to the origin, from the spiritual awareness to the spirit soul, up and down, inside and out, it felt as though he was drinking iced sour plum soup during the hottest days of summer. It is normal for the Sword Tao bloodline, Qi blood source, and spiritual awareness to be strengthened. I didn't expect for the spirit soul to be strengthened too. From the looks of it, the spirit soul of a heaven monarch might be blue in color. Li Fuchen guessed. It was very hard for a person's spirit soul to be improved. After so many years, Li Fuchen had consumed plenty of soul herbs. In the beginning, he could only find high-grade soul herbs. Later on, he even found plenty of special-grade soul herbs, but his spirit soul was still only 70% red. After 70%, even the consumption of special-grade soul herbs wouldn't have any effect. It is a pity that I can only draw out a wisp of Sword Tao origin energy. A wisp of Sword Tao origin energy wasn't enough for him to transform, it would only allow him to improve further. After confirming that Li Fuchen was the one that communicated with the origin energy, the Wind Cloud Sword Master invited Li Fuchen for another battle and Li Fuchen gladly agreed. On the Swordsman Guild's tournament stage, two figures were constantly clashing. Every time they clashed, it would cause the void to tremble and time would be in disorder. When a sword art reached the level of Li Fuchen and the Wind Cloud Sword Master, it was already able to affect time and space. If a regular person was in the range of their sword art, even if they weren't killed by the sword chi, they would still die of old age due to the disorder in time. Sword Heart Connect. Sensing that Li Fuchen's strength was already on the same level as him, the Wind Cloud Sword Master executed the fifth move, Sword Heart Connect. As compared to the previous time, this Sword Heart Connect was obviously more mystical and profound. When the sword was twisted, a spatial and time vortex would appear. Anyone that was sucked into the spatial and time vortex would immediately be turned into nothingness. Sword Chi returned to origin. Li Fuchen suddenly moved and brandished the sorcery art sword. Primal chaos radiance illuminated the past and present. Even the spatial and time vortex was filled with the primal chaos radiance. Bang! The spatial and time vortex exploded as Li Fuchen and the Wind Cloud Sword Master crossed paths. TSS. A trace of fresh blood splattered as the Wind Cloud Sword Master was injured. Turning around, the Wind Cloud Sword Master was in disbelief as he stared at Li Fuchen, seemingly wanting to see if Li Fuchen was injured. The Red Leaf Sword Master was also staring at Li Fuchen. Turning around and sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. Thanks for letting me win. He wasn't injured, but it didn't mean that his sword art rank was superior to the Wind Cloud Sword Master. Li Fuchen was able to dodge the Wind Cloud Sword Master's strongest sword because he saw through the Wind Cloud Sword Master's sword path and evaded in advance. Of course, he was able to dodge this sword, but if he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to dodge all the attacks. The spirit soul allowed it, but the body didn't. The Wind Cloud Sword Master was astonished at first, but immediately after, he laughed and said, "Good, very good. In terms of Sword Tao, I have never been convinced by anyone. You are the first. Be it the Sword Wind Heaven Monarch or the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch, the Wind Cloud Sword Master only respected them and didn't have much admiration." In his heart, the Wind Cloud Sword Master believed that he would also reach such a stage one day. All he lacked was time. But Li Fuchen was different. The Wind Cloud Sword Master personally witnessed how Li Fuchen surpassed him in such a short period of time. It was hard to imagine what Li Fuchen's future accomplishments would be like. City Lord class Heaven Monarch? Very likely. When the trio exchanged pointers, it didn't just allow Li Fuchen to improve greatly, it had also benefited the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Red Leaf Sword Master. However, the duo didn't defeat Li Fuchen again and could only watch as Li Fuchen got further away. Time elapsed. There was still half a year before the Silver Moon City's auction. The Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Red Leaf Sword Master were heading to the Silver Moon City. Originally, the duo wanted to invite Li Fuchen along. After all, the Radiant Moon class auction was a rare opportunity for sacred lords. It was a pity that Li Fuchen had an incarnation there and didn't need to go himself. Furthermore, after communicating with the Sword Dao source power, Li Fuchen's mind had plenty of Sword Dao comprehensions and he had to digest them as soon as possible. On this day, a sword chi pillar that was even purer than before rushed into the sky. Wisps of Sword Dao source power followed the sword chi pillar and descended into Li Fuchen's body. 9 wisps. When the sword chi pillar dispersed, Li Fuchen's eyes were extremely bright. Chapter 936. Silvermoon City. One after another, great monarchs arrived. Among them, there was no lack of invincible sacred lords and heaven monarchs. The Radiant Moon auction was somewhat attractive to heaven monarchs, especially those who had just ascended to the heaven monarch realm. A few days later, the auction was held as scheduled. "I'll pay 500,000. 550,000. 600,000, unknowingly, the auction had already progressed to the middle stage. At this moment, the competition was extremely intense. In order to participate in this auction, many holy lords had sold off some of the resources and treasures that they did not need or that they did not use much in order to exchange for enough top-grade spirit stones. After all, the Radiant Moon auction was only held once every few years in the 11 cosmos cities of the horizontal river star field. If they missed this auction, who knew how many years they would have to wait? As for existences below the Holy Lord realm, besides being extremely active in the early stages of the auction, there was nothing for them to do once it reached the middle stages. To them, an auction item that started at several 100,000 wasn't something they could touch. At most they would be able to feast their eyes on it. This is a top-grade super first-class extreme witchcraft staff, which is engraved with a witchcraft, as if with the help of God, it can make the wielder wield the staff faster, stronger, and more concentrated. The starting price is 1 million top-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins. On the auction stage, a long rod was presented and it was one of the witchcraft weapons that Li Fuchen obtained from the voodoo ancestor ruins. 1 million. 2 million. The price of the witchcraft staff kept rising, and finally, it was bought by a peak holy lord for 55 million. Following that, a few other high-grade, super first-rate witchcraft weapons were also sold at a price of around 5 million. Back then, Li Fuchen only kept the witchcraft long sword and the witchcraft long saber out of the 6 high-grade, first-rate extreme Dao witchcraft weapons. Not bad. Inside the supreme private room, the werewolf Li Fuchen nodded. The auction continued, and precious items were presented one after another. Even invincible sacred lords were moved by some of the items being auctioned. Some of the auction items were obtained by Li Fuchen from the voodoo ancestor ruins. All of them were extremely expensive and some of them were even beyond the market price. Next up is a set of high-grade, super first-rate ultimate sorcery armor. There's a sorcery inscribed on it, static field. On the auction stage, the auctioneer was all smiles. A full set of top-grade, first-rate witchcraft armor was still very attractive. Static field. Hearing this, most of the sacred lords' eyes lit up, and their breathing quickened. In terms of defense, a high-grade super first-rate witchcraft armor was definitely not as good as a top-grade super first-rate witchcraft armor. However, with the addition of the static force field, its value was terrifying. Think about it, if you were constantly enveloped in a static force field, the speed of the enemy's attacks would be drastically reduced, and so would their attack power. This was equivalent to an increase in defense and reaction speed. This was much better than a top-tier armor that only had defense. I believe that everyone knows its value, so I won't say much about it. The starting price of this top-grade, super first-class witchcraft armor is 5 million high-quality spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 100,000. The auctioneer raised his voice. 5 5 million. 6 million. 2 million. 7 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the price shot up. Many peak sacred lords who were about to bid became dazed. This price was probably something that only invincible sacred lords and extremely wealthy peak sacred lords could participate in. Normal peak sacred lords only had a few million high-quality spirit stones, and they wouldn't be able to afford it even if they sold everything they had. What a good set of witchcraft armor. I'll take it. Sword Master Red Leaf raised his sign and bid 7.5 million. Sword Master Wind and Cloud revealed a faint smile and didn't have any intentions of participating. The armor on his body was a quasi-supreme armor, and it was much better than a witchcraft armor. He obviously wouldn't waste peak-grade spirit stones on something useless. 8 million, 9 million. At this moment, only invincible sacred lords were participating. Only invincible sacred lords had such wealth, 10 million. Sword Master Red Leaf was determined to get this witchcraft armor. In the end, this witchcraft armor was won by Sword Master Red Leaf for 10 million. Everyone, don't be in such a rush. I still have 3 sets of super-tier high-tier witchcraft armor. The auction for the second set will begin now. The auctioneer took out the second set of witchcraft armor. Maybe because he wanted to get the second set at a low price, this set of witchcraft armor was only sold for 9 million. It was a whole million less than Sword Master Red Leaf's set. Luckily, Sword Master Red Leaf was very rich and didn't mind being scammed for $1 million. Next, the third set of witchcraft armor was auctioned at a price of 9,800,000. The fourth set of witchcraft armor was auctioned for a price of 11 million gold coins. This was mainly because there were too many invincible sacred lords competing for the witchcraft armor. Everyone wanted to give up on the second set, but no one was willing to give up on the third and fourth sets. Just like that, the 4 sets of witchcraft armor were sold for a total of 39.8 million. This was, without a doubt, an extremely high price. Normally speaking, a set of supreme tier armor would be sold for around 5 or 6 million, and those that were a bit special would be sold for 7 or 8 million at most. It was very rare for one to be sold for 10 million. Everyone, please calm down. The auction has reached the latter stages, and the good stuff is waiting for everyone. Don't be impatient. The appearance of the witchcraft armor made the atmosphere of the auction much more lively, but it also made the atmosphere a bit more fiery. The auctioneer couldn't help but calm everyone down. Of course, while he was calming everyone down, the auctioneer also signaled backstage to hurry up with the auction items. The next item soon came on stage, and the auctioneer said with a faint smile, "This is also a treasure of the witch race. It is a supreme tier high-tier witchcraft ring, and there is a witchcraft technique imprinted inside, which masters gaze. This witchcraft technique has the effect of freezing the soul, and it is equivalent to a Soul Dao Sacred Lord using a Soul Dao secret technique," the auctioneer introduced in detail. Good stuff. The eyes of many invincible sacred lords lit up. At their level, there were no sacred lords that could threaten them, but invincible Soul Dao Sacred Lords were undoubtedly a huge threat. After all, the majority of people were extremely crude when it came to using the soul, and this was one of their shortcomings. After clearing his throat, the auctioneer said, "The starting price of the supreme tier high-tier witchcraft ring is 3 million peak-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones." In terms of value, the supreme tier high-tier witchcraft ring was still inferior to the witchcraft armor. This ring isn't bad. The Wind Cloud Sword Master nodded. The existence of the witchcraft ring wasn't able to increase his strength, but it could increase his survivability. It isn't bad. Since you have taken a liking to it, then I shall not compete for it. The Red Leaf Sword Master knew that his wealth wasn't comparable to the Wind Cloud Sword Master. A short moment later, the witchcraft ring was won by the Wind Cloud Sword Master for 7.5 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was 2. 5 million higher than the market price. Soon enough, the auction entered the final stage. The prices of the items on stage were so high that even the invincible sacred lords were struggling and didn't dare to increase the price. I wonder what kind of price that Sky Dragon horn will fetch. Werewolf Li Fuchen was rather looking forward to the next auction. Chapter 937. Low-grade Supreme Rate Weapon, Star Tearing Claw Set. This pair of claw sets contains supreme tearing power and can tear stars effortlessly. The starting price is 20 million peak-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. As the auction came to an end, a heavyweight auction item appeared on the stage and stunned everyone. Supreme Rate Weapon. Even the Wind and Cloud Sword sovereigns couldn't help gasping for cold air. It wasn't every Radiant Moon class auction that had supreme rate weapons. After all, supreme rate weapons weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere. There were plenty of heaven monarchs that didn't have a suitable supreme rate weapon. It was imaginable how precious supreme rate weapons were. In the entire Traversing River star field, there was only one person who could refine supreme grade weapons, and that person was the 9-star city's city lord, 9-star heavenly monarch. He would often take out supreme-grade weapons to reward his subordinates. Many supreme-grade weapons came from 9-star City. As for the others, they could only search for supreme-rate weapons in various danger zones and ruins. Of course, those heaven monarchs with some status could go to the 9-star heaven lord and purchase a supreme-rate weapon. 21 million. The bidder was a Paragon Saint Lord. This Paragon Saint Lord would normally use his claws to deal with his enemies. However, 20 million peak-grade spirit stones was already at his limit. 22 million, 23 million. 24 million. The price increased by 1 million peak-grade spirit stones without stopping, 30 million. The Werewolf Li Fuchen bid. This star-tearing claw set was obviously made for the werewolf race. Apart from the werewolf race, there were very few races that were adept at tearing laws, 31 million. 32 million. At the 30 million threshold, those who could continue bidding were all heaven monarchs. The Paragon Saint Lord might have 30 million peak-grade spirit stones, but it was impossible for him to have so many peak-grade spirit stones, 40 million. The Werewolf Li Fuchen was determined to obtain the star-tearing claw set. This claw set enhanced his strength much more than other heaven monarchs. 41 million. In another supreme private room, an old man with a hawk nose sneered. If someone knew this old man, they would definitely recognize that this old man was the demonic beast race's Red Claw Heaven Demon. His claw martial arts were extremely formidable, 45 million. The Werewolf Li Fuchen frowned. 46 million. The red-clawed Sky Demon continued bidding. 50 million. Werewolf Li Fuchen decided to give up on the star-tier claw set if it exceeded 60 million spirit stones. After all, a low-grade supreme-rate weapon wasn't worth so many peak-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, this star-shredding claw gauntlet only contains the power of tearing. If it contained the power of fire, then I, the Scarlet Claw Heavenly Demon, might have to fight for it. The Scarlet-Clawed Skyfae gave up on bidding. He was called the Scarlet-Clawed Skyfae because he was skilled in the Fire Dao laws. In a situation where his attributes did not match, the star-tearing claw gauntlet's ability to amplify his strength was very limited. Just like that, the Werewolf Li Fuchen bid for the star-tier claw set for 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. The second last item, a heavenly demon's horn. The auctioneer smiled. What kind of heavenly demon's horn is more valuable than a low-grade supreme-rate weapon? Could it be the horn of a supreme-rate heavenly demon? What a joke! How can a supreme-rate heavenly demon's horn appear in a Radiant Moon class auction? It would at least appear in a Radiant Sun class auction. Furthermore, it would be worth at least 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones. I reckon that this is a horn of a rather formidable existence among the regular heavenly demons. It should be so. Below the stage, everyone was in heated discussions. Heavenly Demon's Horn. The Red Claw Heaven Demon had an unpleasant expression. As a fellow demonic beast race Heaven Demon, he felt that it was a humiliation to him. While the crowd was discussing, the auctioneer continued, "I won't keep you in suspense. This is the dragon horn of the Calamity Fire Heavenly Dragon. Although it has been through countless years, and the remaining dragon power is very thin, even if there isn't a single bit of dragon power left, I believe that just based on the name of the Calamity Fire Heavenly Dragon, it is enough to make this dragon horn one of the finale items of this auction." Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon. The Red Claw Heaven Demon's eyes widened while he was breathing rapidly. The Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon, also known as the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon, was one of the most powerful top-tier saint beasts. Once it matured, its strength wouldn't be weaker than a cosmic sector-level heaven lord like the Crossing River ancestor. Rumor had it that the fire that the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon spat out could return everything to chaos and had the power to destroy everything. However, there wasn't just one dragon horn on the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon, but 100. Of course, 100 dragon horns of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon were extremely valuable. Perhaps only a city lord-level heaven lord would be able to afford it. I must get it. The Red Claw Heaven Demon's eyes were ferocious. The dragon horn of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon was definitely a priceless treasure for him who had the Fire Dao bloodline. It might even allow him to reach a higher level and become one of the top ordinary heaven lords. Rumor has it that the fire of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon is one of the most powerful flames. Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon. Even if the horn of such a top-tier existence is useless to me, I can still collect it. The Red Claw Heaven Demon wasn't the only one who had their eyes on the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn. There were some heaven lords who were proficient in the Fire Dao law or those who liked to collect things. Alright, let's not waste any more words. The starting bid for the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn is 30 million peak-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be lower than 100,000. After taking a deep breath, the auctioneer announced loudly. 35 million, 40 million. 50 million. Without any suspense, the price of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn quickly rose to 50 million peak-grade spirit stones, 55 million. A fire spirit race heaven lord made a bid, 60 million. 70 million. 100 million. Finally, the price rose to 100 million. This price was enough to make any invincible saint lord gasp in amazement. Even the werewolf Li Fuchen didn't expect this dragon horn to be auctioned for such a high price. After all, this dragon horn had very little dragon power and its value was far inferior to the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn that was filled with dragon power. But the werewolf Li Fuchen didn't know that heaven lords were at the pinnacle of the universe and all of them liked to collect things. Those who didn't like to collect things weren't because they didn't like to, but because they didn't have enough peak-grade spirit stones. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the truly powerful heaven lords were basically the greatest collectors of the universe. It was rumored that the Horizontal River Primogenitor's collection was enough to make any heaven lord gasp in amazement. There were plenty of treasures that couldn't be found in the Horizontal River Star region. There were some ancient treasures that were billions of years old. The value of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn was only secondary. Its rarity was where the true value lied. 150 million. The Red Claw Heaven Demon roared. He might be a heaven lord, but it was still very painful to fork out 150 million peak-grade spirit stones. A heaven lord's wealth might start at a few hundred million or a few billion, but a heaven lord's expenditure was also huge. A random purchase might cost tens of millions or even tens of millions of peak-grade spirit stones. The peak-grade spirit stones weren't enough for them to spend. 160 million. The bidder was a powerful heaven lord called Heavenly Lord Chu Zong. Heavenly Lord Chuzong was very famous among the normal heaven lords for two reasons. First, it was his strength, second, it was his rich collection. He was one of the top 10 collectors below the city lord level. Rumor had it that Heavenly Lord Chuzong had specially built a treasure palace for his collection. 200 million. The Red Claw Heaven Demon threw caution to the wind. He could earn more peak-grade spirit stones, but if he lost the dragon horn of the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon, he would really lose it. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Chuzong frowned. To be honest, 200 million peak-grade spirit stones wasn't much compared to his wealth, but most of his wealth was from his collection. He could only use about 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones. Forget it if it's more than 250 million. Heavenly Lord Chuzong wasn't the kind of person who would pay any price for his collection. First of all, he was a heaven lord, then a collector. He couldn't reverse the priority. After thinking for a while, Heavenly Lord Chuzong increased the bid by 40 million. 260 million. The Red Claw Heaven Demon increased the bid without hesitation. Fine. Heavenly Lord Chuzong gave up on the bid. It wasn't enough to hunt down the Red Claw Heaven Demon. It was extremely difficult for a Heaven Monarch to kill a Heaven Monarch unless there was a huge gap between the two. For example, a City Lord level Heaven Monarch could easily kill an ordinary Heaven Monarch. Of course, some extremely powerful ordinary Heaven Monarchs could also kill weaker ordinary Heaven Monarchs. Heavenly Lord Chuzong might be formidable, but he wasn't confident he could kill the Red Claw Heaven Demon. Ultimately, the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn was sold to the Red Claw Heaven Demon for 260 million. Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. I have made a huge profit this time. I didn't expect for this dragon horn to have such a high price. But it is mainly because of its rarity that it attracted competition from Heaven Lords. After researching the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn, Li Fuchen already knew that it wasn't an ordinary dragon horn. He suspected that it was the legendary Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn. Of course, even if it was the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn, Li Fuchen didn't expect it to be sold for such a high price. After all, the dragon power inside was too thin. Li Fuchen was already satisfied to be able to sell it for 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. As for keeping it for his collection, Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't necessary. Right now, he lacked peak-grade spirit stones and not these collectibles. When he became a Heaven Lord, he might be able to collect some collectibles. As the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn was sold to the Red Claw Heaven Demon, the final auction item was presented. It was a low-grade supreme rate armor and the starting price was a shocking 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. The final price was 180 million peak-grade spirit stones. It might not be more valuable than the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn, but it was still very shocking. Once the auction was over, the werewolf Li Fuchen arrived at the backstage. A total of 252 million peak-grade spirit stones. This is the remaining 172 million peak-grade spirit stones. The person in charge of the auction was a Heaven Lord. His eyes were filled with judgment as he handed a spatial ring to the werewolf Li Fuchen. Alright. The werewolf Li Fuchen took the spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen didn't give him all the treasures in the Witch Ancestors' ruins. He gave him roughly 40 million peak-grade treasures. Of course, these 40 million peak-grade treasures were sold for close to 60 million peak-grade spirit stones during the auction. With the addition of the 260 million peak-grade spirit stones from the Calamity Fire Heaven Dragon's dragon horn, it was a total of 320 million peak-grade spirit stones. After deducting the 50 million peak-grade spirit stones that Li Fuchen spent and the auction commission, he was left with around 250 million peak-grade spirit stones. Previously, the auction house had already paid him 80 million peak-grade spirit stones and he was now paying the rest. After counting the peak-grade spirit stones, the werewolf Li Fuchen took the Star Tier Claw set and left the auction house. Send someone to monitor him. Chapter 938. Divine Leaf City. On the lake of the manor, Li Fuchen was seated quietly as usual. My primary extreme sword art has a profound intention and is connected to the source of chaos. Strictly speaking, it belongs to the Chaos Sword Dao or Source Sword Dao. It is a supreme sword Dao. Martial Dao was separated into many levels, like Supreme Martial Dao, Super First-Rate Martial Dao, First-Rate Martial Dao, Second-Rate Martial Dao, etc. However, even the weakest Martial Dao would reach the level of Supreme Martial Dao if it comprehended the Chaos Realm. Take the Wind Cloud Sword Master's Wind Cloud Sword Dao for example. If it didn't comprehend the Chaos Realm, it would only be a first-rate Sword Dao. It was the same for the Red Leaf Sword Master's Red Leaf Sword Dao. As for how to comprehend the Chaos Realm, it wasn't difficult, but it wasn't simple either. The prerequisite was to cultivate one's martial Dao to the extremity. Once it reached the extremity, it would produce new transformations. It was just like a pure Yin martial Dao. Once it was cultivated to the extremity, it would produce Yang. Yin and Yang would blend together and become inseparable. This was chaos. The logic was the same. It depended on the individual's perception. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao theoretically contained the Chaos Realm, therefore, it could be considered as a supreme sword Dao. Of course, this was only in theory. Any martial Dao couldn't be considered a supreme martial Dao before reaching the supreme level. With a deep gaze, Li Fuchen flicked his finger and emitted a wisp of sword qi. It felt like it contained a world and also seemed to contain chaos. It circulated above the lake for a long time. If a sword Dao Heaven Monarch was here, they would be able to see that Li Fuchen was getting closer to the Heaven Monarch realm. Just this sword qi was enough to kill a peak-level sacred lord. Just a little bit more. As compared to before, Li Fuchen's sword art rank had increased again. Right now, he was able to draw out 81 wisps of sword Dao source power. It was a pity that this amount of sword Dao source power was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It wasn't enough for his sword Dao bloodline to metamorphose into a supreme bloodline. But Li Fuchen knew clearly that once he progressed to the Heaven Monarch realm, he would at least be an elite among regular Heaven Monarchs. Defeating those weak Heaven Monarchs would probably be a piece of cake. After all, the martial Dao bloodline was a top-class combat bloodline. As for Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao, it wasn't a trivial matter. Am I going to metamorphose? All of a sudden, Li Fuchen's eyes had a change and was filled with delight. Silver Moon City, in a clean and unique courtyard, Wolfman Li Fuchen was seated cross-legged. His body was emitting a thick black qi that was spiraling upwards, along with streaks of black lightning. The black runes in his veins had long since filled up his veins, and the golden runes that represented the golden werewolf had been completely devoured. Waves of terrifying dark energy poured out of his bloodline, seemingly endless. Crackle. The surging power of darkness caused Li Fuchen to involuntarily transform. In the past, he had transformed into a werewolf with dark golden fur. The current Li Fuchen's fur was pure black, and when light shone on it, it didn't reflect any light and was immediately devoured. As such, when Li Fuchen stood there, he could only see a black silhouette. It was impossible to see what he looked like. At the same moment, the werewolf Li Fuchen's body was rapidly enlarging. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 1,000,000 meters. In just a short moment, the werewolf Li Fuchen's body broke through the 10 million meters height and it was still expanding. He was forcefully suppressed by the werewolf Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen knew that this was a phenomenon where the power of darkness couldn't be controlled. The power contained within a Heaven Monarch's body was too massive. If the Sacred Master's power was like a river, then the Heaven Monarch's power was like a sea. They weren't comparable at all. The reason why Heaven Monarchs possessed such surging power was mainly because the supreme bloodline was actually equivalent to a small-scale source. The universe had a myriad of sources, therefore, the universe's power was boundless. If a Heaven Monarch possessed a small-scale source, it was the same as having a small universe. The power wasn't considered boundless, but as long as the output didn't exceed the output, the power would be inexhaustible. With such a sudden increase in strength, even the werewolf Li Fuchen couldn't control it. Darkness Source. Is someone breaking through to the Heaven Monarch? In the Silver Moon City, many Heaven Monarchs had lifted their heads. As Heaven Monarchs, they were very sensitive to the changes in the universe. Breaking through to the Heaven Monarch overnight and being free and unfettered from now on. I wonder which lucky person is it? A Heaven Monarch smiled. Heaven Monarchs were definitely standing at the pinnacle of the universe. As long as they weren't killed, it was easy to live for 10 million years. Furthermore, the universe was huge and one could go anywhere. It was easy to go to other starfields and it would just take a short amount of time. Alright. Inside the City Lord Residence's hidden domain, a silver-haired woman with a silver moon mark on her forehead nodded. 1,000,000 meters. 100,000 meters. 10,000 meters. He might have been caught off guard at the start, but when Li Fuchen regained his senses, he was still able to control the power of darkness. When Li Fuchen's body returned to normal, he had already completely controlled the power of darkness and wouldn't have the risk of losing control again. This is the Darkness Wolfman bloodline. Li Fuchen felt that the Qi blood source had already fused with the Darkness Wolfman bloodline and was inseparable. Endless power of darkness was surging out from the Darkness Wolfman source. Right now, the source was the bloodline and the bloodline was the source. They were inseparable. In other words, the current Li Fuchen's source wouldn't be injured so easily. At the Sacred Lord level, the scariest thing was to injure the source. Once the source was injured, it would affect all aspects. If it wasn't treated in time, the person would become a cripple. Right now, the source was the bloodline and the power in the bloodline was inexhaustible. It was extremely difficult to injure the source. No wonder it is so difficult for a Heaven Monarch to kill a Heaven Monarch. Li Fuchen said to himself. Huff. Li Fuchen let out a forceful breath and lifted his head while his eyes were overflowing with radiance. This time, when he progressed to the Heaven Monarch level, he consumed more peak-grade spirit stones than the estimated 50 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was 150 million peak-grade spirit stones and it was 3 times more than expected. The reason why it was so much more was mainly because he didn't have a proper understanding of the supreme bloodline. When the bloodline was filled with black runes, all the black runes resonated and actually devoured another 100 million peak-grade spirit stones spirit chi before the bloodline officially transformed. Of course, 100 million peak-grade spirit stones were nothing to the current Li Fuchen. As long as he was willing, he would be able to earn back the 100 million peak-grade spirit stones very quickly. Let me familiarize myself with my strength first. 1 month later, I will head to God Leaf City. Withdrawing the radiance from his eyes, Li Fuchen returned to the house. In the auction hall, Heaven Monarch Cold Stone's expression was uncertain. He didn't expect Jiang Yi to advance to the Heaven Monarch realm so quickly. It was not easy to deal with a Lord of Heaven. He has just advanced, so he shouldn't be that strong. Let's find someone to test him. Heaven Lord Cold Stone contacted a Heaven Lord in the city. Heaven Monarch Cold Stone, as the person in charge of the auction house, you are actually practicing favoritism. If others find out about this, you won't have a good ending. The Heaven Monarch that Heaven Monarch Cold Stone contacted was called Heaven Monarch Iron Horn. The other party mocked. Heavenly Monarch Iron Horn, are you going to do it or not? If not, I'll get someone else to do it. Heavenly Lord Frost Stone said coldly. To be honest, in order to deal with the werewolf Li Fuchen, he did take a huge risk. The other party wasn't a fool. If they were attacked on the road, they would definitely think of him. However, he was in dire need of top-grade spirit stones, so he had to take risks. Of course, why wouldn't I do it? Same old rules, 50-50. Heavenly Lord of Iron Horn said. All right. The Heavenly Lord of Frost Stone was relieved. The Iron Horn Heavenly Monarch wasn't considered weak among the ordinary Heaven Monarchs, especially his defense, which not many Heaven Monarchs could break. With the other party's help, there was a high chance of success. 1 month later. Wolfman Li Fuchen left Silver Moon City. In the pitch-black starry sky, the werewolf Li Fuchen turned into a dark shadow and vanished. Not good, he's trying to escape. Not far away, a ray of light flashed. It's already over 10,000 times the speed of light. Werewolf Li Fuchen felt that the surrounding time and space was like a lubricant. It was extremely smooth and allowed him to move faster and faster. At his current speed, he could no longer be simple. As long as he sped up, he would definitely affect space-time. But seriously speaking, once the speed exceeded the speed of light, it was no longer just pure speed. Being able to reach the speed of light meant that one's strength was extremely great, and this great strength would distort space-time. The greater the degree of distortion, the faster one's speed would be. How can he be so fast? Heavenly Lord Ironhorn was having a hard time chasing after them. At the same time, he was on guard. All of a sudden, Werewolf Li Fuchen stopped and turned to look at the void. In the void, a silver light appeared. It was a man with bright silver skin and a horn on his head. Why are you chasing after me? Werewolf Li Fuchen was neither servile nor overbearing as he stared at the Iron Horn Heavenly Lord. The Iron Horn Heavenly Lord chuckled, nothing much, I just wish to have a spar. While speaking, he circulated his force and blasted a fist at Werewolf Li Fuchen. When the fist was executed, there was a resplendent silver light that was like the radiant sunlight. After taking a closer look, it was obviously countless silver fist shadows. As soon as the Iron Horn Heavenly Lord arrived, he immediately used his signature move. Seeing the situation, Werewolf Li Fuchen let out a smile that didn't look like a smile and stood there motionlessly. Courting death. The Iron Horn Heavenly Lord sneered. It might be hard for a Heaven Monarch to kill a Heaven Monarch, but if he stood still and allowed the enemy to hit him, he would still suffer a great loss. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was just an initial stage Heaven Monarch and probably wasn't familiar with his own power. In the blink of an eye, the silver fist shadows blasted on Werewolf Li Fuchen. However, the effect that the Iron Horn Heavenly Lord anticipated didn't happen. The fist shadows were like clay oxen entering the sea. Once they made contact with Werewolf Li Fuchen, they vanished without a trace. Damn it, such powerful power of darkness. The Iron Horn Heavenly Lord had an unpleasant expression. With his eyesight, how could he not see that his power was absorbed by the power of darkness? In other words, Werewolf Li Fuchen's power was superior to him. Let's go. Without any hesitation, the Iron Horn Heavenly Lord turned and left. His objective was to test Werewolf Li Fuchen's strength. If Li Fuchen was weak, he would kill Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen was strong, he would immediately retreat. Do you think it is so easy to come and go as you please? Werewolf Li Fuchen brandished his claw and blasted the Dark Moon Claw at the Iron Horn Heavenly Lord. Bang! The Iron Horn Heavenly Lord's silver metallic body was slashed open and there was a black substance that drifted out. Seeing the situation, the Iron Horn Heavenly Lord increased his speed and hated the Cold Stone Heaven Lord to death. You sure run fast. Chapter 939. There were plenty of teleportation arrays between the universe cities and there weren't many places that required Li Fuchen to travel to. With the speed of a Heaven Lord, it only took a few days for Wolfman Li Fuchen to arrive at the Divine Leaf City from the Silver Moon City. Let's go. Li Fuchen was already waiting at the Divine Leaf City. Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. Outside the metal door, Li Fuchen placed his palm on Wolfman Li Fuchen's shoulder and the duo entered the metal door together. As expected, the duo were still together after entering the Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. Furthermore, the first restriction trap that was discovered had a danger level of 5 and was similar to the last restriction trap previously. After avoiding the trigger, the duo arrived at the hall and awakened the 6 high-grade Holy Lord class voodoo puppets. Let me try first. After a few years, Li Fuchen's strength was no longer the same as before. He was confident that he would only need half a month to exhaust the voodoo power of the high-grade Holy Lord class voodoo puppets. Huff huff huff, there was a violent wind as the 6 high-grade Holy Lord class voodoo puppets attacked Li Fuchen from all angles. Clang! There was a dazzling sword light and the 6 voodoo puppets were sent flying. Clang 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 clang, Li Fuchen split into 6 and the 6 Li Fuchens suppressed the voodoo puppet. 15 minutes later, the 6 Li Fuchens merged back together. Li Fuchen shook his head and said, "You do it." Right now, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. It was a pity that it was hard to exhaust the power of the high-grade Holy Lord class voodoo puppets within a short period of time. Alright. Wolfman Li Fuchen didn't move and used the Dark Moon Claw to envelop the 6 voodoo puppets. Cling cling clang clang, voodoo armors and weapons flew everywhere. A single claw attack had exhausted the voodoo power of the 6 voodoo puppets. No wonder you are a Wolfman race's Heaven Lord. Li Fuchen praised. After progressing to a Heaven Lord, Wolfman Li Fuchen's strength was obviously superior to regular Heaven Lords. To be serious, the Wuxia Heavenly Monarch wasn't much stronger than Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen was here, he would need at least 1 or 2 days to exhaust the voodoo puppet's power. The Iron Horn Heavenly Monarch was much stronger than the Wuxia Heavenly Monarch, but he would probably need 2 hours too. On the table was a top-grade Death Substitution Puppet and a top-grade Moon Curse Scroll. Right now, Li Fuchen had 2 peak-grade Moon Incantation Scrolls, 1 peak-grade Death Substitution Puppet, and 1 peak-grade Sorcery Ring. He didn't sell any of them. Come on, let's move on to the next one. Li Fuchen let out a smile. This trip to the Voodoo Ancestors' ruins would have a harvest that was far beyond his imagination. To be honest, he was looking forward to it. The second and third halls were all similar to the first. However, one of the halls was empty. Someone had already entered it. When it was the 4th round, Li Fuchen knew the test was here. The danger level of this restriction trap had reached 6. This meant that the voodoo puppets inside were very likely peak-tier Sacred Lord voodoo puppets. After passing through the restriction trap with ease, Li Fuchen and Wolfman Li Fuchen entered the hall. Ka! The voodoo puppet closest to them moved and pounced on them. In response, Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and welcomed the attack. Clang! An axe and a sword clashed together and a horrific ripple spread out. In the next moment, Li Fuchen was sent flying. Such power! Li Fuchen's expression changed. In terms of attack power, these peak-tier Sacred Lord voodoo puppets were actually stronger than him. In the hall, there were a total of 8 voodoo puppets. If the 8 voodoo puppets worked together, even the Wuxia Heaven Monarch would need to spend a long time to deal with them. Li Fuchen retreated while Wolfman Li Fuchen welcomed the attack. With a single claw, Wolfman Li Fuchen sent all the awakened voodoo puppets flying. 1 week later, Li Fuchen harvested 8 sets of peak-grade voodoo armor and voodoo weapons. A set of high-grade super first-rate voodoo armor is worth 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. I wonder how much peak-grade spirit stones would a set of peak-grade super first-rate voodoo armor be worth. Li Fuchen felt that the value of this set of voodoo armor was probably comparable to a low-grade supreme armor. After wearing the voodoo armor and activating the voodoo art, there was a buzzing sound. Within 10 feet of the armor, time and space suddenly stopped rippling and fell into dead silence. This peak-grade super first-rate voodoo armor was also engraved with a static force field. However, this static force field was several times stronger than the static force field of the high-grade super first-rate voodoo armor. Even time and space had stopped rippling. If the enemy wasn't strong enough, their attacks would never land on Li Fuchen. Just like the voodoo armor, the voodoo weapon's voodoo art was also like divine aid. However, it was a higher grade of divine aid. I didn't think that I would have to change my equipment so soon. With the peak-grade super first-rate voodoo armor, Li Fuchen naturally didn't fancy the original voodoo armor. However, the original voodoo armor and voodoo weapon could be given to the people around him. The reason why Li Fuchen only sold the voodoo ancestors' ruins that had a market value of 40 million peak-grade spirit stones was because he was planning to leave some for the people around him. It was enough to temporarily use peak-grade spirit stones, and there wasn't a need to sell all the resources and treasures. The voodoo armor might be precious, but as compared to this item, it is still lacking. Li Fuchen flipped his palm and a scroll appeared in his hand. It was different from the previous halls. This hall had a danger level of 6 and there was only one artifact on the table. Of course, this single artifact was already comparable to the sum of all the artifacts in the previous halls. This scroll wasn't the incantation of the Moon Scroll, it was the incantation of the Sun Scroll. If the incantation of the Moon Scroll was a top-tier extreme Dao artifact, then the incantation of the Sun Scroll was a supreme artifact. From the incantation of the Sun Scroll, Li Fuchen could feel a wave that could incinerate all living things. It wasn't hard to imagine that once it was activated, even a heaven monarch would suffer if they were caught off guard. After exiting the hall, Li Fuchen arrived at the passageway. This doesn't seem to be good. Li Fuchen suddenly heard a subtle air-piercing sound. Be careful. Wolfman Li Fuchen waved his hand and his claw lit up. A thin and long shadow was severed into 6 segments. The strange thing was that the shadow that was severed into 6 segments wriggled before dispersing. TSS TSS TSS, there were even more air-piercing sounds and the speed was too fast for anyone to react in time. Using his spirit soul force to sense, Li Fuchen could see that in the nearby tunnel, there were densely packed thin and long shadows. These thin and long shadows were like ink lines and had no mouth and a single eye. Just by using his spirit soul force to sense, Li Fuchen could feel a malicious intent rushing at him. They aren't pure living beings or puppets. There are sorcery arts waves on them. Could they be formed by sorcery arts? Li Fuchen's expression changed. Originally, Li Fuchen thought that with his spirit soul force and Wolfman Li Fuchen's combat strength, he would be able to enter most of the voodoo ancestor ruins freely. Right now, he knew he was wrong. The voodoo ancestor ruins didn't just have restrictions and traps. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it would be. The voodoo ancestors' methods weren't something a regular person could imagine. Even if the voodoo ancestor left behind a sorcery art, it would be enough to kill a regular heaven monarch. Soon enough, the thin and long shadow attacked. Li Fuchen was wearing the sorcery art armor and was enveloped in the static force field. He was able to protect himself, but if he wanted to kill the thin and long shadow, he would need to brandish his sword a few times. It was fortunate that the werewolf Li Fuchen's combat strength was formidable enough. With a wave of his claws, countless slender shadows were shattered. The two of them continued forward. A few days later, they arrived at another hall. Unfortunately, the treasures in this hall had already been taken away. There was not a single voodoo puppet left. Unknowingly, several months passed. The ruins of the voodoo ancestor are getting more and more difficult to pass through. The hinterland of the ruins is not only filled with restrictive traps, but it is also filled with all kinds of witchcraft. There are slender shadows with shocking penetrative power, infinitely splitting powder particles that contain poison, and there are even some passages that have come alive under the effects of witchcraft. Li Fuchen shook his head and admitted that he had underestimated the voodoo ancestors' ruins. If one only had soul strength and no strength, one would not be able to go far in the sorcerer ancestors' remnant. Werewolf Li Fuchen was still able to protect him now, but when it came to the end, Li Fuchen might not be able to protect him anymore. Let's take a look first. If it really doesn't work, we'll leave. Although the harvest didn't meet his expectations, it was still 10 times or even dozens of times more than the last time. Boom boom boom, there was a blazing chi presence and the passage ahead was like a blazing hell. Li Fuchen's soul strength pierced through the blazing chi presence and saw fiery red beasts that were the size of puppies and had wings flying in the sky. They opened their mouths and shot out bundles of fireballs. The fireballs emitted waves that were very similar to the sun incantation scroll. In Li Fuchen's opinion, this should be the simplified version of the sun incantation. Li Fuchen believed that he wouldn't be able to resist the normal sun incantation, but if there were too many simplified sun incantations, Li Fuchen believed that he wouldn't be able to resist either. But with the werewolf Li Fuchen around, Li Fuchen didn't need to resist. The darkness barrier was activated and the werewolf Li Fuchen protected Li Fuchen. The fireballs that had astounding power and felt as though they could turn everything into primal chaos landed on the darkness barrier, but there were only some ripples. In just a short moment, the duo arrived in front of another restriction trap. Incredible! Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. This restriction trap's danger level was actually at 7 points. It also meant to say that the voodoo puppets inside might be at the Heaven Monarch class. In addition, this restriction trap is even more complicated. It is useless to just know which places don't have restrictions. These restrictions might change at any moment and as long as the sequence is wrong, they will immediately explode. But it is too regretful to leave just like this. Let's give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen and the werewolf Li Fuchen entered the restriction trap. 1 step, 2 steps, with the soul strength, the duo finally arrived at the center of the restriction trap. Crack. Not good. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen's expression changed. He didn't expect that he would have to take a step back and accidentally activate the restriction. A water blade appeared and slashed on the darkness barrier ruthlessly. There was a cracking sound as the darkness barrier was forcefully sliced open. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen lowered his head and the water blade flew past his scalp. The duo didn't dare to delay and continued to move forward. Swish 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 swish, the restriction trap was too complicated and it changed extremely quickly. Even if Li Fuchen could see through the restriction trap, it was useless, unless he could stop the restriction trap from changing. As the duo took another wrong step, countless holes appeared on the walls on both sides of the passage. Sharp arrows were shot at the duo. These arrows weren't ordinary arrows as they were emitting terrifying chi presences. PFFF. The werewolf Li Fuchen took an arrow for Li Fuchen. Chapter 940. In the hall, there were only 2 voodoo puppets. These 2 voodoo puppets emitted chi presences that were obviously at the Heaven Monarch level. Boom! Werewolf Li Fuchen and the voodoo puppets clashed. A terrifying wave spread out and Li Fuchen found it difficult to breathe. It is much slower. Li Fuchen frowned. These 2 voodoo puppets were enveloped by a powerful static force field. Under the effect of the static force field, werewolf Li Fuchen's attack speed was more than 2 times slower and the attack power was much lower. If I am not wrong, these must be supreme-level voodoo puppets. Li Fuchen stood in the corner of the hall and observed quietly. Werewolf Li Fuchen, who was promoted to Heaven Monarch, was indeed very powerful. His power of darkness had the effect of absorbing attacks. But everything had its pros and cons. When the power of darkness absorbed attacks, it would also increase the consumption. If there was no accident, this would be an unimaginable protracted battle. It was already the best result to eliminate the voodoo puppets within a year. 1 month. 3 months. Half a year. 1 year. The battle was still ongoing. Any of these 2 voodoo puppets was stronger than the Iron Horn Heaven Monarch. With their invulnerability and no weaknesses, werewolf Li Fuchen was having a hard time. After 1.5 years, the power of the voodoo puppets finally showed signs of decline. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. Only heaven monarchs could deal with these supreme voodoo puppets. If it was him, even if he had such strength, without the supreme bloodline, he wouldn't be able to persist and his sword energy would be exhausted. 2 years and 10 days, one of the voodoo puppets scattered into a pile of voodoo armor and voodoo weapons. 2 years and 18 days, the second voodoo puppet also scattered into a pile of voodoo armor and voodoo weapons. Let me recover. Werewolf Li Fuchen sat cross-legged. When the output was less than the output, the heaven monarch's power was endless. But when the output was more than the output, the heaven monarch's power would be exhausted. After more than 2 years, werewolf Li Fuchen's power was almost exhausted. If it dragged on for another month or two, he would have to burn his origin to fight. Li Fuchen nodded. He was naturally clear about the werewolf Li Fuchen situation. He was rather glad that the voodoo puppet didn't last for another month or two, otherwise, the price to pay would be too high. Picking up a set of sorcery armor, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness inside. Sure enough, this was a set of low-grade supreme shaman armor, and its value was probably not inferior to a set of mid-grade supreme armor. Li Fuchen reckoned that if it was put up for auction, it would be sold for 1 or 2 billion. With this set of witchcraft armor, I should be able to fight against a weaker Lord of Heaven. Li Fuchen thought to himself. As of now, there was no news of a sacred lord defeating a Lord of Heaven. Even the most elite sacred lord of the divine race couldn't do it. This had nothing to do with innate perception. After all, the difference between a sacred lord and a Lord of Heaven wasn't a difference in cultivation level, it was a difference in cultivation level. Prodigies were able to transcend cultivation levels to fight with those in higher cultivation levels. But a Lord of Heaven was already at the supreme cultivation level. How were you going to transcend cultivation levels to fight? There had never been a case of a sacred lord defeating a Lord of Heaven, but there were plenty of cases of sacred lords escaping from a Lord of Heaven. It depended on whether the sacred lord had any incredible artifact, like a supreme death substitution puppet or a supreme shaman art scroll. If the sacred lord didn't have an incredible artifact, it would depend on if the sacred lord had any special ability. In the universe, there were millions of races and each race had their own specialties. Each individual had their own specialties too. The spirit light race didn't have a physical body, therefore, they were the hardest race to kill. The number 2 Scarlet Spirit Lord on the Time Sand City's Sacred Lord rankings was from the Spirit Light race. It was rumored that the Scarlet Spirit Lord had fought with a Lord of Heaven and was ultimately defeated, but he was able to escape and survive. The Blood race could transform into countless tiny bats. As long as a single bat escaped, they would be able to make a comeback. Putting aside the other races, just the human race alone had invincible sacred lords that were proficient in the Void Tao or even more formidable invincible sacred lords that were proficient in the Time Tao. It was very possible for them to escape from a Lord of Heaven. In short, the ability to escape from a Lord of Heaven didn't just depend on strength, it also depended on the method of escape. Li Fuchen was a swordsman and was adept at head-on combat. His escape method was naturally inferior and his Void Tao wasn't at a high level either. If he was to use it in front of a Lord of Heaven, he would only be a laughing stock and wouldn't be of any use. Now that he had a set of supreme sorcery armor, Li Fuchen believed that he would be able to contest with a weaker Lord of Heaven. If he had some escape artifacts, he might even be able to escape unscathed and wouldn't suffer any injuries when facing a Lord of Heaven. Subsequently, Li Fuchen picked up the sorcery weapon. The value of a low-grade supreme sorcery weapon was much higher than a low-grade supreme weapon, but it would normally be inferior to a mid-grade supreme weapon. It was estimated to be worth 100 to 200 million peak-grade spirit stones. It is a pity that I don't have a sword. These 2 supreme sorcery weapons were a saber and an axe. That's right, I have the Joint Heaven sword. Why do I need a sorcery sword? Li Fuchen let out a silent laugh. The joint heaven sword was a high-grade supreme weapon and its value was even above a set of low-grade supreme sorcery armor. It wasn't something that a single low-grade supreme sorcery weapon could compare with. Finally, Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the table. There was a scroll on the table. Li Fuchen took a look and saw that it was the Sun Incantation Scroll. But it was of a higher grade than the Sun Incantation Scroll. It was probably a mid-grade Supreme Scroll. In the outside world, low-grade and mid-grade Supreme Scrolls were for regular Heaven Monarchs, high-grade Supreme Scrolls were for City Lord-class Heaven Monarchs, peak-grade Supreme Scrolls were for Star Region Heaven Monarchs. It also meant to say that this mid-grade Sun Incantation Scroll's power was equivalent to an all-out attack from a high-end regular Heaven Monarch. If it was used well, it was enough to severely injure a weaker regular Heaven Monarch. Not bad. Li Fuchen was very satisfied. He needed this kind of artifact that could decide the battle in a single move. After using a large number of peak-grade spirit stones, the wolfman Li Fuchen finally recovered some of his strength. Immediately after, the darkness source would constantly surge with power and he didn't need to rely on peak-grade spirit stones anymore. One for you and one for me. Li Fuchen gave the wolfman Li Fuchen a set of sorcery armor. The wolfman race might have tough defenses and the power of darkness could absorb attacks, but who would complain about having a high defense? They would only feel that it was better to have a higher defense. Alright. The wolfman Li Fuchen received the sorcery armor and wore it. But in the future, he wouldn't be able to transform as he wished. Of course, after reaching the Heaven Monarch realm, there wasn't a huge difference between transforming or not. As compared to the defense provided by the sorcery armor, the increase in strength provided by transforming wasn't that important. It is getting more dangerous. Li Fuchen frowned as he felt that the wolfman Li Fuchen was gradually unable to protect himself. If it wasn't for his spirit soul power, there were a few times when the wolfman Li Fuchen was nearly killed by the sorcery arts. It isn't bad to seek riches from danger, but one must know when to stop. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen decided to leave the voodoo ancestor ruins. He had already obtained enough and if he wasn't satisfied, he might be killed by his greed. Following the original path, the duo quickly returned. A short moment later, they arrived at the vicinity of a teleportation platform. Wine. Chapter 941. After returning to the Divine Leaf City, the duo went into seclusion. Wolfman Li Fuchen needed to familiarize himself with his power and develop stronger innate abilities. Li Fuchen continued to research the primary extreme sword art and strive to upgrade it to a supreme sword art as soon as possible. Time flew by unknowingly. At the Swordsman Guild's martial stage, Sword Heart Quiet. It was obvious that the Sword Master of Wind Cloud's sword move was much more profound and mystical. As compared to the Sword Heart Quiet in the past, the current Sword Heart Quiet was obviously at the level of control. When the Sword Master of Wind Cloud brandished his sword, time and space would turn into a whirlpool. If one couldn't break the sword intent of this move, it would be useless no matter how high the body's defenses were. An instant inside was an eternity and one would face endless attacks until one's body was shattered. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before. When facing such a powerful sword move that could instantly kill a regular invincible sacred lord, Li Fuchen smiled and didn't draw his sword. He simply allowed the time and space whirlpool to devour him. Seeing the situation, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud frowned while the Sword Master of Red Leaf exclaimed. They didn't understand Li Fuchen's intention. Did he want to personally experience the Sword Heart Quiet? Didn't he know that a kill move like the Sword Heart Quiet would last for an instant? If the Sword Master of Wind Cloud was a little slower, Li Fuchen might not even have a corpse left. Something isn't right. All of a sudden, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud's expression changed. In his vision, Li Fuchen, who was already in the time and space whirlpool, suddenly became clear. There was a boom as the time and space whirlpool exploded as though it was pierced by thousands of swords. How is this possible? The sword master of Red Leaf felt that his brain wasn't enough to understand. Even if he was a fool, he would know that Li Fuchen's strength had reached an unbelievable level and was probably extremely close to the Heaven Monarch realm. Primary Extreme Sword Master, how many wisps of source power can you activate? The Sword Master of Wind Cloud couldn't help but ask. Li Fuchen didn't hide it and said, 999 wisps, 999 wisps. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud and the Sword Master of Red Leaf took a deep cold breath. As of now, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud was only able to activate 8 wisps of source power. The Red Leaf Sword Master was only able to activate 1 wisp of source power. This was the result of sparring with Li Fuchen and the Sword Master of Wind Cloud. Otherwise, if she was to comprehend Sword Dao by herself, she would need to spend at least a few dozen years. The more source power that could be activated, it meant that one's cultivation level was higher. At their level, an inch higher cultivation level was the same as before. If there was an insurmountable gap between Sacred Lords and Heaven Monarchs, then it was the same for them and Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was able to neutralize the Wind Cloud Sword Master's Sword Heart Connect not because of his attack power, but because his cultivation realm was high enough. It was just like 2 individuals with similar physiques, one was proficient in combat while the other was ordinary. Once they fought, the outcome was obvious. Just now, he did not unsheath his sword. After entering the space-time vortex, the 10,000 swords returned to origin burst forth, instantly breaking the sword will of the sword heart tranquility. Once the sword will was broken, the space-time vortex naturally could not hold on any longer and exploded. After letting out a bitter laugh, the Wind Cloud Sword Master said, "The Primary Extreme Sword Master is truly a god. I am ashamed of my inferiority." At this moment, he was completely convinced. Originally, he might have admired Li Fuchen very much, even more than Sword Dao Heaven Monarchs. But in his heart, he was still a little unwilling. After all, which swordsman would be willing to admit that they were inferior to others? Even if they were temporarily ahead, they would still think that they had the chance to catch up. But now, he no longer had the intention to catch up. If he advanced by an inch, the others would advance by 10 feet. How was he going to catch up? It was already fortunate that he wasn't left behind. The Red Leaf Sword Master had already treated Li Fuchen as a god. Therefore, after the shock, he quickly recovered and asked, "Didn't they say that one can break through to the Heaven Monarch realm after activating 100 wisps of source power?" There was such a saying. Li Fuchen was rather astonished. The Wind Cloud Sword Master shook his head and said, "There is no fixed time to break through to the Heaven Monarch realm. It will depend on the potential of the martial art that you comprehend. After all, even supreme martial arts have differences in power. The Primary Extreme Sword Master's innate talent is astounding, he must have comprehended an extremely powerful quasi-supreme sword art." "I see." The Red Leaf Sword Master was enlightened and so was Li Fuchen. "That's right, Primary Extreme Sword Master. The Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild's Sword Saint technique that is held once every 10,000 years is about to begin. The top 4 of the Sword Saint technique will have the chance to use the Swordsman Guild's teleportation array to head to the Starwheel class Swordsman Guild's sword pool for 10 years of cultivation. You better be prepared." The Wind Cloud Sword Master recalled something and said, "Which star region is the Starwheel class Swordsman Guild located in?" "What is the sword pool?" Li Fuchen asked. The Red Leaf Sword Master said, "Our horizontal river star region is one of the ordinary star regions in the Twin Horn Star Wheel. In the Twin Horn Star Wheel, there are plenty of star regions. The largest star region is called the Tiger Fault Star region. The Starwheel class Swordsman Guild is located in the Tiger Fault Star region's Sword Star City. That place is where Sword Dao Heaven Monarchs gather and there are countless Sword Dao Saints. In the center of the Sword Star City, there is a sword pool. The sword pool has existed for countless years and it has absorbed countless sword intents. What a great sword pool! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. How could reading thousands of Sword Dao manuals be more practical than experiencing thousands of sword intents? He had to go to this sword pool. When is the Sword Saint technique held? Li Fuchen continued to ask. The Wind Cloud Sword Master laughed and said, "There are still 3 years. 3 years, huh? That is rather long." It was unknown when it started, but Li Fuchen felt that time was like flowing water that would always elapse without him noticing. Once he became a heaven monarch, perhaps a few thousand or a few tens of thousands of years would also elapse without him noticing. After staying in the Divine Leaf City for a few months, the werewolf Li Fuchen left. To familiarize himself with the power of darkness and to develop his innate abilities, he needed an extremely spacious place. The Divine Leaf City was obviously not suitable. Around a few dozen light years away from the Divine Leaf City, in a star ruin, the werewolf Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on a broken star. Buzz! 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 Waves of power of darkness spread out in all directions. Apart from the broken star below him, everything in the surroundings was corroded by the power of darkness and turned into black substances that scattered without any wind. All of a sudden, the werewolf Li Fuchen opened his eyes. Dark Moon Claw. The claw was brandished and the black claw mark left a deep wound in the void that didn't heal even after a long time. As compared to the past, the current Dark Moon Claw was definitely much easier to control. At the start, before the werewolf Li Fuchen progressed to the Heaven Monarch, the power of darkness was very scattered when he executed the Dark Moon Claw. When the claw was brandished, the entire place would sink into darkness. It might seem intimidating, but it was useless against a Heaven Monarch of the same level. The current Dark Moon Claw was enough to create a giant wound on a Heaven Monarch. Dark Blood Claw. After brandishing the claw, the werewolf Li Fuchen followed up with another claw. The dark red claw mark was ghastly and it felt as though the universe was dripping blood. This was the combination of the Blood Moon Claw and Dark Moon Claw. It contained the laceration power and the power of darkness. After being clawed by this claw, one wouldn't just have to endure the laceration power, one would also have to endure the corrosion of the power of darkness. Of course, the energy consumption of this claw was 100 times more than the Dark Moon Claw and it was considered a Heaven Monarch kill move. As they approached the Sword Saint technique, Sword Dao sacred lords rushed back from every corner of the horizontal River Star region. They had been tempering themselves in the outside world just for this moment. I wonder which 4 will emerge victorious in the Sword Saint technique this time. Previously, it was the Wind Cloud Sword Master, the Saint Heart Sword Master, the Emotionless Sword Master, and the Black River Sword Master. This time, it will probably be the same 4. I don't think so. Who knows what will happen after 10,000 years? The other invincible Sword Dao sacred lords wouldn't just watch as the slots to enter the Star Will Swordsman Guild slip away. That is true. The Red Leaf Sword Master's limelight is getting closer and closer. He might be able to squeeze into the top 4 of this Sword Saint technique. Most of the Sword Dao sacred lords rushed back to stop the invincible Sword Dao sacred lord Sword Art. Only a few of them returned for the Sword Saint technique. As the days got closer, Li Fuchen's achievements were finally spread out. There is actually a new invincible Sword Dao sacred lord. It seems like the Sword Saint technique is going to be even more intense this time. A new invincible Sword Dao sacred lord probably won't be able to create any waves, right? Didn't you hear the Thunder Sword Master, Swift Wind Sword Master, and the others say that this primary extreme Sword Master repelled the Giant Spirit Sacred Lord and the Flame Destruction Devil Lord? So what if he relies on the sharpness of a supreme artifact sword? The Sword Saint technique doesn't allow the use of supreme artifact swords. Outsiders didn't know that Li Fuchen sparred with the Red Leaf Sword Master and the Wind Cloud Sword Master. Therefore, everyone's understanding of Li Fuchen's strength was still at the initial stage. If these people knew the strength of the primary extreme sword master, their teeth would probably fall off. The Red Leaf Sword Master laughed when he heard the discussions. The Swordsman Guild's martial stage was filled with people every day. After roaming the world for so many years, everyone wanted to test the extent of their strength. Shadow Follower Sword Master, please enlighten me. In the center of the martial stage, there were two figures facing each other. These two figures were rather famous. The one who challenged the Shadow Follower Sword Master was one of the pinnacle Sword Dao Sacred Lords of the Swordsman Guild. His name was the Wind Cutter Sword Master. He might not be able to shine in the Sword Saint technique, but his strength shouldn't be underestimated. As for the Shadow Follower Sword Master, he was even more famous. He was also an invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord. It was unknown why he was willing to accept the challenge. Make your move. Swordmaster Shadow Following nodded. 1000 Sword Slash. The Wind Cutter Swordmaster used his ultimate move right from the start. 1000 sword shadows slashed towards the Shadow Following Swordmaster. Shadow Follower Swordmaster's body seemed to have lost its weight and seemed to have lost its corporeal form. The 1000 sword shadows passed through his body, unable to harm him at all. So powerful. As expected of the Shadow Follower Swordmaster. Everyone was shocked. The Wind Cutter Swordmaster was a peak Sword Dao Holy Lord, but he couldn't even attack the Shadow Follower Swordmaster. How were they supposed to fight? Wind-cleaving waves. After his first attack failed, Wind Cutter Swordmaster shouted and unleashed his killer move. The sword intent of this move was already very close to a quasi-supreme sword move. Once it had a bit of chaotic charm, one would immediately become an invincible sword path Sacred Lord. It's useless. The Shadow Follower Swordmaster shook his head and allowed the sword chi to pass through his body without suffering any injuries. I lost. The Wind Cutter Swordmaster stopped attacking and smiled bitterly. He couldn't even hit his opponent, so how was he supposed to fight? Amazing. This time, Swordmaster Swaying will definitely be in the top 4 of the Sword Saint art. Most likely. He's too powerful. The spectators cheered in satisfaction. Chapter 942. 3 years might be a long time for regular people, but to sacred lords, it was just a period of seclusion. Soon enough, the Sword Saint technique arrived. Inside the Swordsman Guild, there was a giant martial stage. During normal times, this martial stage wasn't open to the public. It would only be open for grand occasions like the Sword Saint technique. More than half of the seats in the spectator stands around the stage were already occupied. It could be said to be a sea of people. Li Fuchen, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud, and the Sword Master of Red Leaf arrived at the bottom of the martial stage. There are so many people. Li Fuchen looked up and saw that the spectator stands were all saints. Furthermore, they were all Sword Dao saints. It was Li Fuchen's first time seeing so many Sword Dao saints gathered together. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud said, as compared to the Tiger Watchtower Star Region's Sword Star City, the number of Sword Dao saints in the Divine Leaf City isn't even 0.1%. Of course, the Sword Star City has the Sword Pool and is invisibly affected by the Sword Pool. The chances of a Sword Dao Saint being born is very high and it isn't something the Divine Leaf City can compare with. Is the Sword Pool really that mystical? The Sword Master of Red Leaf had never been to the Sword Star City. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud nodded. 10,000 years ago, my sword art wasn't a quasi-supreme sword art. After going to the Sword Pool, my sword art was immediately pushed to the quasi-supreme sword art level. Immediately pushed to the quasi-supreme sword art level. The Sword Master of Red Leaf's eyes contracted. She had only comprehended a quasi-supreme sword move a few dozen years ago and knew how difficult it was to comprehend a quasi-supreme sword art. It could be said that if it wasn't for a fated encounter, she might not be able to comprehend the quasi-supreme sword move, drifting red leaves, even after a few hundred or a few thousand years. At their level of cultivation, they would need to comprehend something. If they couldn't comprehend it, they would have to spend a large amount of time to grind it. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who could increase his cultivation level as easily as eating and drinking. Furthermore, I was only at the periphery of the sword pool and wasn't able to get close to the core. The sword master of Wind Cloud added. The sword pool is truly something to look forward to. After taking a deep breath, the sword master of Red Leaf made up her mind. This time, she was determined to enter the top 4 of the Sword Saint technique. If she couldn't head to the Sword Star City's sword pool to cultivate, she might have to spend 10 times or even 100 times more time to step into the Heaven Monarch realm. She might have made great progress in her sword art recently and was able to communicate with a wisp of source power, but it was mainly because she had yet to digest the fated encounter. With the addition of frequent interactions with the Wind Cloud Sword Master and Li Fuchen, she was able to have a breakthrough. Moreover, he had only communicated with a strand of origin energy. He was still a long way from comprehending a supreme sword technique. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to comprehend a supreme sword technique without spending tens of thousands of years. With your strength, you have a high chance of entering the top 4. While the duo was conversing, Li Fuchen had already taken a look at all the Sword Dao sacred lords that were participating in the Sword Saint technique. Apart from him and the Sword Master of Wind Cloud, there was only one person who had a stronger Sword Dao Qi presence than the Sword Master of Red Leaf. The rest of them were around the same level as the Sword Master of Red Leaf, and anyone had a chance of winning. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud nodded. The Sword Master of Sacred Heart hasn't returned yet. The only one who is stronger than you should be the Sword Master of Heartless. As for the Black River Sword Master, his innate talent and perception aren't comparable to yours. He might have gone to the sword pool, but during these 10,000 years, he didn't have much improvement. He had at most communicated with a few wisps of source power. You should have quite a fated encounter, and this fated encounter isn't inferior to going to the sword pool. In the Sword Saint technique 10,000 years ago, the Sword Master of Sacred Heart was ranked first, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud was ranked second, the Sword Master of Heartless was ranked third, and the Black River Sword Master was ranked fourth. Back then, only the Sword Master of Sacred Heart comprehended a quasi-supreme sword art, the other 3 didn't. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud might be known as the #1 Sword Dao Sacred Lord of the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild, but the Sword Master of Wind Cloud knew that he wasn't a match for the Sword Master of Sacred Heart. However, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud seemed to have left the horizontal River Star region and had never returned. Therefore, the title of #1 Sword Dao Sacred Lord gradually fell to the Sword Master of Wind Cloud. Then I shall rely on your auspicious words. The Sword Master of Red Leaf smiled. This person is the primary extreme Sword Master. Seeing Li Fuchen beside the Sword Master of Wind Cloud and the Sword Master of Red Leaf, everyone thought to themselves. If Li Fuchen wasn't here, the Sword Master of Red Leaf would definitely be the most outstanding swordsman in the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild for the past 10,000 years. Many people guessed that she must have some fated encounter. Of course, everyone knew that fated encounters were also a part of a martial artist and couldn't be separated. I heard that he has the strength of an unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lord. This Sword Saint technique is just the right time to witness his strength. 10,000 years ago, the Swordsman Guild only had 6 unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords. 10,000 years later, there were 8, including the Sword Master of Red Leaf and Li Fuchen. 8 unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords were competing for 4 spots. It was needless to say that the competition would be very intense. As for the other peak-level Sacred Lords that were participating in the Sword Saint technique, they were ignored. A peak-level Sacred Lord wanting to compete for the top 4 of the Sword Saint technique was definitely a pipe dream. Even if he broke through during the competition, there was no hope. I have already linked up with the Black River Sword Dao source power. This time, I must make another trip to the sword pool. On the other side of the martial stage, the black-clothed Black River Sword Master looked around with sharp eyes. 10,000 years ago, he was fortunate enough to visit the sword pool. After a few years, he comprehended a quasi-supreme sword art. He knew his own limitations. If he didn't visit the sword pool 10,000 years ago, he might not have comprehended a quasi-supreme sword art, let alone linking up with the Black River Sword Tao source power. There were times when a single fated encounter was comparable to tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. 90% of the audience was already seated. All of a sudden, a figure appeared on the martial stage. Everyone took a closer look and couldn't help but reveal a fanatical expression. It was the Vice President, White Rainbow Heaven Monarch. White Rainbow Heaven Monarch had a beard and a pair of small eyes. In terms of appearance, he wasn't very outstanding, but the supreme aura he exuded was enough to make people's hearts shake and not dare to look directly at him. The Sword Saint technique is held once every 10,000 years. The top 4 can head to the sword pool of Sword Star City in the Tiger Grave Star Zone to cultivate. However, you must thank Sword Master Sacred Heart, or more accurately, Heavenly Lord Sacred Heart. Heavenly Lord Sacred Heart became a Heavenly Lord several thousand years ago and fought for a spot for the Swordsman Guild of Divine Leaf City. Therefore, the top 5 of this Sword Saint technique can all head to the sword pool to cultivate. White Rainbow Heaven Monarch's voice sounded clearly in everyone's ears. What? Sword Master Sacred Heart became a Heavenly Lord. Amazing. I was wondering why we haven't seen Sword Master Sacred Heart in so many years. He's still calling him Sword Master Sacred Heart. He's a Heavenly Lord now. In the spectator seats, everyone was talking about it. Different from the audience, below the martial stage, the participants of the Sword Saint technique were paying attention to the spots for the sword pool. It was good news that there were actually 5 spots for this year's sword pool. The Sword Saint technique shall officially begin. Those who believe that they have the strength, step up. White Rainbow Heaven Monarch waved his hand and split the martial stage into 5. In response, 8 figures skimmed towards the martial stage. These 8 figures were all unrivaled Sword Tao Sacred Lords, including Li Fuchen. Retreat. With 8 individuals contesting for 5 martial stages, there were bound to be 2 or 3 competitors. On Li Fuchen's side, his competitor was the Black River Sword Master. The Black River Sword Master drew his black longsword and brandished it. The sword light was like a black wave. It was real yet illusory, illusory yet real. It was so contradictory that it made people want to vomit blood. You are the one to retreat. Li Fuchen's body emitted a torrential sword sea that clashed with the black wave. Boom! The black wave caused the Black River Sword Master to bleed from his nose and mouth while he was sent flying. What? He can repel me without drawing his sword? The Black River Sword Master was shocked. After communicating with the Black River Sword Tao source power, he believed that he could contest with the Sword Master of Wind Cloud and the Sword Master Emotionless. He didn't think that anyone could defeat him without drawing their sword. Such power. This primary extreme Sword Master is simply ridiculously powerful. The Black River Sword Master was ranked 4th in the previous Sword Saint technique, but he couldn't even withstand a casual attack. Too ferocious. There doesn't seem to be any suspense in this Sword Saint technique. The spectators were flabbergasted. After repelling the Black River Sword Master, Li Fuchen successfully ascended one of the martial stages. The calm Li Fuchen was now unfathomable in everyone's eyes, like a god of the sword. Apart from him, the Sword Master of Wind Cloud and the Sword Master Emotionless had also ascended the martial stage. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud was fine, but the Sword Master Emotionless eyes contracted as it was the first time Li Fuchen made a move. Sword Master of Wind Cloud, what is the background of this primary extreme Sword Master? The Sword Master Emotionless asked the Sword Master of Wind Cloud. The Sword Master of Wind Cloud said, in terms of innate talent and perception, he is the most horrific swordsman I have ever seen. A few years ago, he wasn't even a match for me. That is rather terrifying. Sword Master Heartless was shocked. Even the Sacred Heart Sword Master back then was not this amazing. On the other two stages, the competition was extremely intense. The opponent of the Red Leaf Sword Master was an invincible sword saint lord called the Yin Yang Sword Master. His opponent cultivated the Yin Yang Sword Dao, but it was obvious that his Yin Yang Sword Dao had already broken through the limits. In his sword arts, Yin and Yang were fused together, containing primal chaos. Each of his moves contained boundless energy, making it hard for others to block. Fortunately, the Red Leaf Sword Master had already communicated with a wisp of the Red Leaf Sword Dao origin power. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand it. On another martial stage, Shadow Follower Sword Master was fighting against another unrivaled Sword Dao Saint Lord. Shadow Follower Sword Master's Shadow Follower Sword art was ethereal and formless, hovering between illusion and reality. It made his opponent feel very uncomfortable, and it wouldn't be long before he defeated his opponent. Seeing everything, Li Fuchen thought to himself, it is fortunate that there are 5 slots, otherwise, it would be difficult for the Red Leaf Sword Master to fight against the Shadow Follower Sword Master. Previously, he could only distinguish the strong from the weak through the aura of the Sword Dao. After seeing everyone's moves, he more or less knew the ranking. It was needless to say that he would definitely be first. The second place would be between the Sword Master of Wind Cloud and the Sword Master Heartless. The fourth place would most likely be the Shadow Follower Sword Master, while the fifth place would most likely be the Red Leaf Sword Master. In just a short moment, the Shadow Follower Sword Master defeated his opponent and stood in the center of the martial stage. The Red Leaf Sword Master was still in battle with the Yin Yang Sword Master. The Yin Yang Sword Master might not have communicated with the Yin Yang Sword Dao origin power, but the Yin Yang Sword Dao that broke through the limits was able to attack and defend at the same time. It was extremely powerful, and the Red Leaf Sword Master might seem to be suppressing the Yin Yang Sword Master, but he wasn't gaining any advantage at all. Chapter 943. Sword Master Red Leaf, I'll fight you. The Black River Sword Master might not be a match for Li Fuchen, but it didn't mean he wouldn't be a match for the Red Leaf Sword Master. He was different from the Yin Yang Sword Master. He had communicated with a wisp of the Black River Sword Dao source power. Before he arrived, the Sword Light had already arrived. The Black Wave, which was neither real nor fake, blasted toward the Sword Master of Red Leaf. Good timing. The Red Leaf Sword Master brandished the sword in his hand. Pieces of red leaves fell from the void and danced in the wind. Wherever they fell, there would be killing intent. Bang bang bang, the red leaves were crushed, and the black waves exploded. Both of them had already communicated with their origin energy. Now, they were competing to see whose explosive power was greater and whose swordsmanship was superior. As for the other 4 stages, there were challengers. The challengers were basically all peak Sword Dao Sacred Lords. They didn't have any hopes of entering the top 4 of the Sword Saint art. They just wanted to use this opportunity to spar with the invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lords. Normally, they wouldn't have the chance to see the invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lords, and even if they did, the other party might not be willing to spar with them. I am the Star Jade Sword Master. Please advise me. On Li Fuchen's martial stage, a peak-class Sword Dao Sacred Lord skimmed over. Please. Li Fuchen nodded. Mustering his courage, the Star Jade Sword Master launched an attack at Li Fuchen. His swordsmanship was like a spinning galaxy, magnificent and magnificent. Li Fuchen had the intention to spar, but he didn't want to waste time. He pointed at the flaw of the sword move. Although he was defeated, the Star Jade Sword Master wasn't unhappy. Instead, he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks." If a sword move had a flaw, it meant that it wasn't perfect. An imperfect sword move couldn't be pushed to the level of a quasi-supreme sword move. As time passed, no one dared to challenge the other four besides Swordmaster Scarlet Leaf. At this moment, only Swordmaster Scarlet Leaf and Swordmaster Black River were still fighting bitterly. The two of them were evenly matched. It was not an easy task to determine a victor. Perhaps it was because he had previously defeated the Yin-Yang Sword Master. The Red Leaf Sword Master became more and more courageous as he fought. 2 hours later, he broke through the Black River Sword Master's defense with one strike and left a sword mark on his body. In a real life and death battle, being hit once was nothing. However, this was the Sword Saint technique, so losing was still a loss. The Black River Sword Master was not willing to accept this, so he went to challenge the Shadow Follower Sword Master. Unfortunately, Sword Master Shadow Following was much stronger than Sword Master Scarlet Leaf. It only took him 15 minutes to defeat Sword Master Black River. Ultimately, there were 5 candidates for the Sword Saint technique. They were Li Fuchen, Sword Master Wind Cloud, Sword Master Emotionless, Sword Master Shadow Trail, and Sword Master Red Leaf. The invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord is indeed the invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord. Watching them fight gave me a lot of inspiration. Quasi-Supreme Sword Technique, it contains the charm of chaos. After seeing it many times, one will naturally feel it. Sword Saint wasn't too intense, but it allowed everyone to clearly see the next realm. The 5 of you, prepare yourselves. 3 days later, we will head to the Tiger Starfield Sword Star City. The White Rainbow Heaven Monarch revealed a smile and looked at Li Fuchen for an instant. It was rare to see such a powerful sacred lord of the Way of the Sword. Perhaps he could enter the 3rd ring of the sword pool to cultivate. Back then, Sword Master Sacred Heart could only enter the 8th ring of the sword pool, while Sword Master Windcloud and the other 2 could only cultivate in the outermost 10th ring. However, the Sacred Heart Sword Master at that time had yet to communicate with the power of origin. 3 days later, in a hidden grand hall within the Swordsman Guild, the Starfield Teleportation Array will consume 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones for every additional person. If the 5 of you go to the Sword Star City, someone will receive you. I will not be going. It wasn't that the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch couldn't afford 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones, but it wasn't necessary. 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones per person. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the Starfield Teleportation Array to consume so many peak-grade spirit stones. Teleportation within the star field would at most cost a few thousand or 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. For shorter journeys, 5 or 10 peak-grade spirit stones would be enough. Of course, Li Fuchen also knew that this wasn't teleportation to the neighboring star field, but to the Tiger Starfield that was many star fields away. The teleportation fee was naturally higher. As the 5 of them stood in the teleportation array, it was activated. There was a dazzling pillar of light that rushed into the sky and entered the void. Within the pillar of light, everyone was frozen and couldn't move at all. In fact, they couldn't even think. Of course, Li Fuchen was an exception. When he released his spirit soul force, Li Fuchen first saw a flash of starry sky. Immediately after, it was an endless chaotic space of darkness. East Unicorn Continent. That insectoid battlefield is in between star fields. In between star fields, there was an endless chaotic space of darkness. In the chaotic space of darkness, it was almost impossible to see stars. Even if one could see them, they would only be broken stars that had broken away from the star field's gravity and were gradually disintegrating. Tiger Starfield, Sword Star City. This was an extremely majestic giant city, and in the center of the giant city, there was a giant sword. The giant sword was surrounded by countless stars. In one of the plaza of the Sword Star City, there were many star field teleportation arrays. Through these star field teleportation arrays, one could teleport to different star fields. Correspondingly, those star fields could also teleport people over. But during normal times, not many people would use the star field teleportation arrays to teleport as the fees were too expensive. When the sword pool was about to open, on the star field teleportation plaza, there would be a teleportation array that would light up after a certain period of time. On this day, in the afternoon, a star field teleportation array at the corner of the plaza lit up and Li Fuchen and the others appeared. This is the Sword Star City. The five of them looked up and saw the giant sword that was rushing into the sky. Around the giant sword, there were countless stars that were revolving slowly. The sword chi is too concentrated. The shadow follower sword master immediately noticed the difference in the Sword Star City. The sword master of Wind Cloud nodded and said, "The Sword Star City is a city of swordsmen. More than half of the people living here are swordsmen. With so many swordsmen gathered together, it is enough to affect the Heaven Dao. I'm afraid even a demigod wouldn't be able to attack this city." Swordmaster Red Leaf guessed. The emotionless Swordmaster said, "Not even 10 demigods can take down the Sword Star City. Offense and defense at the same time, not bad." Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the giant sword. His intuition told him that this giant sword was very horrific. Once it was activated, it would burst out with destructive power. "You are from the horizontal river Starfield, right?" As soon as the five of them teleported to the Sword Star City, a Sword Dao Sacred Lord came over to receive them. "That's right." The Sword Master of Wind Cloud nodded. "There is still one more month before the sword pool opens. I will arrange accommodations for all of you first." After a conversation, everyone found out that this Sword Dao Sacred Lord was called the Chong Yuan Sword Master and was a deacon of the Sword Star City's Swordsman Guild. Different from the Star Region Swordsman Guild, the Star Will Swordsman Guild didn't just have regular members. There were also deacons that were responsible for receiving guild members from various starfields. Due to their duties, they were able to obtain peak-grade spirit stones. Along the way, the five of them saw a large number of unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords. Some of the unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords looked as profound and unfathomable as Li Fuchen. The Chong Yuan Sword Master introduced, that is the Storm Star Region's Chaos Origin Sword Master. During this period of time, he has already defeated over 90 unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords. It is very likely for him to enter the second ring of the sword pool to cultivate. Second ring? The Red Leaf Sword Master was curious. The Chong Yuan Sword Master introduced, the sword pool is divided into 10 rings. The smaller the rings, the better the cultivation effects. Normally speaking, those that can enter the third ring are already top-notch unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Lords. Those that can enter the first ring are definitely standing at the pinnacle of Sword Dao Sacred Lords. In the entire Star Wheel, there aren't more than 5 of such individuals. Is that so? The Red Leaf Sword Master turned around to look at Li Fuchen and wondered how many rings Li Fuchen could enter. Chapter 944. Under Sword Master Chong Yuan's arrangement, the 5 of them stayed in a medium-sized manor. The manor's location wasn't too remote, and there were several bustling streets nearby. "Look, it's a sword-testing rock." On the training field inside the manor, Sword Master Maple discovered a huge sword-testing rock. A sword-testing rock that could appear in Sword Star City wasn't just a simple sword-testing rock, but one that contained the profundity of the universe. "It's a high-grade sword-testing rock," Sword Master Windcloud said. The sword-testing rock was divided into 4 grades, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Even the worst low-grade sword-testing stone required a paramount sword technique to leave a mark on it. The mid-grade sword-testing stone required a second-rate paramount sword technique to leave a mark. The high-grade sword-testing stone required a super first-rate paramount sword technique to leave a mark. As for the top-grade sword-testing stone, that was a treasure of the universe, and only a supreme sword technique could leave a mark on it. The high-grade sword testing rock before them was filled with sword marks on the inside, but the outside was smooth and flat. Sword Master Windcloud explained, the reason why the sword testing rock is so magical is that it can absorb sword marks and turn them into a part of itself while leaving no damage on the outside. Let me give it a try. Sword Master Maple drew his long sword and struck the sword testing rock with maple drifting leaves. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The Red Leaf Sword Master's all-out attack only left a mark that was half an inch deep on the sword testing stone. Soon, the mark was absorbed by the sword testing stone as if it had sunk into water. From the outside, the mark was so shallow that it was almost invisible. On the contrary, the other sword marks on the inside of the sword testing rock were very clear. Some of them were like black cracks that nearly penetrated the sword testing rock. After Sword Master Maple tested it, Sword Master Shadow also struck at the sword testing rock. When the sword struck out, an ethereal sword mark appeared on the sword testing stone. Although this sword mark was very shallow, only a little more than half an inch deep, it was still slightly clearer than the sword mark left behind by the Red Leaf Sword Master. Sword Master Heartless, we haven't fought in the Sword Saint technique. Let's have a showdown on the sword testing rock. Sword Master Windcloud gestured with his right hand. All right. Sword Master Heartless didn't hesitate and unsheathed his sword. A threatening cold light swept across the sword testing rock. Gotcha! A sword mark appeared on the surface of the sword testing rock, and it was about 4 inches deep. As the sword mark was absorbed, a clearer sword mark appeared inside the sword testing stone. As expected of the Heartless Sword Master. The Master of Red Leaf sighed in admiration. She and the Shadow Follower Sword Master could only leave a sword mark that was half an inch deep, which was nothing compared to the Heartless Sword Master. It's my turn. The Wind Cloud Sword Master's eyes lit up as he slashed at the sword testing rock. Gotcha! There was also a sword mark on the surface of the sword testing stone. This sword mark was 6 inches deep, which was clearly above the Heartless Sword Master's. You win. Heartless Sword Master's expression did not change. Thank you for letting me win. As the Sword Master Wind Cloud laughed heartily, his heart shivered. If he didn't have an exchange of sword Dao with Li Fuchen, he might not be able to suppress the emotionless Sword Master. Sword Master Primordial Extreme, give it a try. When the Red Leaf Sword Master saw that Li Fuchen didn't intend to make a move, he couldn't help but ask. In response, the emotionless Sword Master and the Shadow Tracking Sword Master looked at Li Fuchen. They didn't know much about Li Fuchen and were naturally curious. Sword Master Primordial Extreme, give it a try. In fact, the Wind Cloud Sword Master wanted to know what level Li Fuchen's strength had reached. It was a pity that with his strength, he wasn't able to detect Li Fuchen's limits. He only knew that Li Fuchen was very, very strong. All right then. Li Fuchen drew his sword and slashed across the air. Clang! He sheathed his sword. The Master of Red Leaf and the others stared at the sword testing rock intently. They found it strange that there weren't any marks on the sword testing rock. Crackle! Right at this moment, the sword testing rock suddenly split open and flew to both sides. This? The 4 of them were shocked. What kind of strength was required to split the high-grade sword testing rock in a single slash? The human race's martial Dao talent is truly incomparable to the other races. The Shadow Tracking Sword Master was shocked and was convinced by Li Fuchen. As a member of the Wind Spirit race, he had always believed that his sword Dao talent wasn't inferior to any sword Dao prodigies of the human race. Even the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Emotionless Sword Master only cultivated earlier than him and came into contact with the sword Dao earlier than him. If everyone started at the same starting line, it would be hard to say who was stronger. But after witnessing Li Fuchen's true strength, the Shadow Tracking Sword Master understood that he might never be able to catch up to Li Fuchen in his entire life. This wasn't discouraging words, it was a kind of intuition. Not far away, in another manner, the Chaos Origin Sword Master took a deep breath and slashed on the high-grade sword testing rock. Crackle. The high-grade sword testing rock had a sword mark that was a few feet deep and was about to pierce through the rock. It is said that there is a sword Dao sacred lord that is able to split the high-grade sword testing rock. I wonder if it is true. The Chaos Origin Sword Master was very doubtful of this legend. The Sword Star City was one of the most flourishing cities in the Tiger Watchtower Star region and even the entire Twin Star Wheel. The restaurants inside were extremely famous. The Misty Rain restaurant was one of the top 10 restaurants in the Sword Star City. Come, let's go in. I heard that the Misty Rain restaurant's Misty Rain wine is one of the Twin Star Wheel's 100 famous wines. We must have a taste today. The Misty Rain wine is separated into 4 grades. The low-grade Misty Rain wine is 3,000 peak-grade spirit stones per flask, the mid-grade Misty Rain wine is 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones per flask, and the high-grade Misty Rain wine is 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones per flask. I wonder which grade of Misty Rain wine is the Sword Master Mystic Void going to treat us. It is naturally the mid-grade Misty Rain wine. At the entrance of the Misty Rain restaurant, there was an endless stream of people and it was bustling with noise. Many of the unrivaled Sword Dao sacred lords came because of the reputation and specially wanted to have a taste of the Misty Rain wine. Those unrivaled Sword Dao sacred lords weren't nameless individuals, especially that Sword Dao sacred lord called the Mystic Void Sword Master. He had extremely formidable strength and had been in the Sword Star City for a week and had already defeated 29 unrivaled Sword Dao sacred lords. Double-Horned Starwheel's 100 famous wines, the Sword Star City monopolizes 8 of them, and the Misty Rain wine is one of them. If you don't have a taste of the Misty Rain wine, you would have come to the Sword Star City for nothing. This time, it is my treat. Everyone, drink to your heart's content. 10,000 years ago, Sword Master Fengyun had come to the Misty Rain restaurant. Although he only drank the low-grade Misty Rain wine back then, he had never forgotten the taste of the Misty Rain wine. Aren't you afraid that we will drink you to the point of collapsing? Sword Master Red Leaf laughed. Sword Master Heartless said at this moment, the Misty Rain wine has a very strong alcohol content. It's like an ordinary person drinking hard liquor. Being able to drink 500 g is already considered a shocking alcohol capacity. With our alcohol capacity, we can at most drink 500 g of low-grade Misty Rain wine or 500 g of mid-grade Misty Rain wine. As for high-grade Misty Rain wine, it would be considered amazing if we can drink 500 g. A flask of wine or a bottle of wine was 500 g in weight. I see. However, I don't believe that 500 g of mid-grade Misty Rain wine can make me drunk. Sword Master Red Leaf still didn't believe it. In the Divine Leaf City, she had drunk fine wines that were worth tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones. If she was allowed to drink freely, it wouldn't be a problem for her to drink a few kilograms. If you can make me collapse, I will consider you formidable. Sword Master Wind Cloud led the way into the Misty Rain restaurant. The Misty Rain restaurant had a total of 10 floors. The 10th floor was only for Heaven Monarchs while the 7th to 9th floors were for invincible sacred lords. Of course, if you were thick-skinned and went up, no one would stop you. However, you would be easily humiliated. The 9th floor was already full. Sword Master Wind Cloud and the others sat at a table near the window on the 8th floor. Waiter, bring me 25 flasks of mid-grade Misty Rain wine and some snacks. Sword Master Wind Cloud was rather generous. One had to know that 25 flasks of mid-grade Misty Rain wine was worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Adding on the snacks, it would probably be close to 2,000,000 peak-grade spirit stones. All right. Please wait for a moment. The waiter hurried down the stairs. Have you heard? Another ruthless person appeared in the Sword Star City. He is called Polaris Sword Master. Just this morning, he defeated Sun Moon Sword Master with a single sword. He is indeed a ruthless person. Sun Moon Sword Master is qualified to cultivate in the sword pool 5th ring. There were dozens of tables on the 8th floor. At one of the tables, a few invincible Sword Dao sacred lords were slightly drunk and had a rather loud voice. Sword Master Mystic Void, another opponent has appeared. This Polaris Sword Master seems rather strong. Sword Master Mystic Void's table was in a heated discussion. When cultivating in the sword pool, the smaller the number of rings, the better the cultivation effect. Correspondingly, the smaller the number of rings, the smaller the number of people that could be accommodated. The second ring of the sword pool only had 10 futons, which could accommodate 10 people. The third ring of the sword pool had 20 futons, which could accommodate 20 people. Sword Master Mystic Void's target was the second ring of the sword pool. As for the first ring of the sword pool, he would fight if he could. If he couldn't, he wouldn't force himself. After all, those who could cultivate in the first ring of the sword pool were all heaven-defying Sword Dao sacred lords. They might not be able to defeat heaven monarchs, but they had the strength to suppress regular heaven monarchs for a short period of time. It is only meaningful if there is an opponent. Sword Master Mystic Void had a calm expression and had eyes of confidence. Chapter 945. The strength of the mid-grade Misty Rain wine was indeed shocking. After drinking 3 pots, apart from Li Fuchen, the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the others were already slightly drunk. Primary Extreme Sword Master, your alcohol tolerance is truly shocking. You aren't drunk at all. The Red Leaf Sword Master's face was flushed as he spoke with admiration. The Wind Cloud Sword Master nodded. The amount of alcohol tolerance is related to the cultivation realm. Of course, more practice will also increase your alcohol tolerance. The strength of the wine is indeed great, but this amount of wine isn't enough to make me drunk. Li Fuchen smiled. After drinking 3 pots of mid-grade Misty Rain wine, he didn't feel drunk at all and felt very comfortable instead. Incredible. The Wind Cloud Sword Master gave a thumbs up. This female Taoist friend, are you willing to drink with me? Just as they were drinking to their heart's content, a discordant voice echoed. Li Fuchen and the others looked over and saw a golden-clothed swordsman at the center table on the 8th floor. This golden-clothed swordsman was extremely arrogant and had an outstanding temperament. It is the Soaring Cloud Sword Master. I heard that the Soaring Cloud Sword Master is a romantic person, but it didn't affect his Sword Dao. His Sword Dao talent is said to be top 3 in the history of the Lu Qiong Star region. It is obvious that the Soaring Cloud Sword Master is interested in that red-clothed young lady. I wonder if her companion dares to offend the Soaring Cloud Sword Master. Everyone was in a heated discussion and looked like they were watching a good show. Who are you? The Shadow Follower Sword Master frowned. I am not asking you. Just keep quiet and drink your wine. The Soaring Cloud Sword Master didn't even look at the Shadow Follower Sword Master. You are courting death. The Shadow Follower Sword Master was enraged. With a wave of his hand, the wine in the cup turned into a sharp sword and shot at the Soaring Cloud Sword Master. This sword was between reality and illusion. If it was a regular invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord, they would definitely be injured. Child's play. The Soaring Cloud Sword Master used his finger to clamp the water sword with ease. What? The Shadow Follower Sword Master was shocked. His drifting shadow sword art contained the Wind Dao and Sword Dao. It was extremely ethereal. He wouldn't be surprised if his drifting shadow sword art was shattered by someone else. But being caught by someone else was too surprising. This meant that his drifting shadow sword art wasn't mysterious at all in the eyes of his opponent. This is a little tricky. Sword Master Wind Cloud and Sword Master Heartless frowned. With their strength, they were not confident that they could stop the water sword sent out by Shadow Follower Sword Master. At most, they could only scatter it. They did not expect Sword Master Wind Cloud to stop it so easily. His strength was beyond their imagination. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Sword Master Ling Yun swung his hand that was holding onto the water sword. The water sword turned around and shot toward Sword Master Shadow, following at an even faster speed. Vaguely, there was a golden light flowing within the water sword. Be careful. Sword Master Wind and Cloud Sword Master and Heartless Sword Master could see how terrifying this sword was. If Shadow Follower Sword Master dared to take it head-on, he would definitely be injured. Therefore, the two of them immediately appeared in front of Shadow Follower Sword Master and slashed at the water sword. Boom! It was clearly just a water sword, but it gave off the sound of a tsunami. Thud thud thud, the Sword Master of the Wind and Cloud Sword Master and the Heartless Sword Master were pushed back by a huge force. Just as they were about to hit the table behind them, a gentle force supported them. This person is very strong. You guys are not his match. Leave the rest to me. Li Fuchen's voice was transmitted into the duo's ears. The Sword Star City is truly filled with hidden talents. Sword Master Wind and Cloud Sword Master nodded and returned to their seats with the Heartless Sword Master. I have already said to drink your wine quietly. You didn't listen. Sword Master Ling Yun's voice was calm and domineering. Li Fuchen smiled and said to the Red Leaf Sword Master, this person is truly tyrannical. It seems like he should be cultivating the Sovereign Sword Dao. The Sovereign Sword Dao was supreme, superior, and didn't allow anyone to resist. Since the female Daoist isn't willing to come over, I shall go over. Sword Master Ling Yun stood up and was about to walk over to Li Fuchen's table. It is shameful to waste good wine. Li Fuchen waved his hand and gathered the wine that was splashed on the ground into a lump. It then turned into a water sword and shot at Sword Master Ling Yun. Sword Master Ling Yun's eyes flashed with radiance as he blasted a fist at the water sword. Rumble. The water waves surged and Sword Master Ling Yun took a step back. He actually repelled the Sword Master Ling Yun. Li Fuchen's move had shocked everyone. Sword Master Mystic Void, can you see through this person's strength? Beside the Sword Master Mystic Void, an invincible Sword Dao Sacred Lord asked. Sword Master Mystic Void said, this person's Sword Dao is broad and profound. He has probably communicated with more than 100 strands of source power. At the Sacred Lord level, the more source power one communicated, the stronger the potential. There were plenty of invincible Sacred Lords who were already confident in breaking through to the Heaven Monarch level, but they had been suppressing themselves and wanted to communicate with more source power. Of course, by doing so, it would only be a waste of effort and time. Interesting. The sword pool has opened and I am looking forward to a fight with you. Sword Master Ling Yun's expression changed first but quickly regained his composure. This was a restaurant and it wasn't suitable for a fight. As for embarrassing himself in front of the Red Leaf Sword Master, he didn't care. The reason why he invited the Red Leaf Sword Master was because he fancied the Red Leaf Sword Master and also because he wanted to have some fun. You aren't a match for me. Li Fuchen shook his head. That might not be the case. Once the sword pool opens, you will witness my true strength. Sword Master Ling Yun left with large strides. The appearance of Sword Master Ling Yun was just an interlude. Li Fuchen and the others continued to drink and chat. From the conversation between the five, all the swordsmen on the 8th floor knew that Li Fuchen was called the Primary Extreme Sword Master. For a moment, the title of Primary Extreme Sword Master was resounding and wasn't inferior to the Polaris Sword Master, Chaos Origin Sword Master, and Mystic Void Sword Master. Primary Extreme Sword Master, come out for a fight. Ever since Li Fuchen revealed his extreme strength at the Misty Rain restaurant, swordsmen would come to the manor to challenge him every day. Among them, a portion of them had a very pure motive and just wanted to challenge Li Fuchen. There were also those who were driven by powerful swordsmen. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. The strength that Li Fuchen displayed at the Misty Rain restaurant had already attracted a lot of attention. But the sword pool hadn't opened yet and they didn't wish to reveal their strength, hence, they had to find someone to probe on their behalf. At the start, Li Fuchen didn't want to bother about these people, but he underestimated the atmosphere in the Sword Star City. As it was a city of swordsmen, the Sword Star City didn't prohibit fights, but killing was prohibited. Even if Li Fuchen didn't accept the challenge, these people weren't discouraged and continued to guard here. Creak. After pushing open the manor's door, Li Fuchen said, "Attack together." In response, half of the swordsmen didn't move while the other half attacked Li Fuchen from all directions. They were all instructed or entrusted by others, therefore, they didn't care about the form of the fight. They just wanted to probe out Li Fuchen's actual strength. When facing the encirclement of so many invincible Sword Dao sacred lords, everyone felt that they should be able to probe out Li Fuchen's limit. It was a pity that they underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's body was emitting a myriad of radiance like a sun. The invincible Sword Dao sacred lords that rushed at Li Fuchen were like moths flying into the flame. Before they could even get close to Li Fuchen, they were sent flying with blood spurting out from their mouths and noses. So powerful. The spectators were shocked. Among the group of swordsmen that surrounded Li Fuchen, some of them had communicated with the source power. Even when they attacked together, they weren't a match for a single move from Li Fuchen. It was too exaggerated. The sword pool's second ring is stable. He might even be able to contest with the sword pool first ring's monsters. There is no hurry. There is still half a month before the sword pool opens. It will be clear who is strong and who is weak. Chapter 946. As the day of the sword pool's opening got closer, the Sword Star City was in a temporary deathly silence. It seemed like everyone was accumulating their strength for that moment. In the manor, Li Fuchen stood quietly in front of a patch of green water. His body was emitting two kinds of supreme chi presences. One was the primordial pure Sword Dao Chi presence, the other was the glorious and resplendent Sword Dao Chi presence. Heaven monarchs possessed supreme bloodlines. But a heaven monarch didn't necessarily have just one supreme bloodline. Apart from the Withering Glory bloodline, the 100-Flower Empress also possessed a supreme Sword Dao bloodline. The number of supreme bloodlines didn't determine the strength of a heaven monarch. The strength of a heaven monarch was still determined by the strongest supreme bloodline. But if there were more supreme bloodlines, it would definitely allow the heaven monarch to become more all-round and invulnerable. The 100-Flower Empress who possessed the Withering Glory bloodline had already controlled the power of withering in life. With the addition of the supreme Sword Dao bloodline's attack power, her status in the Horizontal River Star region was only inferior to the Horizontal River Primogenitor. If she only possessed the Withering Glory bloodline, it was impossible for her to have such a high status. Li Fuchen used the Sword Chi Return to Origin to connect with the Sword Dao source power. Subsequently, the Sword Sea Horizon and the Sect Origin swords had also naturally connected with the Sword Dao source power. Furthermore, they had connected with 999 wisps of Sword Dao source power. However, 999 wisps seemed to be the limit and Li Fuchen couldn't break through anymore. Therefore, he turned to study the Radiance Sword Art. Li Fuchen's attainment in the primary extreme sword art was too high. When he turned to study the Radiance Sword Art, it was like a hot knife through butter. He pushed the Radiance Sword Art to the super first-rate extremity with ease. He then connected with a wisp of the Radiance Sword Dao source power, 9 wisps of Radiance Sword Dao source power, and 333 wisps of Radiance Sword Dao source power. As compared to the primary extreme sword art, the Radiance Sword Dao was definitely more tyrannical, more gorgeous, and more flamboyant. If the primary extreme sword art was said to be a reclusive peerless expert, then the Radiance Sword Art was like a blazing sun of the current era's expert that was dazzling. On this day, the the sword pool opened. Tens of thousands of swords resonated in the universe, and all sorts of sword Tao phenomena were born in the void, shocking everyone. In the center of the Sword Star City, below the gigantic sword, there was a pond that occupied an area of 50 kilometers. The color of the pond was chaotic, as though it was an illusion. From time to time, there would be sword shadows spreading out, as though mist was rising. The sword pool was the #1 sword Tao cultivation sacred ground in the Sword Star City. It contained thousands of sword intents, and it was said that there were even supreme sword intents within the third ring of the sword pool that were left behind by many sword Tao heaven monarchs. The sword pool opens once every 10,000 years. Every time, it is a grand event for the double-horned star wheel's sword principle. I wonder what kind of sword principle genius will appear this time. 2 sword principle heavenly lords stood on top of the sword pagoda near the sword pool. Previously, someone triggered the limitless old man's limitless sword intent. I wonder if someone can trigger a supreme sword intent of this level this time. Similarly, there were different levels of supreme sword intent. The limitless old man, the first president of the Deep Blue Plains Swordsman Guild, was famous even in the double-horned star wheel. His limitless sword art was known as one of the top 10 supreme sword arts in the history of the double-horned star wheel. It was imaginable that the limitless sword intent would definitely be one of the most terrifying supreme sword intents in the sword pool. It wasn't something that the other supreme sword intents could compare to. I heard that the successor of the Heaven Killer Sword God will come to the Sword Star City this time. There are too many successors of the Heaven Killer Sword God. If he only inherited the inferior grade Heaven Killer Sword, it isn't worth mentioning. Speaking of which, the sword pool also contains a wisp of the true Heaven Killer Sword intent. I wonder who can trigger it. If the limitless old man was famous in the double-horned star wheel, then the Heaven Killer Sword God was famous in the entire universe. His weapon, the Heaven Killer Sword, was known as the leader of the 3 great divine swords in the universe. It had slaughtered countless sages, sacred lords, and even heaven monarchs. On the sword pool, there were tens of thousands of praying mats. The deeper one went, the fewer the praying mats. The sword intent in the sword pool was too violent. If one didn't sit on a praying mat, they would be constantly attacked by the sword intent and wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. They are here. On the sword pagoda, 2 sword Tao heavenly monarchs saw countless sword Tao sacred lords surging towards the sword pool. The sword Tao sacred lords that could come to the vicinity of the sword pool were naturally invincible sword Tao sacred lords. Even if ordinary sword Tao sacred lords let them in, they wouldn't be able to enter. Under the impact of the sword intent in the sword pool, those that could enter were all invincible sword Tao sacred lords without exception. This time, I must enter the 5th ring of the sword pool. An invincible sword Tao sacred lord that was charging at the front didn't slow down and skimmed towards the depths of the sword pool. Chi chi chi, blood mist spread out as though there were many sharp swords piercing through the invincible sword Tao sacred lord's body, causing countless amounts of blood to flow. This invincible sword Tao sacred lord retreated rapidly with a horrified expression. Without a certain level of strength, even if no one stops you, you won't be able to enter the depths of the sword pool. An invincible sword Tao sacred lord sneered. The invincible sword Tao sacred lords were extremely fast. In just a short while, apart from the central region, the periphery of the 100-mile sword pool was filled with people. There was naturally no need to fight for the 10th ring of the sword pool. There were many praying mats here. As for the 9th ring of the sword pool, there was a need to fight for it. But overall, it wasn't too intense. From the 8th ring to the 5th ring, the competition gradually became more intense. Those that could come here were all elites among the invincible sword Tao sacred lords. None of them were willing to admit defeat. Sometimes, 2 people would fight for a praying mat. Sometimes, 3 to 5 people would fight for a praying mat. The battles were extremely intense. Sword-heart connection. 10,000 years ago, the sword head of Wind Cloud could only cultivate in the 10th ring of the sword pool. This time, he obviously wouldn't be satisfied with the 10th ring. He, who had connected to 8 wisps of the Wind Cloud Sword Dao origin power, could fight for the 5th ring of the sword pool. At the very least, the 6th ring of the sword pool would be good. Within the 5th ring of the sword pool, the sword head of Wind Cloud was fighting with an extremely strong invincible sword Dao Sacred Lord. Near the two was a praying mat. Not far away from the sword head of Wind Cloud, the sword head of Heartless was also fighting with an invincible sword Dao Sacred Lord. His strength was only slightly weaker than the sword head of Wind Cloud, so he also had the right to fight for the praying mat in the 5th ring of the sword pool. As for the shadow following sword head and the red leaf sword head, they were much weaker. The two could only fight for the praying mat in the 7th ring of the sword pool. In the 2nd ring of the sword pool, the mystic void sword head had just defeated a competitor. Suddenly, a sharp transparent sword light howled over. Void Sword Dao. The mystic void sword head's eyebrows rose. He also cultivated the void sword Dao. Dang! The two swords clashed. The mystic void sword head shouted, "It's the Sky Killer Sword. You're the successor of the Sky Killer Sword God." The mystic void sword head had once fought with a successor of the Sky Killer Sword God, so he recognized the Sky Killer Sword. "Since you know, then hurry up and move away." The successor of the Sky Killer Sword God was a rebellious youth. He wielded the Sky Killer Sword and his sword moves were sharp and had myriad transformations. He was obviously attacking from the left, but the sword light had to come from the right. "Humph, you are only wielding a low-grade Sky Killer Sword. If it is a mid-grade Sky Killer Sword, I might be apprehensive." The mystic void sword head wasn't fearful at all. His sword art was like a kaleidoscope that was neither real nor fake as it enveloped his opponent. With the isolation of the sword pool's sword intent, the commotion of the battle here isn't considered huge. On the surface of the sword pool, Li Fuchen walked forward unhurriedly. Along the way, be it the invincible sword Dao Sacred Lords that approached him intentionally or unintentionally, they were all sent flying. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the 2nd ring of the sword pool. "Primary Extreme Sword Master, I said before that I will fight with you in the sword pool." The High Cloud Sword Master wielded a golden longsword and his body was emitting a supreme sword Dao Qi presence. It is the High Cloud Sword Master. He wants to challenge the Primary Extreme Sword Master. Let's observe first. Those that were able to arrive at the 2nd ring of the sword pool were all unparalleled prodigies of their respective star regions. Using the unseen sword Dao senses, they knew clearly how terrifying the High Cloud Sword Master was. Li Fuchen, who was standing opposite of the High Cloud Sword Master, was even more unfathomable. Previously, it was said that Li Fuchen didn't even draw his sword and used a single move to defeat numerous invincible sword Dao Sacred Lords. He was even more famous than the High Cloud Sword Master. The battle between the duo had immediately attracted plenty of attention. "I also said before that you aren't a match for me." Li Fuchen shook his head. "Shameless boasting. Receive my move, World Domination." The High Cloud Sword Master burst out with a yell. His body was emitting a supreme Qi presence that felt like it was going to subdue and suppress the chaos. At the same moment, an extremely bright sword light was launched at Li Fuchen. Such a terrifying sword move. As the saying went, the layman watched the show while the connoisseur recognized the artistry. In the eyes of the Chaos Origin Sword Master, Polaris Sword Master, and the others, the High Cloud Sword Master's sword move was unimaginably tyrannical. They believed that they wouldn't be a match if they were to clash head-on. Of course, they didn't need to clash head-on either. Interesting sword move. He must have communicated with over 100 wisps of source power, right? After walking from the edge of the sword pool, Li Fuchen had a rough understanding of the strength distribution of each ring. The 10th ring of the sword pool would normally be the weakest invincible sword Dao Sacred Lords. They didn't even comprehend a quasi-supreme sword art. From the 9th ring to the 8th ring of the sword pool, they would have comprehended a quasi-supreme sword art. The 7th ring of the sword pool would have just communicated with the source power. From the 6th ring to the 5th ring of the sword pool, they would have communicated with multiple wisps of source power. From the 4th ring to the 3rd ring of the sword pool, they would have communicated with close to 100 wisps of source power. At the 2nd ring of the sword pool, they would have communicated with at least 100 wisps of source power. Their strength was comparable with the High Cloud Sword Master, and even if they were weaker, they wouldn't be that much weaker. Still not going to draw your sword? In the blink of an eye, the High Cloud Sword Master's sword light had already arrived in front of Li Fuchen. So weak, you aren't qualified for me to draw my sword. The bright and dazzling sword light was 1 foot away from Li Fuchen before it froze. What? It wasn't just the High Cloud Sword Master, the Polaris Sword Master, Chaos Origin Sword Master, and the others had all contracted their eyes. The High Cloud Sword Master, who communicated with over 100 wisps of source power, actually couldn't even break Li Fuchen's sword chi protection and was immediately frozen. How many wisps of source power did Li Fuchen communicate with? 200 wisps. 250 wisps. Chapter 947. Impossible. The High Cloud Sword Master rotated his wrist, and the bright sword light also rotated. He wanted to drill through Li Fuchen's sword chi protection. You have some ability, but it's a pity that it's all in vain. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a resplendent sword light swept out and sent the High Cloud Sword Master flying. Too strong. Chaos Essence Sword Master, Polaris Sword Master, Mystic Void Sword Master, and the others were frightened. In the entire Sword Star City, apart from the Sword Dao Heavenly Monarch, only the heaven-defying Sword Dao Sacred Ruler who cultivated in the 1st ring of the Sword Pool could defeat them in a single move. After sending the High Cloud Sword Master flying, Li Fuchen walked towards the 1st ring of the Sword Pool. Interesting. There were only 5 people in the 1st ring of the Sword Pool. The 5 of them stood in the 1st ring of the Sword Pool and no one dared to enter. Previously, Sword Master Arcane Void, Sword Master Polaris and Sword Master Primordial had wanted to enter. However, after being forced back by a single sword beam from one of them, they immediately gave up on the idea. The 5 of them were a white-clothed youth, an armored youth, a rainbow-clothed woman, a bald youth with tentacles on his head, and a 3-eyed youth. The person who spoke was the woman in colorful clothes. I wonder which one of us he will challenge. The 3-eyed youth's eyes flashed with a threatening sharpness. The 3-eyed race was one of the races with the highest comprehension of martial arts in the universe, second only to the human race and the god race. As a rare sword genius of the 3-eyed race, the 3-eyed young man was not afraid of anyone. Li Fuchen didn't have the intention to choose but went straight to the nearest futon. The owner of this praying mat was a bald youth with tentacles on his head. Me. The bald youth had a cold expression on his face. Many people saw that he was from the Su Lantern race and thought that he was the weakest. After all, in the universe, there were too few martial arts experts from the Su Lantern race. However, he would let the other party know what regret was. Brilliant lights. The bald-headed youth's sword move was very poetic. With a shake of his wrist, countless lumps of bright sword lights were like lanterns that shrouded Li Fuchen. What a terrifying sword intent. In the 2nd ring of the Sword Pool, Sword Master Lingyun and the others were shocked. They believed that they would definitely be heavily injured if they were to face this sword. The 3-eyed young man was startled to see the bald young man use his ultimate move right from the start. He had fought with the bald young man before, so he knew how terrifying this move was. Glorious sword principle. Li Fuchen smiled and pointed at the void. Puff. The lights went out one by one. If the bald-headed youth's sword moves were lights, then Li Fuchen's finger would be a small sun. In front of the sun, the light of the lamp was like a candle in the wind, extinguished with one blow. What? Glorious sword principle. The bald youth was horrified. The other party had actually used the glorious sword Dao to break his glorious sword Dao. How could he not be shocked? Dazzling. The bald-headed youth burst out with a yell and thousands of lantern flames appeared again. As the bald-headed youth brandished his sword, the thousands of lantern flames instantly fused into one and turned into a resplendent pillar of light that blasted at Li Fuchen. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen would be able to break this move so easily. About 200 strands of origin energy. Li Fuchen nodded silently. Generally speaking, if one could communicate with 100 wisps of origin power, he would have the hope of becoming a heaven monarch. If he could communicate with more than 200 wisps of origin power, he would almost be able to fight against a weaker heaven monarch. It was just that he would not be able to last long. It is a pity that it is still a little lacking. Li Fuchen's sword finger was like lightning as it thrust at the resplendent pillar of light. Boom! The resplendent pillar of light appeared with countless fine pillars of light before it exploded and scattered. The force recoiled and the bald-headed youth was sent flying, giving up the futon. Is he defeated? Apart from the white-clothed youth, the other three were rather astonished as they didn't expect for the bald-headed youth to be defeated so quickly. The primary extreme sword master's strength was much stronger than they imagined. Still not giving up. A familiar sword Dao Qi presence leaked out as Li Fuchen looked in the direction where the bald-headed youth flew. Primary extreme sword master, you forced me to do this. The bald-headed youth switched to another sword. This was a sword that was identical to Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword. It was obvious that this was also a joint heaven sword, but it was unknown what grade it was. Joint heaven sword? The armored youth's eyes lit up. The true joint heaven sword was an existence that surpassed the peak-grade supreme artifact sword. It was unknown why the owner of the joint heaven sword forged 3 more peak-grade joint heaven swords, 12 high-grade joint heaven swords, 108 mid-grade joint heaven swords, and 3,600 low-grade joint heaven swords. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the joint heaven sword, the higher the potential of the user. Clang! The joint heaven sword was unsheathed. Waves of absolute sword chi burst out and the radius of 10 miles was extremely cold. So it is just a mid-grade joint heaven sword. The armored youth's eyes retracted the radiance. But a mid-grade joint heaven sword wasn't worth mentioning. The world is truly small. Li Fuchen already found out from the joint heaven sword spirit that the joint heaven sword in his hand wasn't the only one. There were plenty of other joint heaven swords in the universe. Resplendent light. Wielding the joint heaven sword, the bald-headed youth's body was surrounded by boundless sword chi. The sword prowess flourished as he attacked at Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen laughed heartily. The bald-headed youth wielding the mid-grade joint heaven sword was already qualified for Li Fuchen to be serious. There was a burst of blinding radiance. In an instant, Li Fuchen felt as though he had turned into a human-shaped sun. Billions of radiance were emitted from his body. At the same moment, a sword appeared in his hand. But this sword wasn't the joint heaven sword. It was a peak-grade, first-rate sorcery art longsword. With the bald-headed youth's strength, it wasn't enough for him to reveal the joint heaven sword. This was the Sword Star City where Sword Dao heavenly monarchs gathered. Who knew if someone would be eyeing his high-grade joint heaven sword? With the sorcery longsword in hand, Li Fuchen blasted at the bald-headed youth with the myriad radiance. Boom! When the radiant sword Daos clashed with the radiant sword Daos, the impact was rather appalling. In the sword pool, it was as though 2 suns had collided. The radiance was so resplendent that it was enough to extinguish anyone below the sword Dao sacred lord level. Right now, when illuminated by the radiance, apart from a few people who could vaguely sense the surroundings, the rest of the people were completely blinded. Not only could they not see, they couldn't sense anything either. The only thing they could sense was the boundless radiant sword intent. In the sky above the sword pool, the bald-headed youth's sword and Li Fuchen's sword were clashing. Time seemed to have frozen. Retreat! The bald-headed youth yelled out and poured boundless radiant sword energy into the joint heaven sword. Waves of astonishing sword Dao power pressed at Li Fuchen. The mid-grade joint heaven sword is indeed formidable. Li Fuchen praised silently. He had already executed his radiant sword Dao at full strength, but his opponent had the mid-grade joint heaven sword. It was obviously impossible for Li Fuchen to crush his opponent. This child is going to lose. It is normal for him to lose to the mid-grade joint heaven sword. If the sword pool forbids the use of supreme artifact swords, he wouldn't be the one to lose. The sword is also a part of one's strength. How can it be prohibited? On the sword pagoda, the two sword Dao heavenly monarchs were conversing. Under the suppression of the mid-grade joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen was finally unable to withstand it. Just as the bald-headed youth thought that victory was in his grasp, Li Fuchen's sword Dao Qi presence suddenly changed. It turned from radiant to simple and primitive. At the same moment, the majestic sword Dao power was like a tide that blasted at the bald-headed youth. PFFF. After vomiting fresh blood, the bald-headed youth was sent flying and couldn't resist at all. Incredible. The second type of sword Dao is actually stronger. Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch, how many wisps of source power do you think he has communicated with? I'm afraid it is no less than 400 wisps. The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch was rather shocked. After communicating with 100 wisps of source power to evolve into a Heaven Monarch, he was no longer a weakling. After communicating with 200 wisps of source power to evolve into a Heaven Monarch, it was considered a mid-tier standard among regular Heaven Monarchs. After communicating with 300 wisps of source power to evolve into a Heaven Monarch, it was already considered outstanding among regular Heaven Monarchs. As for communicating with 400 wisps of source power to evolve into a Heaven Monarch, it was definitely in the upper tier among regular Heaven Monarchs. As for communicating with 500 or 600 wisps of source power to evolve into a Heaven Monarch, it was said that no one had ever achieved the double-horn star wheel swordsman. Even in the history of the double-horn star wheel, there were only a handful that could communicate with 400 wisps of source power. This child is truly a rare sword Dao prodigy of the double-horn star wheel. Once he becomes a Heaven Monarch, our swordsman guild will have another formidable general. Chapter 948. Seeing that the bald-headed youth with the mid-grade joint heaven sword wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, the armored youth, the rainbow-clothed woman, and the three-eyed youth's eyes contracted. How could they not know that before progressing to the Heaven Monarch realm, the more power one could communicate, the stronger one would be after progressing to the Heaven Monarch realm? They had done the same too, but it was obvious that Li Fuchen was ahead of them. With their eyesight, Li Fuchen had communicated at least 400 wisps of power. 400 wisps was a terrifying number. It meant that once Li Fuchen's sword art evolved into a supreme sword art, it would reach an extremely high level. Interesting. This was the first time the white-clothed youth sized up Li Fuchen seriously. His eyes were filled with seriousness and battle intent. He will probably be able to temporarily suppress a weaker Heaven Monarch. The rest of the people were already stunned. Only the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the Red Leaf Sword Master who knew the situation weren't as shocked. They knew that Li Fuchen had communicated with 999 wisps of source power. Once Li Fuchen broke through to the Heaven Monarch realm, his strength wouldn't be as simple as a high-grade regular Heaven Monarch. Even if he couldn't contest with regular City Lord-class Heaven Monarchs, he would have the strength to threaten them. Damn it! The bald-headed youth was definitely furious that he couldn't defeat Li Fuchen even with the mid-grade joint heaven sword. But he might be angry, he didn't dare to find trouble with Li Fuchen. He looked around and looked at the three-eyed youth. Treating me as a pushover? The three-eyed youth laughed and flipped his hand. A long sword with a single eye appeared in his hand. It was obvious that this was also a supreme artifact sword. It might only be a low-grade supreme artifact sword, but there wasn't a huge difference between low-grade and mid-grade supreme weapons. Furthermore, those below the Heaven Monarch realm wouldn't be able to utilize the full power of a supreme weapon. As such, the difference between low-grade and mid-grade supreme weapons was even smaller. The battle between the duo was very intense and was even more intense than the battle between the bald-headed youth and Li Fuchen. After all, the duo's strength was about the same. After 10,000 moves, the bald-headed youth still lost to the three-eyed youth. He didn't lose in combat strength, but in combat awareness. The three-eyed race's innate talent in the martial Tao was only inferior to the human race and the divine race. It wasn't something the Su Lantern race could compare with. The bald-headed youth wasn't resigned and looked at the rainbow-clothed youth. The woman in multicolored clothes sneered, and she didn't even wait for the bald young man to issue a challenge before she held a feather-like sword in her hand and attacked him. It was unknown whether it was because the feather sword was mystical or because the rainbow-clothed woman's sword technique was mystical, but as her sword technique danced, time in the entire ring would suddenly speed up and slow down, and space would change constantly. Spacetime sword principle. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. The spacetime sword principle was the most terrifying one among the countless sword principles. It was also known as the most flawless sword principle. In the face of the spacetime sword Tao, all your responses are actually meaningless. If he wanted to break the spacetime sword Tao, he had to surpass his opponent by a lot. It was obvious that the bald young man's comprehension of the way of the sword did not surpass the multicolor-clothed woman by much. In fact, he was much weaker than her. Thus, the bald young man lost without any suspense. He lost even faster than the three-eyed young man. The bald youth was about to go crazy. He looked at the armored youth again. The armored youth said indifferently, "You're not my opponent. Don't waste your energy." How would I know without fighting? How could the bald youth give up? Shaking his head, the armored youth's sword was suddenly unsheathed by an inch and a trace of sword chi leaked out. It was obviously a joint heaven sword and the sword chi was much sharper than the mid-grade joint heaven sword in the bald youth's hand. High-grade joint heaven sword. The bald youth was flabbergasted. In the entire universe, there were only 12 high-grade joint heaven swords and 108 mid-grade joint heaven swords. The armored youth's sword Tao proficiency was already extremely high. With the high-grade joint heaven sword, the bald youth felt that he would only be humiliating himself if he went up and it was impossible for him to win. Interesting. The armored youth's sword might have been quickly sheathed, but Li Fuchen was still able to capture the sword chi from the joint heaven sword. In the universe, there were a total of 12 high-grade joint heaven swords. Li Fuchen and the armored youth came from the same star wheel and had already taken up 2 of the swords. The remaining 10 swords were split among the other star wheels. Even 10 or 100 star wheels wouldn't be able to take up 1 sword. Therefore, when Li Fuchen saw that the armored youth also had a high-grade joint heaven sword, he was rather amazed. Flying Crane Heaven Lord, did you sense it? On the sword pagoda, the Snow Tiger Heaven Lord looked at the Flying Crane Heaven Lord. The Flying Crane Heaven Lord nodded. It should be a high-grade joint heaven sword. High-grade supreme weapons were normally the weapons of City Lord class Heaven Monarchs. Below the City Lord class Heaven Monarchs, there weren't many Heaven Monarchs that possessed high-grade supreme weapons. Furthermore, each of them had top-notch strength. To be honest, after seeing the high-grade joint heaven sword, the Snow Tiger Heaven Lord and the Flying Crane Heaven Lord were rather tempted. The swords in their hands were only low-grade supreme treasure swords. They might not be tempted by mid-grade supreme treasure swords, but they would definitely be tempted by high-grade supreme treasure swords. After all, a high-grade supreme treasure sword would allow their strength to increase drastically. It was something that couldn't be achieved even if they cultivated for tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years. It is a pity that it isn't our weapon. The Snow Tiger Heaven Lord felt it was a pity. Putting aside morals, even if they wanted to forcefully seize the high-grade Joint Heaven Sword, it wouldn't be an easy task. The armored youth wasn't a fish on the chopping board, but a dragon that would transform at any moment. It was very risky to forcefully seize the high-grade Joint Heaven Sword, and they might just form a death grudge. It was a headache to form a death grudge with a future Heaven Monarch that had already communicated with 200 to 300 strands of source power. It is indeed a pity. The Flying Crane Heaven Lord nodded. After consecutively losing to Li Fuchen, the three-eyed youth, and the rainbow-clothed woman, he was then intimidated by the armored youth. The bald youth's only remaining opponent was the white-clothed youth. But to the surprise of the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the others, the bald youth left the first ring of the sword pool and occupied a futon in the second ring of the sword pool. What is going on? The Red Leaf Sword Master couldn't understand. Someone explained from the side, in the Sword Star City, apart from the Sword Dao Heaven Monarchs, who else is a match for the Mortal Transformation Sword Master? Of course, that primary extreme Sword Master seems to be able to contest with the Mortal Transformation Sword Master. Everyone witnessed how Li Fuchen defeated the bald youth with an absolute advantage. Mortal Transformation Sword Master. The Red Leaf Sword Master was in deep thoughts. In her eyes, the Mortal Transformation Sword Master had a very unique aura. The Sword Dao Qi presence from others would either be sharp or unfathomable, but the Mortal Transformation Sword Master's Sword Dao Qi presence was very ordinary, just like a beginner sword cultivator. But unlike a beginner sword cultivator, the Mortal Transformation Sword Master's Sword Dao Qi presence was very pure. It wasn't like a beginner sword cultivator's sword qi that was impure. Mortal Transformation Sword Master Huh. Li Fuchen had also heard everyone's discussion. He subconsciously thought of the ordinary Sword Emperor. He felt that the Mortal Transformation Sword Master's Sword Dao was rather similar to the ordinary Sword Emperor's Sword Dao. Chapter 949. All the futons were occupied. Everyone sat cross-legged and tried their best to sense the sword intents in the sword pool. Yin-Yang Sword Intent, Destruction Sword Intent, Darkness Sword Intent, Brightness Sword Intent, Life Sword Intent, Death Sword Intent, Life and Death Sword Intent, Void Sword Intent, Time and Space Sword Intent, Greenwood Sword Intent, Blazing Sword Intent, Thick Earth Sword Intent. In the sword pool, there were too many sword intents. Just the types of sword intents alone had dozens to 100 types. It had almost encompassed all aspects of the Sword Dao. Furthermore, these were just the major types. The same sword intent would have different sword intents if the cultivator was different. Of course, all the sword intents would be the same. In the end, all the sword intents would be connected. Brightness Sword Intent, Life Sword Intent, Greenwood Sword Intent, Blazing Sword Intent, Stars Sword Intent, Sun Sword Intent, Thunder Sword Intent. As Li Fuchen released the Resplendent Sword Intent, many sword intents that were related to the Resplendent Sword Intent swarmed over. Firstly, it was the Brightness Sword Intent. Brightness originally had the meaning of glory. Secondly, it was the Life Sword Intent. The bloom of life was also glorious. As for the Greenwood Sword Intent, it contained a trace of the Life Sword Intent, while the Resplendent Sword Intent contained the Life Sword Intent. Next, the Blazing Sword Intent, Stars Sword Intent, Sun Sword Intent, Thunder Sword Intent, and other sword intents were all related to the Resplendent Sword Intent. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen realized that after being tempered by various sword intents, his Resplendent Sword Intent was getting more transparent and pure. This meant that his Resplendent Sword Dao was progressing. As the Resplendent Sword Dao was progressing, wisps of Resplendent Sword Dao source power descended into Li Fuchen's body. 340 wisps, 350 wisps, Li Fuchen's resplendent sword Dao was rapidly progressing. 3 days later, Li Fuchen's resplendent sword Dao was already able to communicate with 540 wisps of resplendent sword Dao source power. Hum. There was a faint hum of a sword. From the bottom of the sword pool, a bright and radiant sword light suddenly emerged and revolved around Li Fuchen. It is the supreme sword intent, resplendent sword intent. He only took 3 days to activate a supreme sword intent. The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch and the Flying Crane Heaven Monarch looked at each other in dismay. From what they knew, in history, the shortest time to activate a supreme sword intent was 5 days. It was 2 days more than 3 days. Thankfully, it's just the Radiant Sword intent. If it were one of the 10 great supreme sword intents, it would be terrifying. Heavenly Lord Flying Crane sighed. The masters of the 10 supreme sword intents in the sword pool might not be star sector level heavenly monarchs, but in terms of sword arts, they were definitely at the top. Even some star sector level sword Dao heavenly monarchs couldn't compare to them. Star sector level sword Dao heavenly lords were powerful because their sword Dao cultivation techniques had reached a supreme level. Is this the supreme sword will? This was the first time Li Fuchen witnessed the supreme sword intent. Compared to his glorious sword intent, the radiant sword intent seemed to be more natural and self-contained. In Li Fuchen's eyes, even if this radiant sword intent couldn't exist for eternity, it would probably exist for a long period of time. The glorious sword intent and the radiant sword intent were intertwined while Li Fuchen was constantly absorbing the essence of the radiant sword intent. 550, 560, 2 days later, Li Fuchen had communicated with 640 strands of glorious sword Dao source power. The level of this radiant sword intent is still a little lacking. It was also a supreme sword intent, but this radiant sword intent was just an ordinary supreme sword intent. Once Li Fuchen's radiant sword intent reached the supreme level, it would far surpass this radiant sword intent. Blaze. The radiant sword intent scattered and an extremely scorching blazing flame sword intent suddenly enveloped Li Fuchen. He activated another supreme sword intent. The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch and the Flying Crane Heaven Monarch's eyes gathered on Li Fuchen again. In normal situations, it was already incredible to activate one supreme sword intent in a month. It was rare for someone to activate 2 or more supreme sword intents. It was only the 5th day and Li Fuchen had activated 2 supreme sword intents. It was impossible for them not to be shocked. So hot. After being enveloped by the blazing flame sword intent, Li Fuchen felt as though he had arrived at a blazing flame sword Dao world. There were blazing flame sword chi everywhere. These blazing flame sword chi weren't ordinary blazing flame sword chi, they were primal chaos blazing flame sword chi that could incinerate everything. The blazing flame sword intent constantly corroded Li Fuchen's radiant sword intent and attempted to assimilate it. It was a pity that the concept of the radiant sword intent was too high and it wasn't something the blazing flame sword intent could compare with. When facing the corrosion of the blazing flame sword intent, the radiant sword intent didn't get assimilated. Instead, it was getting purer. It was just like steel that had been thoroughly tempered and the impurities were slowly being refined. 650 wisps, 660 wisps, a single blazing flame sword intent allowed Li Fuchen's radiant sword Dao to link with 720 wisps of radiant sword Dao source power. Right now, it was the 7th day of the sword pool's opening. Just as the blazing flame sword intent dispersed, a sword intent that was as heavy as the stars hung above Li Fuchen's head. The 3rd supreme sword intent. The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch and the Flying Crane Heaven Monarch were speechless. The 3rd supreme sword intent that Li Fuchen activated was a star's sword intent. This star's sword intent's level wasn't inferior to the 2 of them. When the 7th day was about to end, the Mortal Transformation Sword Master had also activated a Supreme Sword Intent. This Supreme Sword Intent was actually one of the top 10 Supreme Sword Intents in the Sword Pool, the Return Truth Sword Intent. The Return Truth Sword intent was left behind by the Return Truth Sword ancestor. It might only be left behind by the initial stage of the Return Truth Sword ancestor, but it is still extraordinary. Heaven Monarch Snow Tiger and Heaven Monarch Flying Crane were shocked. The Returning Nature Sword ancestor was a famous star sector-level Lord of Heaven with the two-horned star wheel. He was one of the top star sector-level Lords of Heaven. Even if the Returning Nature Sword essence was only left by him at the early stage, it contained at least half of the sword principle essence of the Returning Nature Sword ancestor. In the eyes of the Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch and the Flying Crane Heaven Monarch, even though Li Fuqian had activated so many Supreme Sword intents, they were still inferior to the Mortal Transformation Sword Master's sword intent. The improvement is getting smaller and smaller. After connecting with 880 wisps of Radiant Sword Dao source power, Li Fuqian sensed that the Radiant Sword Dao was almost at the extremity. It was just like the primary Extreme Sword Dao which could only connect with 999 wisps of Sword Dao source power. Who? After letting out a breath, Li Fuqian looked around. Right now, there were plenty of people who had activated the Supreme Sword intent. After all, the sword pool had already been opened for over a dozen days. If they still couldn't activate the Supreme Sword intent, it was basically hopeless. However, only the Mortal Transformation Sword Master was able to trigger the 10 Supreme Sword intents. Converging his mind, Li Fuqian continued to urge the glorious sword intent. Boom! An incomparably dazzling sword intent slowly rose. It is one of the 10 Supreme Sword intents, Extreme Sun Sword intent. The Flying Crane Heaven Monarch exclaimed. The Extreme Sun Sword intent was left behind by the Extreme Sun Sword Lord, and the Extreme Sun Sword Lord was also a star sector level Heaven Monarch. This child's fortune is too astounding. The Snow Tiger Heaven Monarch had a grave expression. He could imagine that as long as Li Fuqian didn't perish, Li Fuqian would definitely become an incredible Sword Dao Heaven Monarch in the future. It was very likely that Li Fuqian would become a star sector level Heaven Monarch. City Lord Heaven Monarch would definitely become a star sector level Heaven Monarch without any suspense. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.